All right, so you want to become a test automation engineer, or you probably want to increase your chances of getting into the IT field, making an average annual salary of $105,000 as a test automation engineer or SDET, or between you and I, you probably are already enrolled in some course or some bootcamp, and you're having a hard time understanding the material that's being taught to you, and you're looking for other sources online, either YouTube or Udemy, to help you out. Well, guess what? You've come to the right place. We got your back. Okay, so welcome everyone to Chroma Tech Academy. So let's talk about what this course has to offer. Okay, so in this course, we basically teach you Selenium WebDriver test automation with Java, from the very basics to advanced concepts. So in this course, you will turn into a test automation hero or even test automation guru. Okay, in this course, we'll cover so many topics. Okay, first we start talking about what test automation is, and we kind of discuss about what test automation is so that you can understand testing in its entirety. A good tester or a good SDET needs to understand testing in its entirety and not just be technical. So we actually do talk a lot about that in the beginning of the class. You'll be surprised how closely test automation correlates to manual testing. Then we have hands-on practice. So in this course, you'll learn by being hands-on. You'll learn by doing. We provide numerous hands-on exercises and real-world projects that give you practical experience in using Selenium WebDriver with Java. And if you're kind of new to Java, that's okay. Okay, we do discuss Java fundamentals throughout the course. Okay, so we got you covered there as well. Later on in the course, we'll go into framework development, and we'll discuss how to build robust test automation frameworks from scratch, enabling you to scale your testing efforts efficiently. Okay, then we talk about some interesting advanced concepts. For example, handling dynamic web elements with modern applications such as ServiceNow and so on. Okay, so that's a very big part of this course, and we also have an amazing section at the end where we provide interview questions with answers, with videos explaining how to answer questions. We also give interview tips and so on. Okay, so we got you covered there as well. We also talk about best practices, again, helping you gain insight into the industry's best practices and tips for writing maintainable, scalable, and efficient Selenium scripts. Okay, we do work on real world projects as well. You'll be taught by an expert instructor as well, who's a seasoned automation testing expert with years of industry experience, ready to guide you with every step of the way. And if you're taking this on Udemy, you know that you have lifetime access to this. Okay, so that's awesome because we don't just record videos and just upload them and that's it. If we need to update content, we do. We update our content continuously. We keep throwing more content out there. And if you guys need help with anything at any time, just reach out to us and we'll help you come out with the solution. Maybe you're stuck with something in your project and you need a video as to how to do something. Okay, so we got you covered there as well. Okay, so whether you're a beginner looking to start your automation testing journey or an experienced tester wanting to enhance your skills, this Selenium WebDriver with Java Masterclass has something valuable to offer. Okay, so enroll today and take the first step toward becoming a Selenium testing pro. All right. Hello, class. Well, first of all, welcome to this Selenium WebDriver with Java crash course brought to you by Chroma Tech Academy. We want to thank you for enrolling into our course and hope that you find our content helpful. Okay, now the purpose of this course is to provide comprehensive instruction for individuals who are new to using Selenium WebDriver. So if you don't have experience with Selenium WebDriver test automation, don't worry, we got your back. In other words, this course will teach you Selenium WebDriver test automation from 0 to hero level. Okay, if you lack experience in software testing and are interested in mastering the fundamental principles of software testing, we highly recommend enrolling in our course called Software Testing for Cool Testers. In the Software Testing for Cool Testers course, we cover software testing fundamentals, waterfall and agile methodology fundamentals, how to write good test cases, how to analyze requirements, different types of testing, and so much more. It is a very, very good course, and I highly recommend you take it if you want to become a great tester. Now, the reason I am telling you this is because having a solid foundation of software testing fundamentals will help you understand test automation better. In our opinion, and the opinions of many great test architects and managers in the field, having a very good understanding of software testing fundamentals will make you a stronger and more desirable test automation engineer for companies. Now, you may be watching this video because either you are in some school and looking for additional resources to help you out, or you probably are already in the field and looking to learn Selenium. Whatever the case may be, this course starts from the very basics. So if you already have experience, please feel free to skip to any desired section. Okay. If you are watching this on YouTube, Udemy, or any other platform, you will find a table of contents in the description of this video or course description. We will continuously update the course description or the table of contents, since we will continuously add more to this course and update a lot of content. Okay. Now, if you are a Chroma Tech Academy student, you will always have access to the latest content in the Academy portal. Okay. Now, at the end of this course, you will find a special gift for you, which we put together, which are interview questions with answers and real-time project examples that you can use to impress your interviewers. Okay, they are fantastic questions. We also have digital Quizlet flashcards, which many of our students really enjoy since it helps them study better. Okay, now, if you already have experience, if you feel like you know Selenium well and you want to just study, feel free to skip to the end and make use of those interview questions. Okay, now, prerequisites for this course. Okay, so having taught over 3,500 students, okay, we really have determined that a foundational understanding of Java basics is essential for this course. Okay, now you don't need to be a Java developer, you don't need to be a Java guru or something like that. You don't need any of that. What you need, though, is you need to understand Java basics. Okay, you need to understand, for example, instance and static variables, a bit of the Java collection framework, and so on. Okay, just a bit. Now, the better you understand Java basics, the easier Selenium will be. So if you don't understand Java well, if you're not strong there yet, we highly recommend, again, we got your back, we highly recommend you enroll into our Java 11 for Champions course. Okay, we teach Java basics, Java 11 basics. It's a fantastic course. We really relate it to test automation, and we really just teach you just enough for you to be successful with Selenium Java test automation. Okay, it's a fantastic course, so go check that out if you'd like. Okay, now you will also need to have either IntelliJ, Eclipse, or VS Code installed. Okay, we will be using Visual Studio Code for the majority of these videos, so in the next videos I'll show you how to set it up and everything like that. But if you want to use IntelliJ, that's cool too, you can use that as well. Eclipse, that's also cool. Later on, when we get to the framework design part, we may just shift over to IntelliJ, just so that you guys can have experience working with more than one IDE or text editor. Okay, you'll also need to install JDK, specifically at least JDK 11 at the time of this video. If this changes, we'll obviously let you know. You'll need to install Maven and some other software as well. So just watch the next videos and we'll show you how to do all of that. Now, some of you guys may have some unique problems with your computers, and that's completely fine. If you do, leave us questions or comments, or actually reach out to us via email at support@chromatechacademy.com. Leave your first name, your last name, how you enroll into our course, and so forth, and we will be able to connect with you as soon as we can. Okay. Lastly, again, I want to say we are so excited to have you, and let's get started. Hello class, welcome back. In this section, we're going to discuss what is test automation, benefits, cons, downsides, and so on about test automation. Okay, so before you actually start working with any tool, because there are a lot of different test automation tools out there in the market today, it's important to understand what automation testing is. Okay, you can call it automation testing or you can call it test automation. It's actually the same thing. Okay, so what is test automation? Test automation in software testing refers to the use of automated tools and frameworks to execute and validate software tests. It involves writing scripts or code that automate the execution of test cases, thereby reducing the need for manual effort and intervention. The main goal of test automation is to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the testing process. By automating repetitive and time-consuming test activities, testers can focus on more critical and exploratory testing tasks. Okay, so let's talk about some of the benefits. Okay, so first of all, faster execution. Automated tests can execute much faster than manual tests, allowing for quicker feedback on the quality of the software. Repeatability and consistency. Automated tests can produce consistent and reliable results since they follow predefined steps and eliminate human error. Improved test coverage. Automation enables the execution of a large number of test cases, increasing the overall test coverage and identifying defects that might have been missed in manual testing. A really big one here is regression testing. If you are in a project already, okay, you may already know that regression testing can be very time consuming, okay, especially for a very big project. So we use automation to help us, okay. Automation is particularly useful for regression testing, where previously executed tests are rerun to ensure that new changes or fixes have not introduced any unintended side effects, okay. And also cost and time savings. So here's the thing. In the beginning of projects, when you're setting up automated testing, and depends what tool you like to go with, right? It could take time to set that tool up. It could take time to train your team and so on. So in the beginning, it's kind of really time consuming, and a lot of projects question if automated testing will even help them in the long run, because to set everything up first, it could take time. Okay, so in the beginning, even though things could take time, if it's implemented correctly, okay, then in the long run, it can save significant effort and costs, and you guys will be able to see the true benefits of automated testing there in your project. However, with automated testing, you can't just set it up and then automate and that's it. There's a lot that goes into it, okay? So even though we're saving a lot of time and money and it's all amazing and so on, you need to also understand that if we don't maintain our automated tests in the long run, then everything kind of just messes up, and it's really hard to clean up, and we accrue something that's called technical debt, meaning we start to have a number of test cases that are outdated, okay? And then because you may be busy with project deliverables, it could be difficult to find the time to update those test cases as well, okay? So maintenance is a very big part. Some of the cons, we'll talk more about the cons, especially when we get to the Selenium part, but training your team, finding the time, you always want to make sure that you use a tool or a solution that your team is fairly comfortable with, and so on, okay? Hello folks, welcome back. Let's discuss some popular test automation tools. Now, even though this course is intended to teach you Selenium WebDriver test automation, it is important to recognize that there are other test automation tools that are also very good. Okay, so let's discuss some of these tools. Okay, and a lot of these tools are in respective to front-end automation or UI automation. I didn't really list tools here that are for back-end automation, for example, like API test automation and so on, but there are other tools that can do basically front-end and back-end as well. Okay, now let's start with Catalan Studio. Catalan Studio is a very popular test automation tool. It is recognized for its record and playback capabilities. What that means is that you can basically record a test. Basically, the tool will record every single action you are performing on the web page. Okay, and it will record that, and then basically you can just go into the tool and click play and just play back the test you executed, and it would recognize the page elements, and it would do a pretty good job at rerunning the exact same test you just executed. Now, the cool thing about Catalan Studio and some other record and playback tools is that you don't need to learn how to write any code at all. Like nothing. So that's just a piece of cake, right? And too good to be true, but it does work. Now the thing is that unfortunately it's not free, okay, and it could be very expensive. You actually wouldn't pay for it alone because it is kind of expensive. Now you have all the money in the world and you want to do it, go ahead, right? But most of us don't really have that kind of money here. Anyway, basically your companies would pay for these licenses, and it could be pretty expensive. So if you have a team or company that has, like, let's say 10, 20, 30 QAs, the more licenses, the more money, and then it becomes a very expensive bill, right? So a lot of companies would prefer to go a cheaper route or just use open source tools, meaning free tools, for their test automation solutions. Okay, but again, it is a really good tool. Now, with these tools, I like to mention, and we'll talk about this again in the later videos, you know, if you're struggling with the tool or there's an issue, they actually have customer support, so you can actually contact them and they should be able to help you for the most part. Okay, then there's Selenium WebDriver, which we will discuss more in the later videos. But then there are tools that where you can use JavaScript. I mean, you can use JavaScript with Selenium WebDriver as well, but other tools like Cypress, WebDriver IO, and so on. So you probably may like those tools as well. And here we go with the topic of choosing the best tool for your team, right? If you have a team where most of your team members are comfortable with JavaScript, then you may want to pursue one of these tools. Okay, so the learning curve can be less curvy. Okay, now there are other tools like ServiceNow ATF. ATF stands for Automated Test Framework. ServiceNow ATF is ServiceNow's native automated testing tool. It's a really good tool to automate ITSM applications, scoped and global, and so on. But for pretty much for simple form filling and so on, it still has a lot of limitations though. But I'm sure that with time, ServiceNow will continue to improve this tool. But as of right now, it is not a good tool to automate customized ServiceNow apps. Okay, then there are tools like APM used for mobile and desktop automation and other types of automation as well that are good. Mabel, Playwright is also another tool, just like Selenium. You can use Java as well. So if you really like Java and you want to use another tool where you can use Java, Playwright would be a really good tool as well. Okay, now, first of all, why so many tools? And well, first of all, that's good because there's competition between these tools. But I'll tell you this right now, a lot of these tools were developed to address, let's call them quote unquote, issues of Selenium WebDriver. Okay, and for the most part, they've done a pretty good job. Okay, for example, flaky tests, which we will talk about in the later videos. Okay, now Selenium WebDriver is king, still remains the king, but not by a lot. These other tools are also really good, and we also do have some other courses, by the way, where we're teaching some of these other tools. So go ahead and check them out if you like to learn them as well. Now, if new tools are coming out to address the let's say quote unquote issues of Selenium WebDriver, why don't companies just start using a new tool? Well, here's the thing. If a company has been using Selenium WebDriver and has already been automating hundreds and thousands of test cases, it really won't make sense to transition to a new tool because that migration would be very time consuming. Okay, and you basically would have to re-automate all of those test cases again. Okay, so again, that would be very time consuming. So again, a lot of companies have been using Selenium WebDriver, but these are the tools that are really good. Question. If some tools are free, why would companies pay for tools? Why would they pay so much? Well, these are companies that understand the benefits of test automation. Okay, and it comes at a heavy price, but they also understand that learning Java or programming can be, a big headache to a lot of team members in an existing team. So companies that have lots of funds will invest in something like this to make test automation easier for the entire team, and also paid tools offer constant updates and support. Let's talk Selenium WebDriver. So what is Selenium WebDriver? Selenium WebDriver is an open source automation tool used for automating web browsers. It provides a programming interface for interacting with web elements, performing actions on web pages, and retrieving data from them. But what does open source really mean? For those of you who don't know what open source means, it means that it's free, that this tool is free and available to the public. It means that the source code for that tool is available to anyone. It's not just free, but if you understand the development of that tool, of that library, you can go ahead and change it. You can modify the implementation of that tool if you'd like. Well, obviously, in order to do so, you need to understand how it was developed. But if you understand it, then you can definitely change the implementation of that tool. Okay, so let's talk about some of the benefits of Selenium WebDriver. So first of all, cross-browser compatibility. Selenium WebDriver supports multiple web browsers, including Chrome, Firefox, Safari, and Edge. This allows you to test your web application across different browsers and ensure its compatibility and functionality in various environments. Language support. Selenium WebDriver provides language bindings for popular programming languages such as Java, Python, C#, Ruby, and JavaScript. This allows you to choose the language that suits your team's expertise and project requirements. So again, there's a lot of flexibility here with any of these programming languages that you could use. Extensive community support. This is a huge one. Selenium WebDriver has a large and active community of developers worldwide. You can find abundant documentation, tutorials, and resources online, making it easier to get started and troubleshoot any issues you may encounter during automation. Okay, but be careful with this. Rely on credible sources. This can be difficult since there are many available sources online with incorrect information. Don't believe everything you read or watch. Okay, this is the problem with open source tools. Anyone is posting any sort of information, and you'd be surprised how much incorrect information is out there on YouTube and on Google. That's why throughout these courses, we will show you how to look up reliable, credible sources. But for example, when we teach Selenium, we will be referring to Selenium's documentation that they have available on their website. If we're working with any other tools, we will use the documentation available to us from their sites, okay, because they are the original creators of those tools. Rich selection of locators. Selenium WebDriver offers a wide range of methods and strategies for locating web elements on a page, including element IDs, class names, cssSelectors, xpaths, and more. This flexibility makes it easier to interact with elements and perform actions during test automation. Okay, so for any test automation tool, really one of the most important things is being able to locate elements. But nowadays with modern applications, the element attributes and attribute values can be very dynamic. So we do have a lot of flexibility here to overcome those challenges. Robust interactions and simulations. Selenium WebDriver allows you to simulate various user interactions with web elements, such as clicking buttons, filling out forms, submitting data, and handling alerts or pop-ups. You can perform advanced interactions like drag and drop, keyboard input, and mouse actions, enabling comprehensive test coverage. Parallel test execution. This really means executing test cases at the same time. Selenium WebDriver can be used in conjunction with Selenium Grid or other parallel test execution frameworks to execute tests across multiple machines or browsers simultaneously. This significantly reduces the overall test execution time and improves efficiency. Integration with testing frameworks. Selenium WebDriver integrates well with popular testing frameworks or libraries like TestNG, JUnit, and Cucumber, providing advanced test management and reporting capabilities. It allows you to organize and execute tests in a structured manner, generate test reports, and integrate with continuous integration (CI) and continuous delivery (CD) pipelines. And also, open source and cost effective. Selenium WebDriver is an open source tool, which means it is freely available for use and modification. This makes it a cost-effective choice for test automation, particularly for projects with budget constraints. Hello folks, let's discuss some downsides of Selenium WebDriver. Yes, I know what you're thinking, but unfortunately, just like everything else in life, nothing is perfect. And this is just one of those other cases. All right, so let's talk about some downsides of Selenium. First of all, there is a steep learning curve, okay? Selenium WebDriver requires programming skills and a good understanding of web technologies. It might have a steep learning curve for beginners who are not familiar with programming languages or web development concepts. For example, this course, one of the prerequisites was to have a basic understanding on Java basics so that learning Selenium would be easier for you. Okay, lack of built-in reporting. So Selenium WebDriver does not provide built-in reporting capabilities. Test reporting and result analysis need to be implemented separately using an external library or framework, and we're going to do that later on in this course when we develop a framework and so on. But it's good to know, right? And it's important to know that as of right now, there really is no built-in reporting mechanisms at all. Synchronization issues. This is one of the biggest ones. Okay, so we haven't talked about synchronization with Selenium yet. Don't worry about that yet. We'll talk about this later in the later videos. But basically, web applications often have dynamic elements that load asynchronously or require additional time to appear or update. Okay, so basically, to make this very simple, when our tests execute, sometimes our tests go too fast, and then our tests start to fail because the execution went too fast, and we'll start to get some exceptions that are not really true because of time, right? And even though Selenium has some built-in mechanisms to handle those issues, they're not really so reliable at times. Later on in this course, we'll talk about what you can do to overcome those challenges. Okay, execution speed. Once again, Selenium WebDriver automates real browsers, okay, which can impact the execution speed compared to headless or simulated browser approaches. The time taken to launch and interact with browsers can slow down test execution, particularly when dealing with a large number of test cases. So again, you're in situations where either your tests can go too fast or they can go too slow depending on what you're executing. But again, we're going to encounter these issues later on in this course. Complex setup and environment configuration. So basically, to start scripting Selenium is actually pretty easy, right? But when you want to use it with a team, when you want to organize your test cases, when you want to develop a framework, that setup can be complex and can be time consuming. You really have to develop a framework so that you can organize your code, your test cases, implement different design patterns like the famous page object model design pattern that we will talk about later in this course as well. Okay, and then there are other limitations as well. For example, as of right now, Selenium WebDriver does not provide any mechanisms to automate CAPTCHA, okay, and pop-ups. Okay, Selenium WebDriver has limited capabilities when dealing with CAPTCHA challenges or handling certain type of pop-ups or model dialogues. Now, we can use Selenium to interact with some pop-ups, but again, later in this course, you'll see what we are talking about. Cannot automate MFA scenarios. Now, MFA means multi-factor authentication. You may be familiar with this. For example, when you're logging into one of your websites, sometimes a text or a code gets sent to your phone and you have to enter that code into the browser, right? There's no way for Selenium to use your phone and read your text messages and get the text or code from the phone. Now, there are different ways that some folks have worked around this, but they're very inconvenient and it's not recommended so far. Actually, a lot of automation tools cannot automate MFA scenarios, and as of today, this is a very popular challenge. Okay, I'm sure that with time, test automation tools will be developed to overcome these challenges. Also, Selenium WebDriver cannot verify contents of images and videos. So Selenium WebDriver can actually verify if an image is displayed or if a video is displayed. There's a way to do that, but there's no way right now to use Selenium to verify contents of an image or video. For example, if there's a picture of you on the website, there's no way to verify that it is you. Okay, now despite these downsides, Selenium WebDriver remains a popular choice for test automation due to its flexibility, community support, cross-browser compatibility, and extensive feature set. Many of these limitations can be mitigated by adopting best practices, using appropriate design patterns, and leveraging additional tools and frameworks alongside Selenium WebDriver. Okay, so previously we said that we can use Selenium with a lot of programming languages. Well, why Java? Like, why not JavaScript or C#? Or why are we learning Java? Why is the Java binding so popular? Well, Java is popularly used with Selenium for several reasons. Wide adoption. Java is one of the most widely adopted programming languages with a vast developer community and extensive resources. This popularity translates to abundant documentation, libraries, frameworks, and community support, making it easier to get started with Selenium and find solutions to common challenges. This is very true. The combination of Java and Selenium is the most popular one today. So if you are having an issue with your Selenium JavaScript, there's a very high chance that you can find a solution to your problem very fast online or on YouTube as well, compared to finding a solution to a problem you're experiencing with Selenium Python or Selenium C#. It gets a little bit more difficult then. That's because the Selenium Java combination is very, very popular. Okay, so because it's very popular, the community support is much bigger, and that's really good. Okay, because one of the downsides to Selenium is because it's free, there is no customer support. We can't reach out to the developers at Selenium and say, hey, I'm having an issue, can you please help me? No, because first of all, it's free, you're not paying for it. So we need to figure out these issues through other sources. So thankfully we have the best family ever at Stack Overflow, other sources as well. YouTube is out there. So all of those heroes are out there trying to help us out. Okay, cross-platform compatibility. Java is known for its platform independence, allowing Java-based Selenium scripts to run on different operating systems such as Windows, Mac OS, and Linux without requiring modification. This cross-platform compatibility is essential for running tests across various environments and browsers. Strong integration with Selenium. Again, the community support is just huge. Okay, if you go online, you'll find a lot of information on Java Selenium, so many courses you can take. And again, this combination is more popular than any other programming language with Selenium. There's also a robust ecosystem. Java has a robust ecosystem of tools, frameworks, and libraries that complement Selenium testing. Frameworks like TestNG and JUnit that we will use throughout the course as well provide powerful testing capabilities, while libraries like Apache POI enable interaction with Excel files for data-driven testing. Java's ecosystem enhances the capabilities and productivity of Selenium testing. Also, object-oriented programming. Java's object-oriented programming approach aligns well with the concepts of Selenium, which revolves around interacting with web elements and modeling test scenarios. Java's object-oriented programming principles, such as encapsulation, inheritance, and polymorphism, provide a solid foundation for designing modular and maintainable and scalable test automation frameworks. And again, community support, community support, community support, and community support. Again, the tool is free, right? And we can do so much with it. But again, we get what we pay for, and we're not paying for it. It's free. So again, most of the time when we have issues, help will be online. Enterprise adoption. Because of this, right, a lot of companies have adopted the Java Selenium combination. I'm talking very big companies. If you're a QA test engineer watching this video, you probably already know that. Google, Facebook, a lot of these companies are using Selenium WebDriver test automation, even though those companies have all the money in the world, right? Java has strong adoption in enterprise environments due to its stability, performance, and security. Many large organizations rely on Java for their software development, including web applications. Selenium's compatibility with Java makes it a natural choice for organizations that already have Java expertise and infrastructure in place. All right, so let's proceed with software installation. Okay, so first you will need to have JDK and Maven installed. If you already do, just make sure that the version of JDK you have is 11 or later, especially since recently the Selenium folks made an announcement saying that any version older than JDK 11 will not be supported. Okay, so if you have JDK 8, just go ahead and uninstall JDK 8 and reinstall JDK 11 or later, and you should be good to go. Okay, if you don't uninstall it, your computer may get confused as to which JDK to point to. All right, but here's the thing, folks. We pasted a link in the description of this video where you will have step-by-step instructions on how to install JDK and Maven for both Mac and Windows. Okay, so follow those steps. If we need to update anything, we'll go ahead and update that, right? But just refer to the document shared with you and you should be good to go. If you need help though, you can also contact us and we can do this installation for you. It would just take about around 30 minutes to an hour, okay? Depending on what computer you have. Okay, so to confirm which version of Java you have, if you're curious, you can just open your command prompt on Windows or any bash terminal. For example, if you're using Mac, you can just use your terminal and just type in Java space -version and hit enter, and you will see the version of Java you have. Right here, I have JDK 11. Okay, so I can see this for Windows. The installation is different than Mac, but I'm going to talk about that in just a few moments. Okay. So if you are a Chroma Tech student, you should already have everything installed and configured. Okay, now let's talk about JDK real quick. JDK is an acronym for Java Development Kit. It's actually a software development environment that provides the tools and resources necessary for developing, compiling, and running Java applications. The JDK also includes a very important component that's called the JRE, which is a Java Runtime Environment, which is required to run Java programs. Okay, now if this is giving you a headache, don't worry about it. This is just something to know, right? But we do cover these topics in our course Java 11 for Champions if you really want to know how Java works and how it runs and so forth. Okay, anyway, let's talk about installing JDK. So for Windows, it's a little bit different. For both Mac and Windows, you actually need to create an Oracle account. Okay, we'll share this link with you as well. But you'll create an account. Once you create an account, you have to visit the Java Archive downloads page. Okay, here's the link provided to that page. For Windows operating system, download the Windows x64 installer. Okay, download the executable file. It's a very easy install. You just have to download it, run the installer, and you should be good to go. Okay, that's all you have to do. Just note that this link will take you to the JDK 11 downloads page. Okay, now for Mac, it's a little bit different. You still need to create an Oracle account. Once you create an Oracle account, you'll visit the downloads page for JDK 11. But if you have a Mac OS with Apple chip, download the Mac OS ARM64 DMG installer, the one that has the keyword ARM. Okay, and that's if you have one of the newer Macs with the Apple chips. If you have a Mac with an Intel chip, meaning one of the older Macs, just download the Mac OS 64 DMG installer, the one without the ARM keyword. Okay, they're both DMG files, so they should install without any issues. If you download the wrong one, though, the incorrect one, your Mac will tell you that, you know, this installer is not supported. So that should give you a hint as to which to download. Okay, installing Maven. So it's going to be different for both Mac OS and Windows. Okay, first let's talk about what Maven is. Maven is a popular open source build automation and dependency management tool primarily used for Java projects. Okay, it simplifies the building, packaging, and managing of Java applications by providing a standardized approach and a set of conventions. Now, you can download Maven by visiting this link. For example, if you have Windows operating system, just at the time of this video, I'll show you. Let me go ahead and open this link here. You'll be prompted to the Maven downloads page. Okay, and for Windows, I recommend you download the Apache Maven 3.9.3 -bin.zip file. Okay, it's going to download as a zip file. Download this. But then you need to extract it, and you need to create a Maven folder in the program files of your computer. But here's the thing. We have step-by-step instructions in the document that we're going to provide to you. Follow those step-by-step instructions. We have screenshots there. So you should be good to go. Okay, don't skip any of those steps. It gets a little tricky because you do need to set your environment variables and also for Java as well. Okay. So that's important, especially for Windows. Now, if you have issues, though, just reach out to us. We'll do it for you. Just connect with us. We'll schedule a time. We'll get this out of the way, and then we can move forward. For Mac OS, installing Maven, we recommend you install Maven through Brew. Okay, so first you will need to install Brew. Once Brew is installed, then you can install Maven via the terminal using Brew. Okay, that's the easiest way to do it for Macs. It does take a while. You have to download for all these binary files to download and so on, but it's very simple, very easy. Again, follow the step-by-step instructions and you should be good to go. Okay, again, reach out to us, leave a comment, reach out to us to support@chromatechacademy.com. Just ping us, follow us on Instagram, DM us, whatever. Just reach out to us and we'll schedule a time to connect. Okay, so installing Visual Studio Code. I provided this link here for you guys. You guys can go to the downloads page, right? And once you do, if you have Windows, you can just download this installer here. If you have Mac, I would like to make a couple comments here. And this is based on the time that I recorded this video, which was early 2023. Okay, again, things could change. If you have an older Mac, download the Intel chip download version. Okay, if you have one of the newer Macs, download the Apple Silicon version here as well. I downloaded the universal one on my Mac Studio and I was getting a lot of issues sometimes. Okay, like the project wouldn't build or my VS Code would freeze and then crash. I did research, I looked into it, but once I downloaded the Apple Silicon version to my Mac Studio and my MacBook Pro that I just recently got, I had no issues. Okay, so download the Apple Silicon version and you should be good to go. I'm sure they'll make some updates to this. Maybe there's some bug with the universal version, but just a heads up there for you guys. Okay, now once you download VS Code, I'm gonna open VS Code here. Okay, and again, I'm using a Windows operating system. I'm going to use Windows for the remaining of the course, but I will make some comments if Mac OS is different. Okay, so this is VS Code. Now, I already had VS Code and I opened it. If you are opening VS Code for the first time, you may see a tab called Get Started. Okay, that Get Started tab, you'll see it every time you open VS Code unless you choose not to see it when you open Visual Studio Code. Okay, it tells you a bit about VS Code. You can kind of create projects right away and so on. Okay, instead, I don't have it here. Let me just talk a bit about these modules here. This is right here is the Project Explorer module. If you click on it, you'll see a few options. For example, if I click on it, you'll see here that I can open a folder or open a project, or I can create a Java project. However, you may not see this right now if you just installed VS Code. That is because we need to install some Java extensions. Okay, so I'm gonna go right here to the extensions module here, and you can kind of see the extensions that I have right here in the search bar. This is where you're going to search up extensions. So let me go to the first one that I have. The first one, you need to install this Cucumber. You don't need to install this, but in this course, we are going to be automating Cucumber scenarios and building a Cucumber test automation framework. So you might as well just install it. You can just type in Cucumber like this, and you'll have different plugins of Cucumber actually. Make sure to download this one, okay, the one with the verified check mark from cucumber.io. You won't really have any issues with this. Okay, so install it. Your computer may ask you to, or your VS Code may tell you to restart VS Code. Okay, but first let's install the other extensions. I have 15 extensions installed. You don't need all of them. I'll tell you which ones you need. So you need an extension pack for Java. So when you actually look up extension pack for Java, okay, like this, you'll realize that it's a pack. It's an extension pack. So when you install this extension pack, you'll actually download a few extensions at the same time. So this extension would get added here: the language support for Java by Red Hat, debugger for Java, test runner for Java, Maven for Java, project manager for Java, and IntelliJ. Okay, so all of those extensions will download once you download the extension pack for Java. Okay, so you need Cucumber, you need this debugger for Java you'll get when you download the extension pack for Java. You don't need the dependency analytics. You can skip this one. You also don't need Eclipse key map. I used to use Eclipse a lot. So if you're familiar with Eclipse and you remember how to format code, by downloading Eclipse key map, I can format my code the same way that I could do with Eclipse, and use also Eclipse keyboard shortcuts with VS Code. You can also install an IntelliJ key map as well if you're coming from IntelliJ. The extension pack for Java, we would install it. This IntelliJ would come with the extension pack for Java. You don't need this IntelliJ API uses examples. This one you would already have. You don't need live server. This you would have installed already. You don't need this prettier code formatter. Maybe at some point later in the course, I will talk about these extensions if we use them. Okay, this one would get installed for you already. Go ahead and install this one, Red Hat Commons. Okay, we'll go ahead and talk about this one later though. This one would be installed with the extension pack for Java, and install this XML one. We won't be working with XML files just yet, but later when we start building our test automation framework, we will use some XML files. Okay, so and actually this would also help because we're going to create a Maven project, and there's an important file there called the pom.xml. So this would help with compile the project. Okay, so install all of these extensions and then close VS Code and open it again. Okay, so I'll go ahead and close it. I'll go ahead and open VS Code, and then you should see these two options here. You should see the create Java project option after installing the extension pack for Java. Okay, but I'd like to note again that you won't see this if you don't install the extensions first. Okay, so go ahead and have all this, get all this configured, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Hello class, just making this video for installing IntelliJ. So IntelliJ is a fantastic IDE. It's really great. It's very robust. It's actually created by this company called JetBrains. And here I've provided the link for you so that you can go ahead and download IntelliJ if that's what you want to use. Okay, now we will go ahead and use this later, especially when we start designing our framework and everything like that, just so that you guys can have experience working with both VS Code and IntelliJ. But it's really up to you. If you have VS Code set up, or if you have IntelliJ set up, if you even want to use Eclipse and you know how to use Eclipse, go ahead, feel free to use it. Everything we're going to do should work in all of these IDEs. Okay, so once you click on this link, I want to mention that you'll be taken to this page here. You can click on the Windows tab if you have Windows, or if you have Mac OS, click on Mac OS. If you have Linux, click on Linux. Okay, but one thing I want to mention is there are two versions. Okay, there is the IntelliJ IDEA Ultimate Edition. Okay, you don't need this. This is the one you actually have to pay for. You definitely don't have to pay for this for everything we're going to do. Instead, you want to scroll down and you want to click on the IntelliJ IDEA Community Edition. Okay, the Community Edition is free. It's very good. It's what we're going to use. It has everything you need. Okay, now keep in mind that if you have Windows, you'll be installing an executable file. If you have a Mac OS, you'll be installing a DMG file. Okay, so just keep that in mind. Okay, and it says right here, for those of you who have either an older Mac or one of the newer Macs, it tells you which installer to select, okay, depending on which laptop or chip you may have. Okay, so that's it about IntelliJ, but again, it's really up to you to use whatever you'd like to use. Hello folks, just making this quick video and throwing it here before you watch the next videos because some students have reported issues with creating a Maven project in Visual Studio Code for Windows. Okay, now I'm recording this video after having recorded the videos that you're about to watch just for this very reason. If you have a Mac, this does not apply to you. You can just skip this video, okay? If you have a Windows, you may experience the problem we're about to discuss right now, okay? If you don't, then that's completely okay. You don't need to do anything, okay? Now, if you download VS Code and you install it and you go through the next videos, if you get stuck with creating a Maven project, okay, if you see some sort of error, chances are that you need to run VS Code as an administrator. Okay, this is due to some system settings you may have on your PC or security settings and so on. Okay, you can go ahead and change that if you know how to do so, but I'll show you here how to run VS Code as an administrator. Okay, so you're going to search up Visual Studio Code. You're going to right click and you're going to click on Run as Administrator. Once you do this, you're going to see a pop-up asking you if you do want to run this program as an administrator. Click yes, and VS Code will open, and go ahead and proceed with creating a Maven project, and it should work. Okay, one more thing. If you're using a Windows, don't save your projects to your OneDrive. The reason for this is because your project could have build issues when it's saved to OneDrive, because technically it's saving to the cloud and it takes some time to build or load appropriately. Okay, so you may have issues there. So just don't save your projects to your OneDrive. Try to save it in your program files or somewhere locally, anywhere, just not your OneDrive. Okay, now in regards to running VS Code as an administrator, just basically what I showed you, you would have to do that every time. Okay, if you don't want to do that every time, then what you can do is you can change the settings for Visual Studio Code. For example, I'm looking up VS Code here, right click, open file location, and the file explorer will open here. Okay, when this happens, go ahead and right click on this and go to properties. Okay, again, I'm right clicking on VS Code, go to properties, go to compatibility, and select this option here that says run this program as an administrator. Okay, once you select this option, click apply and OK, and you can just click on, from here on, you can just click on your desktop shortcut. You can click on your taskbar shortcut, and it'll still ask you if you want to run VS Code as an administrator. You can just select yes, but at least you don't have to look it up. Right click and click on run as administrator. Okay, so there's just that little shortcut. Again, this is because this is due to some of your system settings, some security settings with Windows. With Windows operating system, sometimes things can get a little tricky. Okay, not saying that Mac is better, because Mac does have their own issues. Okay, but one more thing I did want to mention. I didn't bring this up because this was just an issue that was recently reported. Okay, when I mentioned to download VS Code for Windows, I mentioned to click on this. However, when you click on this, you may get the user installer or the system installer. If you get the user installer, you're probably going to see some messages in VS Code telling you that updates can happen automatically because you have the user installer version, and so on. So my advice is to just go ahead and uninstall VS Code and come back here and install the system installer, this one that says x64. Okay, and you should be good to go. Okay, it's not the end of the world, right, if VS Code won't update, but it's always good to have the latest updates of VS Code. Okay, now I'm just kind of giving you these temporary solutions to recently reported problems. Okay, so keep that in mind, right? Aside from that, if you experience any other issues, just reach out to us and we got your back. Okay, we will help you out. We can schedule some meeting, get together, and resolve any of your issues. Okay, thanks for watching. Creating a Maven project in Visual Studio Code. Okay, so I have a lot of great information here as to what a Maven project is. Okay, I don't expect you to understand any of this information at the time of this video, but later we'll come back to these slides and we'll talk more about what a Maven project is in detail. Okay, so let's jump into Visual Studio Code and let's create a Maven project. So I've opened VS Code now. If you haven't watched the previous video, please watch the previous video so you can see which extensions I installed, and it's the same extensions you need to be able to do what we're about to do. If you're using IntelliJ, you can skip this part. You can just create a Maven project in IntelliJ. Just make sure to select the correct archetype and you'll be able to follow along well. Okay, so on the top left, I'm going to click the Project Explorer option here. And you're going to see two options here. We see open folder and we see create Java project. We're not going to select open folder now. We'll select this later once we've actually created a folder or a project. I want to create a Java project. Okay, so when I click on this button here, we have different options here. The option we want to click on is Maven. Okay, so you can kind of already tell that a Maven project is a special type of Java project. Okay, once I click on it, you're going to see this drop down here. Okay, the option you want to select is the one that says Maven Archetype Quick Start. Okay, that's the one I'll be using for the remaining of these videos, for the remaining of the course. If we need to create other Maven projects, I'll always select this one right here. Don't select any of these other archetypes because they'll give you a different folder structure actually, and then you'll kind of be confused, or you won't be on the same page as the rest of us here. Okay, so click the one that says Maven Archetype Quick Start. If you're using IntelliJ, make sure to select this one. Okay, or Eclipse as well. So once I click on it, click on 1.4. At the time of this video, this is the latest version here, 1.4. If there is a later version, go ahead and click on the later version. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and select 1.4. And then here, we need to enter a group ID. Okay, you notice by default, it says com.example. This is the naming convention we give to a lot of software development projects. We usually start with com because that is the end of the domain name of a website. So for example, let's say we work for Amazon, it would say com.amazon. If we work for Google, it would say com.google or com.facebook and so on. If we worked for Prime Video of Amazon, it would probably be something like com.amazon.prime video. Okay, now that's just a naming convention that's practiced around the software development industry. You don't need to follow it. Okay, they're not mandatory rules. You can actually call this whatever you want. Okay, now if the web application is a .org or .net, you would do the same thing as well. Okay, but for the sake of common practice, I'm gonna go ahead and do com.chroma tech automation. just like this. Okay, you can give it any naming convention you want. Actually, just a few things though we need to discuss here. I'm going to delete this. You'll notice you can't have spaces, and you actually can't have uppercase characters like this. Okay, so it needs to be all lowercase. And if you want additional names, you'll break it with a word, with a period like this, with a dot. Okay, so I'll say Chroma Tech Automation. Okay, this is good enough for now, so I'll go ahead and hit enter. Now here we have the artifact ID. So what do you want the name? What do you want the name of your project to be? Okay, so here I'll just go ahead and call it Chroma. And again, you can't have uppercase characters. You also can't have spaces. So I'm going to go ahead and call this Chroma Tech Automation. Again, you can call this whatever you like. Okay, I'm just using this naming convention here. This is the name that this is the name of this project here. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. And then you'll either, if you're using a Mac, you'll either see your Viewfinder Explorer, or here we have our File Explorer here with Windows. We actually have to select a location as to where we want to save our project. I'm using a Windows. I'm going to save my project to my desktop. Okay. Now, traditionally, you want to save it at a much better location, like somewhere in your program files or in your some directory somewhere. Okay, I'm just gonna store it in my desktop here. I'll probably delete it later and create new ones. Here's one thing though: if you are a Windows user, make sure that your desktop is not in your OneDrive. If it is, your project's going to struggle building sometimes, because again, your project is stored in OneDrive and it'll build very slowly. Okay, so you can actually store it anywhere else. You can store it in somewhere in your program files, in your C drive. It's up to you. If you're using a Mac, you can just store it in your desktop and you should be completely okay. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and click desktop, right? And then I'm gonna go ahead and click select destination folder. So once I do this, okay, you're gonna see a lot of things going on in the terminal here, like this. Okay, give it some time. And you'll see I'm scrolling up here, by the way. This is happening in the terminal. Okay, everything is, the Maven project is being created, but then here on the bottom where it says define value for property version 1.0, click here, okay, and just hit enter. Okay, hit enter, and then again it tells you right here y : hit enter again. Okay, and then that's it. You'll see a build success message. That means that you've successfully created a Maven project. Okay, so that's all you had to do. Now, if you're experiencing some errors, if you see some issues, reach out to us. We'll help you out. Maybe something went wrong with the installation. That's fine. We got your back. If you're using IntelliJ, you probably won't have these issues anyway. Okay, so I'll go ahead and do all of this. Okay, and in the next video, I'm going to show you how we can open the project that we created. Hey folks, welcome back. In this video, I'm going to show you how to open the Maven project we created. So I actually didn't change anything from the last video here. You probably will still have this message here displayed, or you may have closed VS Code. That's fine. It doesn't matter. Actually, when we created this project, there was a little option down here on the bottom right that said open. You could click on that option and it would have opened the Maven project we created. However, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to come up to the top left here. We can click on the project explorer here. We want to click on open folder, in other words, open project. So I'm going to go ahead and click on open folder, and we need to locate the project where we saved it. This is why it's really important for you to know where you saved your project. Okay, I saved it in my desktop. So I'm going to go ahead and look for it, and here it is, Chroma Tech Automation. I'm going to click select folder, and then on the top left you'll see the project here. And VS, just give some time for the project to open, and you should see the exact same thing I'm seeing here. Okay, so this is the Maven project we created. Okay, we do have some other options right here: outline, timeline, Java projects, Maven. These are actually modules here. We'll talk about these later, okay? But if I minimize this, this is how this would look: Chroma Tech Automation, outline, timeline, Java projects, Maven, and so on, okay? Now, one thing about VS Code, you can actually customize this a lot. If you don't like the theme, you can actually go to the extensions module here, and you can search up any theme you'd like. Okay, so for example, I can just type in theme, and you can kind of explore and change the color of VS Code and everything like that. It's up to you. Go and customize it if you'd like. For example, there's this winter is coming from Game of Thrones. This is how your VS Code would look. Go ahead and you know, look around, have fun with this, customize it so that you can have more fun with all of this. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the Explorer here. I'm gonna close this tab, and you'll notice something. I'm gonna go ahead and minimize it. Now I'm going to expand it, and this is the structure of the project. We have an SRC folder, a target folder, and a pom.xml. Okay, now these are folders here, though they don't have like a folder symbol or a folder sign, but they are folders. Okay, this SRC is short for source. Okay, so when we click on it, we have two folders here: main and test. Okay, we're actually going to use both of them throughout the course, especially when we start developing our test automation framework. If let's go to the test right here. Okay, this is the test folder in the SRC folder. Okay, so just write this down somewhere. Keep this in mind, that in the SRC folder we have two folders: main and test. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and click on test, and you'll see that when I click on this, you're gonna see this java/com/Chroma Tech/automation. This was the group ID that we gave when we were creating the project, if you remember, com.chromatech.automation. So actually, this is the test folder here, but then there's a Java folder inside the test folder, and there's a com folder inside the Java folder, and these folders are actually packages. So if we open this in IntelliJ, the view may look a little different actually. Okay, but I'll just follow the steps carefully and you'll be good to go here. Okay, so we have different packages here. Okay, for example, this automation package is inside the Chroma Tech package, which is inside the com package, and the com package is inside the Java package, and the Java package is inside the test package, and the test folder is inside the SRC folder. Okay, so we'll go ahead and you know, I'll probably show you how this looks in IntelliJ later on through the course. Okay, to prevent this though, you may not want to give such a long name like Chroma Tech Automation. However, this is just the beginning, so later on when we start creating different classes and so on, this will look completely different. Okay, let's go ahead and click on the app_test.java here. Okay, now I want to show you guys something here. When I click this class, you notice that this tab here, this is the name of the class actually, app_test.java. You notice that the name is italicized. So if I were to create another class, let's create another class actually here in the automation folder here. Let's right click. Okay, now again, be very careful where you're right clicking. You can right click here, you can right click here, but that would create the class in a different folder. So in the automation folder, just right click and create new file. Okay, so in order to create a Java class, okay, you need to add the .java extension at the end of the file. In IntelliJ and Eclipse, you don't have to do that. That's already done for you by default, okay, because those are IDs meant for Java development programs. But here, we kind of have to be a little bit more specific with VS Code, even though we installed all the Java extensions required for this. So I'm going to go ahead and call this class, let's call it test.java. Okay, just like this. And actually, you notice that when I type in .java, VS Code recognizes that this is a Java file, so I see a J. If I go ahead and delete this, it's gone. It recognizes it as a text file here. If I go ahead and do this, okay, this is not a Java class. So if you go ahead and do this, no biggie, just go ahead and delete it. Okay, take your time. I'm gonna delete it, and I'm gonna create it again. So I'm gonna right click on the automation folder here. I'm gonna click new file, and I'm going to type in test.java like this and hit enter. The moment I do that, you'll see a class just like this. Okay, now I do want to show you something. You may think that you can just edit the name of the file if you accidentally create the wrong class. For example, let me create a new class. I'm going to right click on the automation folder. I'm going to click new file. Let's say I'm going to call this class sample like this. Okay, now let's say I forget to enter the .java. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. So at this point, you would think that if you rename this, if I right click and click rename, if you add the .java extension, even though VS Code recognizes this as a Java file, it doesn't create that class template for you that you actually need. So it's better to just delete it and just create it again the way you're supposed to. Okay, and then you could have this class template here with the package statement on line 1. Okay, so in this class, you notice that I have this little dot right here. Okay, this means that this class was created, but this means that I have unsaved changes here. Okay, so to save your changes, you can do Command S or Control S, but I always like to go to File and click on Save All, and there you go. You'll see that that little dot is gone, okay, because I saved my changes. Now, what I want to show you is this. So I'm going to go ahead and close this class and close this class. If I click on the apptest.java, okay, you'll notice that this name is italicized here. So if I click on this class, test.java, you see that it overrides the previous class that was open. And maybe I didn't want that to happen. Maybe I want both classes to be open. So if you click on a class or any tab, or any file in VS Code, and it's italicized for the first time and you want it to be open, just double click on it so that it's not italicized anymore. And when you do that and you open another class, it won't override. Okay, so just always double click on your tabs, or what you can do is you can click on the Java class on the left here. You can double click on this too, actually, and it'll do the same thing as well. So I'll double click here and you'll see that it will keep these tabs open. Okay, these classes open the way you would want. Okay, so actually I'm going to close this apptest.java. Okay, don't worry about any of this here. We'll write different programs actually. So I'm going to go ahead and close this. Here inside this class, I'm going to create a main method. So I'm going to type in main and then hit enter. Just like that, you'll be able to create a main method. And just to make sure that everything is working, okay, I'm going to do syso, hit enter. I'm going to print out I am a cool tester. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and just save it. You can do Control S, Command S, or File Save All. Okay, and then, well, to run a program in VS Code, okay, you can either click on this little run option here, okay, which would run the main method. You can click on this little play button that would run Java here, okay, but if our class is long, right, and if we have our main method on the bottom, it's always best to just right click and click scroll down and just run Java. Okay, so I always like to click on the class that I want to, or wherever the program is that I want to run. I want to right click, click run Java, and it's going to run that program here. Okay, if you don't see run anywhere here, if you don't see run here, if you can't right click, well, if you can right click and you don't see run Java, that means that something may have gone wrong. Maybe your Java wasn't configured correctly, and so on. Okay, so just to make sure everything is working as expected, I'm going to right click in this class. I'm going to scroll down, click on run Java. Okay, and you may see this option here. Yours may work. Okay, yours may actually work right away. Mine is asking me to select which method to run, and so I'm going to select the main method to run here. So there it is. I am a cool tester. Okay, and it's printing out in the debug console. If I click on run here, I actually don't need to select that option there, as you saw. So if I right click and click run Java, VS Code's asking me, what program would you like to run? And I want to run the main method. However, I can click on run right here, and it's not going to ask me that because it knows that I'm trying to run this main method here. Okay, so go ahead and run the program however you like. You have options. Okay, now I see this. I am a cool tester in the debug console. That's where we want to see it. Okay, if you see your program print out in the terminal, this is what you have to do. Okay, so I'm going to click on File, and I'm going to go to Preferences. For Mac, you may have to go to VS Code Preferences, okay, or Settings. So you're going to go to Preferences. You're going to go to Settings, and then here you're going to, in the search bar, you're going to type in Java Debugger like this. Okay. And you're going to see two options here, Java Debugger and JavaScript Debugger. Click on Java Debugger. Okay, and then you want to scroll down. Here for me it says internal console. For you it'll probably say integrated terminal like this. Okay, this is what you may have for default. So let me show you. Let me go back and run this main method. So if I go ahead and run this, you see that the I am a cool tester is printing out in the terminal. We don't want this to print out because VS Code is running your program the real Java way as you would through a bash terminal. So you see how it's passing like the whole path to wherever our project is, and it's running this class, this program in this class. We don't want all of this information here, right? We just want to see I am a cool tester. So we'll go back to settings. Okay, if you see integrated terminal here, change this integrated terminal to internal console. Okay, like this, and make sure that everything is saved, right? If you go back to test.java and run your program again, if you go to debug console, you will see your text here, okay, that you wrote in your print statement right here. Okay, so that's just how you would run your programs in VS Code. Just to recap everything we talked in this video, we talked about how you would have an src main and src test. I created this test.java in the automation folder here. So I right clicked on automation, I clicked new file. Remember that every Java class you will create will have the .java extension at the end. If you forget to add the .java extension, it's okay, it's all good. Just delete it and create it again. Okay. Now you have different ways to run your Java programs. You can click on this, you can click on this play button here, you can right click and click run Java, and it's going to run your program. Okay, if that is not working for you, if you don't see run or any of the play buttons, and that means that you may not have installed the Java extension pack. So please watch the previous video. But again, if you're having any other issues, please reach out to us and we will help you. Okay, and lastly, to see your programs or any text in the debug console here, okay, we went to the settings and we typed in Java Debugger, and we went and looked for the Java Debug Settings Console section here, and we changed it from Integrated Terminal, which was the default setting, and we changed it to Internal Console. Okay, so go ahead, and you may have to rewatch this video to get a little bit more familiar with VS Codes. Remember about the double clicking of your classes if you want to have more than one open. Integrating Selenium WebDriver with our Maven project. Okay, so let's go back to our project in VS Code. I went ahead and closed all the tabs from the previous video, so now I have a clean workspace. So I'm going to go ahead and click on the pom.xml. Okay, this is an XML file. We'll talk a little bit more in detail about what an XML file is later, but let's discuss what a pom.xml is for a bit. So in a Maven project, the pom.xml file is a crucial component. POM stands for Project Object Model, and it is an XML file that defines the configuration, dependencies, and build settings for a Maven project. It serves as the central configuration file for the project. So I don't expect you to understand all this complicated terminology, but in short, the pom.xml is the heart to a Maven project. Why is that? Why is it the heart of a Maven project? Well, because we specify a lot of important information, properties, dependencies, plugins, and so on. This is the information needed for our Maven project to run, to compile, to build, and so forth. Okay, now we will talk more about all of this stuff in detail later. Okay, so I have more information here on the pom.xml. The type of Maven project we created was with the structure of the Maven archetype, Maven quick start archetype, if you remember. And if you see this layout here, okay, you know that we have a pom.xml. Here is on top, but ours is on the bottom. The location doesn't matter. But what is nice to see is that the src folder here, as we discussed, has an src, has a main folder and has a test folder. Okay, and the main folder has a Java folder, and the test folder also has a Java folder. And then we can go ahead and create a package and then any classes in those directories or those packages. Okay, so you can come here to the Maven website, learn more about a Maven project, learn more about Maven, and so forth. All this information, by the way, is being retrieved from the Maven, the Apache Maven website here. Okay, so to integrate Selenium, it's going to be fairly easy. I'm going to go to this tab here. I went on Google and I typed in Maven Central Repository. So you want to go ahead and do this, and then you want to click on the link that says nvnrepository.com. Okay, so I'll go ahead and click on Central Repository. Then once we are here, we'll talk a bit about what a Maven repository is in a bit. I'm going to go here, and in the search bar, you want to type in Selenium Java, okay, because I'm using Java, and then you want to click on the first option that says Selenium Java. Okay, so I'll go ahead and click on this, and then I'll go ahead and scroll down a bit where you see version here. I want to integrate the latest version of Selenium. At the time of this video, I'm going to integrate Selenium version 4.10.0. Okay, if you see a later version, integrate that latest version. Okay, the later version. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and click on 4.10.0, and then once you're here on this page, I'm gonna scroll down a bit where it says Maven. I'm just gonna click on this. Everything would highlight. If it doesn't, you can just copy everything like this. Okay, and I'm going to right click and copy. Okay, now you may want to pause this video and follow steps carefully because you want to make sure you do everything correctly here. So I'm gonna go back to VS Code. Okay, and actually let me go back real quick. I want to show you that what I copied here was a dependency. We'll talk about what a dependency is in just a moment, or possibly in the next video. So you want to go ahead and copy all of this, but this dependency, we need to paste it in the pom.xml of our project. So I'm going to come here to the pom.xml, and if you click on pom.xml for the first time, you'll probably see it starting from line 1. You want to scroll down to the dependencies section right here. Okay, this dependencies section starts with you can see the open tag, and here's the closing tag. Okay, so in XML, everything is actually organized in open and closing tags. Okay, this dependencies here is the open tag, and the closing tag to dependencies is right here. You'll see that it starts with an anchor tag, / and then the same name as this tag here. In between here though, you see that we already have a dependency. Okay, that dependency is called JUnit. Okay, that's the name of this dependency here that's already here by default. I'm not going to delete it, we'll leave it here for now. But what I'm going to do is after this dependency here, I'm going to hit enter a couple of times, and again I'm still in the dependencies section here. So I'll go ahead and paste what I copied like this. Okay, now I'm going to Control Z. I want to show you something. I'm not pasting this inside dependency. I'm pasting this inside dependencies. Okay, this dependency is already here. So I'm going to paste the next dependency right here. I'm going to do Control V. Okay, and you'll see this dependency here. Now I'll go ahead and format this. So actually you can do right click and click on Format Document, and then it'll fix your POM to look nice. Okay, so now we have two dependencies. We have this dependency JUnit here, and then we have this dependency right here which is the Selenium Java dependency. This right here is just a commented line. Now, this is how you comment out lines or comment out text or lines in XML files. You can delete it. I'm just going to leave it here. It's not really bothering anyone. But if you want to comment anything out, I mean, you can just either do anchor tag, exclamation mark, and then hyphen, and then you want to add the closing tags like this, and in here type in whatever comment you want. Okay, that's how you would add a comment to the XML file. But I'm going to go ahead and delete this, and this comment here is just showing what where we got this dependency from. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and click on File, Save All. You may see this little pop-up come up that says a build file was modified. Do you want to synchronize the Java class path configuration? Just click on Always, and we can get rid of that. Okay, now go ahead and save your changes. Okay, once you save your changes, then everything should be good, but don't forget to save. Okay, in the next video, we are going to talk about what dependencies are. We're going to talk about what the Maven central repository is and so forth. But go ahead and do this, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Maven Central Repository. Okay, so what is the Maven Central Repository? In the previous video, we went to the nvnrepository.com, so the Maven Central Repository, and we retrieved the Selenium Java dependency, and we added this to our pom.xml file. Okay, but what is everything? What did we just do? Let's try to understand. So the Maven Central Repository is a public repository that serves as the default and central location for hosting and distributing Java libraries and artifacts built with Maven. It is managed by the Apple Maven project and maintained by Sonatype. Okay, now when you define these dependencies in your Maven project's pom.xml file, Maven looks for these dependencies in the central repository by default. Okay, so in other words, let me kind of explain this in layman terms, and let me give you a real-time example. So years ago, when Selenium Test Automation started becoming popular, a lot of folks had to go to the Selenium website and manually download the Selenium libraries. Okay, then they had to manually import these Selenium libraries to the Maven project, and in that process a lot of things could go wrong, and we would have to do things all over again. Sometimes it wouldn't work, and so on. So that was a very tedious task to do to get this up and running. Okay, then the Selenium Java dependency started being hosted on the Maven Central Repository. So this website here, okay, is a pretty much a location, a place where anyone can come and host Java libraries, okay, or dependencies, libraries for Java projects. Okay, now I'm saying the word anyone, but you do have to follow some guidelines and so on to host your libraries here. Okay, now here the Selenium Java dependency is available to us. So by just copying and pasting this dependency to our pom.xml file, once we saved this, our Maven project downloaded the libraries to our Maven project here, to our VS Code. Okay, and that's a really cool thing. Just by copying, pasting, and just saving, then our Maven project just downloaded these libraries to our project here, and that's really cool. We didn't have to do anything manually. All we needed was an internet connection. And for evidence, I'll show you this. So once we went ahead and saved this, on the bottom right here where you see Maven, let's click on it. Okay, you'll probably see something that looks like this. So I'll expand this, and then we can go ahead and expand dependencies here, and you'll see that we have the JUnit libraries here and the Selenium libraries right here. So that's true, right? We have a dependency here for JUnit. Okay, so we have the libraries here, and then we have the Selenium libraries here. Okay, and that's expected to see. That's pretty cool. They got downloaded once we saved our project. Okay, now if I go ahead and delete this, I'm gonna go ahead and delete this Selenium dependency here. Okay, and I'm gonna go ahead and save it. Okay, you're going to see that now the Selenium libraries are gone. So just like that, a very sensitive process, I was able to get rid of all of the Selenium libraries from my Maven project here. So this is to show you how sensitive the pom.xml can be. We can easily come in here and misconfigure something by accident. So be very careful. To be honest with you, in real-time projects, no one should be touching the pom.xml unless you have to add a dependency or upgrade the version of a dependency. Okay, so keep that in mind. I'm going to go ahead and add it back. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and save this. And just by saving our project, the dependency is back. Okay, so let's come back here. All right, so let's talk about what a dependency is in the pom.xml. In a pom.xml file of a Maven project, a dependency refers to an external library or module that your project relies on. Okay, for example, if we start writing Selenium code in one of our Java classes, if we get rid of the Selenium dependency, our code will start going crazy. It won't compile anymore. We'll start getting error messages saying that our code can't compile, that Selenium cannot be found, and so forth. That's because every single class that we will basically be creating, and all the most of the code that we'll be writing in our Java classes will be relying on external libraries, for example, like Selenium, and we're going to work with other external libraries as well. Okay, this is why, again, we mentioned that the pom.xml is the heart to the Maven project. Any misconfiguration, any accidental deletion can really, ruin your project. So be very careful with what you do. Okay, dependencies are declared in the pom.xml file to specify the other tasks, artifacts, or project needs in order to compile, run, or perform specific tasks. Okay, the key elements of a dependency declaration in a pom.xml. So we have a group ID, artifact ID, version. Let's go back here and let's see if that's true. Okay, so let's take a look at this right here. We have the group ID, we have the artifact ID, and we have the version. That is true. That's all we need. Right here we have the artifact ID, version, group ID, and sometimes scope. You can have scope as well. We'll talk about this later. Now this is being highlighted for myself here. It looks like there's an issue here and I need to resolve it. So let's discuss this. If this is happening to you, it says right here, dependency conflict in Selenium Java. com.google.guava guava 31.0.1 JRE conflict, Maven dependency conflict. So you can just ignore this for now. If you see this, that's if you see it. If you don't, that's good. I'll go ahead and close it. Let's see if we close VS Code and we open it again. Okay, give me 1 second, and there it is. So our pom.xml is fine. Okay. If you see this little pop-up, by the way, that says null annotation types have been detected in the project, do you wish to enable null analysis for this project? Just click enable and you should be good to go. Okay, so just like this, sometimes with VS Code you may have some issues where you have to just close VS Code and reopen it. That's completely fine, no biggie. Okay, but this video was to provide you information on what the Maven Central Repository is, the benefits of being able to easily integrate any library, any external library that we will be using to your pom.xml file, and to discuss what dependencies were or are. Okay, so enough theory and let's get hands-on. Okay, so navigating to a website. So I'm going to jump back to VS Code, and well, I had the pom.xml file. Because the pom.xml file is a very sensitive file, if I'm not going to use it, then just close it. We already discussed how we can accidentally change something or misconfigure something, and that can just throw a whole project off. Okay, so it's better to just keep it closed. I'm going to go to the test.java in the class where we previously wrote this print statement here to print out I am a cool tester. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and delete this, and what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to type in WebDriver. Okay, WebDriver driver equals new Chrome driver. Let's work with Chrome browser for now. Please make sure that Chrome browser is installed. Okay, so on line 6 I'm getting errors That is because I need to import the WebDriver interface, and the way I can do that is by clicking on this, clicking on the bulb, and importing the WebDriver interface from the Selenium library. And then we need to do the same thing with the Chrome driver class. Okay, so I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to click on the bulb, and I'm going to import Chrome driver from the Selenium library. Okay, so what I've done here is I've instantiated the pretty much instantiating Chrome driver class, but I'm also making a reference to the WebDriver interface. In Java, you cannot create an object of an interface. You can only make an indirect reference, as I'm doing here. So this driver variable is pointing to the WebDriver interface, but also to the Chrome driver class. Okay, so next, what I'll do is I'll do driver.get. So I'm going to use a method called get, and this get method expects a string argument. Okay, and here this string argument will be the URL. So in this course, we're going to be working with several sites. So here I'm going to share with you guys in the description of this video this wonderful practice site that we use at Chroma Tech Academy that simulates a real Chroma Tech school management system. It's really great for practice. It has great real-time project challenges and so forth. Okay, so I'll share the URL, and when we need to log in, I'll also share the credentials with you guys as well. Okay, so I'm going to go here and I'm going to paste the URL right here. I'm going to click File, Save All, and you should be good to go. Now, what I'm expecting to happen here is I'm expecting Chrome browser to open, and I'm expecting my program to navigate to this website. Okay, so let's see if that happens. I'm going to click Run. Okay, and it did. Okay, so you see here that my Chrome browser opened and it navigated to this website. That's exactly what I wanted to happen, right? And it worked. Now, if you're using Mac, you'll notice that you'll have a lot of Chrome icons on the bottom in your dock, and just right click and quit them for now. Okay, if you keep running your program, you'll keep having a lot of those Chrome icons open. Just right click and force quit them. If not, they'll take up a lot of your RAM memory. Yes, later I'll show you how to properly close a browser. Okay, but for right now, just write this program and navigate to this website. If it works, then congratulations, you are officially a test automation engineer. You should be really proud of yourself for even making it this far. If you made it this far in the videos, you are a cool tester, and I have a lot of respect for you for even following through. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and close this, okay, for now, and that's great. We navigated to this site. Now, you can do the same thing with Firefox, okay, and with Edge browser. You know what? Let's go ahead and do that right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to comment this line out here, and I'm going to hit enter, and I'll say WebDriver equals new Firefox, okay, Firefox, okay, driver. Okay, that's the name of the driver we want to use. Okay, now also make sure that you have Firefox installed. If not, it's not going to work. Here, let's make a comment on top of, let's just make a comment right here. Let's say navigate, okay, navigate to navigate, let's say here using Chrome browser. Okay, let's say using Chrome browser. Here I'm going to say using Firefox browser. Okay, Firefox browser, and we will also try Edge out. So I do have Firefox installed. Let's see if this works. By the way, if this is your first time running this program, sometimes it takes a while for your browser to open if it's the first time. Okay, so you know, it doesn't mean your computer is slow, it just means that it's the first time. I'm going to go ahead and run this, and you can tell that it's printing and it opened in my other screen here. Okay, so this is Firefox. Okay, so it opened Firefox browser and it navigated to the site. Cool. I'm gonna go ahead and format this code real quick so it looks nice. Okay, so this is how we can navigate to Chrome, and here let me go ahead and hit enter. By the way, the moment I comment this out, if you know Java, it's because I commented out this reference variable here, okay, just for sample's sake here. Let's try Edge out. So let's say WebDriver driver equals new, let's say Edge, okay, Edge driver like this. Okay, let's see if we can import this Edge driver class as well. So you need to import this, okay, and let's see if it works. Now I do have Edge installed. Make sure that you also have Edge installed. If you're using a Mac, you can also use Edge on Mac. Okay, so you can go ahead and install it. So I'll go ahead and run it, and it does open Edge browser and it does navigate to the website. So that's cool. So we went ahead and navigated to this website using Chrome browser, Firefox browser, and Edge browser. Okay, with the remaining of the course, we'll probably just use Chrome, but this is a good example of how you guys can navigate to a website using different browsers. Okay, let's go back to our slides here. Okay, so here are the steps to how to navigate to a website. First, you want to make sure you have the necessary WebDriver implementation. So for example, a Chrome driver, Firefox driver, it depends which browser you want to use, and the associated driver executable setup and available in your project. So here's the thing though, we actually don't need to do this right here anymore. Before, with the older version of Seleniums, we need to do something like system.setProperty and set the path to some of our binary files, or we needed to specify the path to one of the drivers, or you could have implemented a remote WebDriver, for example, like WebDriver Manager. Okay, but with the latest version of Selenium, I mean, just look how easy this was. With just 2 lines of code, we were able to open the browser and navigate to a website. Okay, and that is that's really cool stuff. It's so easy now, right? So that's the cool thing about these libraries. They keep getting better and easier to use. Okay, so that's really, really cool. So let's go back. You want to import the required package. So import the necessary Selenium WebDriver classes in your code. That happened once we had to click on this and import these classes. We imported these statements up here. Okay, these are underlined because they're being unused because I commented these lines out. Okay, if I were to comment it out again, it would not be underlined anymore. Okay, so you know what, let's modify this code now because we're using the same driver variable here. I would like for you guys to see everything. So let's call this variable here Chrome driver like this, and let me just do this just so you can, this is just for your notes, by the way, what I'm doing here. I'll just copy this reference variable and replace it here, and give me 1 second. I'll go ahead and uncomment this out. This was for Firefox, so I'll just call this reference variable Firefox driver like this. I'll just copy this statement. Okay, I'll just copy this statement, paste it here, but instead of driver, I'll use Firefox driver, and here I'll just call this driver Edge driver. Okay, now I'm just doing this so you guys can see, but traditionally you just only want to use one driver. Okay, and so on, but we'll talk about that when it comes to framework design. So now if I run this program, right, 3 browsers are going to open and they're going to navigate to the same site. So Chrome browser will open and navigate to this website. Firefox browser will open and navigate to this website. Edge browser will open and navigate to this website. Let's see if that's true. Let's run it. So I do have another monitor, so they're opening on this monitor here. So Firefox, Chrome, and then we also had Edge. Okay, so pause this video, write the same code that I did, and you see that my code, my program opened all 3 browsers as expected and navigated to this website here. Okay, so This was just for sample's sake, right? But moving forward, we'll only be working with Chrome browser, or we'll be working with one browser, not all three browsers. Later on in the course, when we start framework design and develop our test automation framework, I'll show you how to execute test cases in different browsers at the same time, okay? So we'll cover that later. Let's go back to our slides. And you know what? Let's go ahead and close these browsers for now until I show you how to properly close the browsers. Okay, so let's go back to our slides here. Create a WebDriver instance, instantiate an object of the WebDriver implementation you are using, such as Chrome driver or Firefox driver. That's what we did here. Okay, that's what we're doing. We're instantiating a reference to this Firefox driver class, or this Chrome driver class, or this Edge driver class. Okay, and let's say there are other ways. There's another way to navigate to a website. Okay, but before we talk about this way, one more thing I'd like to discuss is right now you see that we're doing WebDriver Chrome driver equals new Chrome driver. So we can also do something like this. Okay, like Chrome driver equals new Chrome driver. We can do this as well, and it would work on Chrome browser. Okay, for example, we can do driver.get, same thing. But why would we do this instead of this, right? We can make an object of a class, but why go through the hassle of doing this instead of this? This is more of an advanced Selenium concept that we will discuss at the end towards like interview question time as well. Okay, so by the way, this interview question with the answer is at the end of this video as well, but we'll cover this as well later. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and delete this. I just wanted to let you know that this would work on Chrome browser, but only Chrome browser. Okay, so let's go back to our notes to see how else we can navigate to a website. So we can use a the navigate to method. Okay, the navigate to method is another way to navigate to a website. It also accepts a string parameter representing the URL. The difference is that navigate to allows you to chain multiple navigation actions together. For example, we can say driver.navigate to the URL, and this would navigate to the website. But then we can refresh the page. We can say navigate.refresh. Okay, so for example, we could do driver.navigate refresh. Then if you need to, you can also go back a page. You can do navigate.back. You can also go forward a page by saying driver.navigate.forward. You could do this. It depends on the test case that you're automating. Sometimes you may have to go back a page. Sometimes you may have to go forward a page. You are the best judge as to when you need to use these methods. But to verify that this works, okay, the navigate to, I'll come back here. Let's do this with Chrome browser. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and comment this out. And I'll stay, because it's not called driver here, it's called Chrome driver. I'll say Chrome driver dot navigate dot to, and here I'll pass the string URL right here. I'll just copy this and paste it here. Okay, and let's go ahead and run this, and let's see if it works. So it did open in another monitor, and since our program is opening 3 browsers, you see Chrome, Firefox, and Edge. So that also did work. I'm going to close these. One thing you should know though is that driver.get, the get method, is the preferred and the most popular way of navigating to a website. Okay. However, this could be an interview question as well. What are a few ways to navigate to a website? And a lot of candidates would say, oh, we can use the get method, but they forget about the navigate to method as well. Okay, that's also covered in interviews, but it's important that you understand these concepts. Okay, so go ahead and review the information on these slides. It's pretty good. Go ahead and write this program out. If you did, good job, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Hey folks, welcome back. creating this video and throwing it somewhere in the beginning of the series once we started using VS Code, because some of you guys have been asking me questions and commenting on what these are right here. So I just opened some random class, which is called locators.java. Now, I did record some other classes, so if you don't have the exact same project I have here, don't worry. I'm just quickly making this video to make a point. So you see here on line 21 where I'm saying username textbox.send keys, and then there's ... keys to send. So with some of the Java statements that I wrote, some of the Selenium Java statements, you'll see a lot of these hints. Okay, it doesn't mean that I'm writing this down. I'm actually not typing ... keys to send. These are called inlay hints. Okay, so if you want to turn those off, it's very easy. We'll go to File, go to Preferences, and then I'll go to Settings. If you're using a Mac, just go to VS Code, go to Settings, and then go to Settings again. And then here in the search settings, type in the word inlay like this. And where you see here, editor inlay hits enabled, let's go ahead and turn it off if it bothers you. You don't have to do this, by the way. I'm just making a point since a lot of you guys are thinking that I'm typing those hints down. I'm actually not. Okay, so I'll go ahead and click off. And then if I go back to this same class, you see it's gone. We don't see the ... keys to send. And again, you may have seen this with my other Java statements as well. These are just hints. I'm not typing them down. It's a VS Code feature. Okay, I'm going to leave it on by default throughout the rest of the course because that's what may be on by default when you download VS Code and get everything started, right? But you can go ahead and turn them off if it bothers you. It's not a big deal. Okay, so I'll see you guys in the next video. Instantiating browsers. So I decided to record this video for interview questions sake. Now you could get asked a question during interviews that goes something like, hey, how do you open a browser with Selenium, or how do you instantiate a browser with Selenium? A lot of candidates would say, oh, you can just use the get method and the browser would open. Okay, that's incorrect because the get method navigates to a website. Okay, let's go into VS Code, to the code that we wrote in our previous video. Here we navigated to a website using the get method and also the navigate to method. We explained that they both work the same. We also mentioned some of the differences as well. Okay, now, well, a lot of folks again would say we can use the get method or navigate to method to open the browser, but that's not what opens the browser. That's just what navigates to a website. So how do you open a browser without navigating to a website? Okay, so I'm going to just comment out this code here just so that we don't get confused, and I'm going to comment this as well. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and delete it, right? No, you know what? We'll keep it here just to keep our notes here. Okay, just make sure you're writing these notes down for your own reference. I'm also going to comment out this statement here. And what's going to open the browser is actually this statement here. So there are two ways to open a browser. One, you make a reference to the WebDriver interface and the browser driver class you want to use. So in this case, I want to use Chrome browser, so I'm going to use this class name here. Okay. Now I'm not navigating to a website. If I go ahead and click on run, you'll see that the Chrome browser would open. So the Chrome browser instantiated. That's how you can open a browser with Selenium. Now it's a very easy concept, but a lot of these Selenium folks will like to ask you questions to really test your Selenium knowledge. Okay, so again, it's a very easy concept, very easy answer. Just make sure you're prepared to answer this question. Okay, so that's one way. Okay, that's how we opened up Chrome. Another way is by creating a direct object or an instance of the browser driver class we like to use. So let's say I'm working with Chrome. I'll do Chrome driver equals new Chrome driver. Again, in the later videos, we'll discuss the difference between this and this right here and why we prefer to use this instead. So if I go ahead and run this program, it'll do the same thing. Chrome browser instantiates, and this is exactly what we wanted. Okay, so a trick interview question there, very simple answer. Just be prepared to answer this, take notes down, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Browser options. Okay, so Selenium WebDriver offers a few options that we can perform before our test case execution. In most projects, it is common to maximize the browser in which the test cases will be executed in. Okay, and Selenium WebDriver also provides additional options such as clearing cookies before running your tests so that you can get more accurate results. Now, there are other options that we can implement into our test cases, but we will visit those options later once we get more familiar with Selenium. Okay, but for now, let's go into VS Code. I'm going to create a new class in the automation package here. So I'm going to right click, click new file. I'm going to call this class browser. Let's call this browser options, just like this, .java. And here we go. Okay, so I'm going to create a main method here, and inside this main method I need to instantiate the browser that we want to use. So let's use Chrome browser. So I'm going to make a reference to the WebDriver as we did in the previous video, and a reference to the Chrome driver class like this. Now if you get an error here like I did, it's okay, don't panic. Just know that we have to, or remember that we have to import the WebDriver interface from the Selenium library, and then you should be good. Okay, you may also have to import the Chrome driver class as well. For me, it was automatically imported. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and close this class here. It's good practice to close the classes that you're not working on. Okay, so anyway, here I'm expecting a Chrome browser to open. Okay, I'm expecting Chrome browser to instantiate with this statement as we discussed in the previous video. Now I'm going to navigate to a website. I'm going to say driver.get. Okay, and here we need a string argument. So I'm going to be using this Chroma Tech School Management System site that is also shared with you in the description of this video. And you know what, to kind of write somewhat cleaner code, I'll store this in a string, call it URL, and I'll paste the URL like this. Okay, so that then I can just use the reference variable here, URL, like this. Okay, so with this code, I'm expecting Chrome browser to instantiate, and I'm expecting Selenium WebDriver to navigate to this website. I'm going to go ahead and run this code to see if it works. So I'm running this, Chrome browser instantiates, and Selenium WebDriver navigated to this website. Wonderful. Okay, now let's navigate, actually let's maximize this browser, but let's maximize this browser before Selenium navigates to a website. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and close this before doing driver.get or even declaring this string argument here. After instantiating the Chrome driver here, let's go ahead and use the driver. So let's say driver.manage.window.maximize. Okay, so there's a method called maximize. Okay, and this right here is kind of like method chaining. So we have to do driver.manage.window.maximize. Okay, and this statement here, okay, using this method here, I'm expecting the browser to maximize. Now, if I delete this method, if you're curious, after window, you can just enter dot, and you can kind of see the other methods available from Selenium. So for example, you could also minimize a browser if you needed to, in case, you know, that's what your test case requires you to do. Okay, but for right now, we're just going to maximize. Okay, so let's go ahead and write a comment here. Let's say maximizing browser, okay, by using, let's see, maximize method. Okay, just like this. So now let's go ahead and run this program and let's see what happens. Okay, so Chrome browser instantiates, and as you saw, Selenium was able to maximize this browser, and then Selenium navigated to this website, and that's exactly what we wanted to do. Okay, now before proceeding as well, it's also good practice to delete cookies from your browser before of running your test, so that you may get more accurate results and you don't have any information there that's saved and giving you results that you're really not looking for. Okay, so here what I'll go ahead and do is I'll do driver.manage.delete all cookies. Okay, so we're using the manage pretty much method here, or actually interface, but it looks like a method. We'll do manage dot, And you see you have different options here. You can add cookies, you can delete all cookies, you can delete a specific cookie, you can delete a cookie named something, and so forth. Okay, it's always just best practice to delete all cookies just like this. Now with this statement, you're not going to see anything happen. You're not going to see the cookies being deleted, but the cookies will be deleted. And that way the browser that Selenium will be using won't have any information saved. Okay, so this is good. For example, you'll notice that sometimes when you use your own websites, for example, let's say you're logging into your bank account, sometimes when you use your browser, you see that your information was already cached. Okay, so you see your username there, maybe your password is populated already. You may not want that with your Selenium test cases. Okay, you want it to be a clear, clean page. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and run this. And again, you won't see anything happen with this statement, but cookies will be deleted. So I'm going to go ahead and run this. And browser instantiates, it maximizes, and bam, we are there. Okay, so good job if you were able to run this. Again, I would like to make a comment for those of you using Macs. You'll notice that every time you're running your code, you'll see on the bottom in the docking station that you'll see a lot of Chrome browser desktop icons. Go ahead and just right click and quit all of them. Okay, you'll just have to keep doing that until we discuss different ways to close a browser. Okay, so just do right click quit all or force quit so that it doesn't eat up your RAM on your laptop. Okay, so for now, go ahead and write this code out. We've been able to maximize our browser, delete all cookies, and we've been able to navigate to the website that we want to use. Inspecting elements and discussing locators. Okay, so inspecting elements is probably the heart of any test automation tool, and any test automation tool has their own way in which you can inspect elements. With Selenium, two of the most commonly used methods are findElement and findElements. Okay, these are methods here. Now the findElement method returns you one web element, okay, and it's usually the first element that matches the specified selector. And the findElements method returns you more than one web element, and you would use this purposely if you want to retrieve a number of elements that share the same attributes. Maybe you want a list of web elements, and we'll show you how you can use both of these methods. Okay, but to inspect these locators, actually you actually have 8 different options as of the time of this video with Selenium. Okay, so those 8 different options we call locators. Okay, and these locators are actually ID, name, class name, tag name, linkText, partialLinkText, cssSelector, and xpath. Okay, so to begin with, if you know your Java well, okay, you see how you guys can use this ID locator like this. Now, these locators, ID, name, class name, tag name, these are actually static methods from a class called by that is coming from the Selenium library. Okay, so you can see that these static methods are being referenced in a static way, and we're passing a string argument, okay, to these methods, and these string arguments will be basically the locator that we're using. Okay, so actually let's be hands-on with it, and let's go ahead and play around with this so you guys can get familiar with this. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and I'll use some examples so that you guys can understand how all of them work. Okay, so let's create a new class. Okay, and I'm gonna right click on the automation package here. I'm gonna create a new file, and let's call this locators.java. Okay, and in this locators class, I'll create a main method. Okay, and I'll make a let me just instantiate, let's use Chrome still. Okay, so I'll instantiate the Chrome driver here like this. Okay, remember that we need to import the WebDriver interface from the Selenium library and then the Chrome driver class. Okay, now for now this is okay, I forgot the new keyword here. Okay, happens. So let me go ahead and click this bulb here and import the Chrome driver class. Okay, now for the first few videos, folks, yes, we will be hard coding. I may be repeating some of this code over and over again, but as the videos go along, I'll show you guys how to organize this, and we'll be able to move fairly quickly. Okay, so here let's not forget to maximize the window, right? So or the browser. So we'll do driver.manage.window.maximize. Then let's go ahead and delete all cookies as well. Okay, delete all cookies, and we're good to go. Let me go ahead and declare a string, call it URL, and I'm going to go ahead and paste this link here. If you're starting to see, we're actually starting to write repetitive code, right? And when we start with framework design, this is something we want to avoid, but for sample's sake, we can do this for now. Okay, so we'll say driver.get, okay, and I'll make a reference to the URL reference variable here. Okay, here's the thing though. We know that this is going to open Chrome browser. The browser will be maximized, cookies will be deleted, and I'm expecting Selenium to navigate to this website. I'm just going to run this to make sure everything's working. Let me go ahead and close this class. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and run it, and Chrome browser opens, and we're good. Okay, now I want to send username and a password to these text boxes. Okay, so we have to tell Selenium to send this information to these web elements of this page. Okay, and we need to locate those web elements using one of the locators from Selenium. Let's see, even though we have 8 options, right? So we have ID, name, class name, tag name, linkText, partialLinkText, cssSelector, xpath. We have to just use what's available for us. Okay, so when you are on a web page like this, okay, you need to open what's called the developer tools, okay, or devTools, short for developer tools. You can do that by right-clicking on your mouse and clicking on inspect, and you'll see that the devTools will open. All of this is called developer tools, by the way. Okay, or what you can also do, there's a keyboard shortcut where you can just hit F12 and the devTools will open up as well. Okay, you'll see here that we have different options. We have elements, console, sources, network performance, memory, application security. We do cover what's in these tabs with other types of testing. For example, when it comes to API testing, we talk about the network tab and so on. Okay, but here, make sure to click on elements. Okay, and here's where you will find the HTML information of all of the web elements on this page right now. Okay, you notice that when you start scrolling down, you may see the page highlight just a bit, kind of like this. Okay, here's where we will find the information to this username text box here and this password text box here. Okay, now I have this password manager from Bitdefender, so just ignore that for now. But you won't see these drop downs as I do. Okay, so I need to inspect this element, the username text box. The way you would do that is by clicking on this arrow here on the top left, okay, so that we can inspect this element. So once you click on it, you notice that even it gets highlighted a certain color. If I unclick on it, it's not highlighted anymore. So I'll go ahead and click on it, and then when I move my mouse across the page, right, you notice that I can inspect any of these elements: the sign in button, the forgot password link here, the password text box, the username text box, this image here, and other web elements of this page. Okay, so I want to focus on the username text box for now. So let me go ahead and click on the username text box. Once you click on that, you'll see that the DOM will be highlighted here with the information of the HTML information of this web element. Now let me stop there because I said the word DOM. So this entire thing here, this HTML document is in what's called a DOM, document object model. Okay, you can refer to it as the DOM, right? But you can also refer to it as the HTML information of this web page. Anyway, here is the HTML information for this text box here. Now, let's try to kind of understand this first, okay? Especially this is your first time. Every single web element on this page will have HTML information like this right here, okay? Every single element, though, will have what's called a tag name, okay? So the tag name is the first keyword after this open anchor tag right here, okay? And this is the tag name. Then after the tag name, you have what are called attributes and attribute values. Attributes and attribute values are specified in key and value pairs. So right here, this attribute called type is the key, and the value to this attribute right here is text. Okay, if we move forward, we have a name attribute here, okay, and the attribute value to the name attribute is username. Then we have placeholder, okay, where the attribute is placeholder and the value is username. We also have value. Value right now is empty. We'll talk about value later, actually, especially when we start to interact with calendars and so on. But then we have class, okay? We have class, and then we have the attribute value of class right here. Then we have ID, okay? And right here you see we have ID, and we have the attribute value of ID, and so forth, okay? So you'll find a lot of the HTML information of this web element here. Now keep in mind though that every web element may not have a lot of this information. There are some web elements that just have one attribute and one attribute value. And then those web elements actually get a little bit more complicated to inspect or to locate, but we'll show you how to do that as we progress with the course. Okay, so now, right here, for example, if we look at our slides, there are 8 different locators: ID, name, class name, tag name, linkText, partialLinkText, cssSelector, and xpath. Okay, so I'm going to go back here to this page, and I'm going to see first if we have an ID attribute. Okay, do we have an ID attribute? Yes, we do, and it's right here. The ID attribute value is right here called form username. Okay, so let's go back to VS Code, and after navigating to this website, let's do driver, okay, driver, and now we're going to use the find element method, okay, the one without the S, because we only want to inspect one element. So you notice when I type in find, we have 2 options: find element or find elements. Let's work with find element right now that returns a web element here. So I'm going to click on it, and then here I need to pass an argument. We need to say by. We need to call the ID method in a static way because it's static. It's declared in the by class. So we'll say by.id. And this ID method expects a string argument, okay, right here. That string argument is going to be the attribute value of the ID attribute on the web page. So I'm going to go ahead and close this statement with a semicolon, right? And I'm going to go back to the web page, and I'm just going to double click on this and just copy it. Okay, so I'm copying the attribute value of ID. Now I'm going to go back to my code here, and I'm going to delete whatever I had here and just paste that that attribute value here. Okay, so right now with my code, what I'm doing is I'm just locating the element. I'm not doing anything to it. Okay, so what we'll do is if I hover over the find element method, you'll notice that the return type is a web element right here. Okay, so what I can do is I can store this in a web element. We can do web element, and let's call this username text box like this, and then just initialize it with the statement right here. And then you may get an error. Let me go ahead and move this to the left. You may get an error here because we need to import a web element from the Selenium library like this, okay, as we've done before. Go ahead and import it, and you should be good to go. Now, we've just located it. That's it. We're not doing anything yet with this element. We've just located that element. So now what I'll do is I'll say username text box dot, and we're going to use a method called send keys because we're going to send basically a sequence of character to that text box. So you may get confused because it's not called send text. It's actually called send keys because Selenium is sending characters in a sequence to a text box. So let's hit send keys. And as an argument here, okay, we can enter whatever we want. So the actual username that we will be using is called general@teacher.com. Okay, this is the username that we will be, or that we want to send with Selenium here. So before running this program, let me kind of talk about what I did here. First, I inspected the element using find element method here. Okay, and we are locating this element using ID. Okay, we had to call this in a static way from the by class, and we're passing a string argument. That string argument is the attribute value to the ID attribute of that element. Now, this statement was getting a little too long. We can continue to write pretty much all of this information after this statement, but instead we just stored it in a web element just like this, okay? So that we may write just a little bit more cleaner code, okay? So we said username text box dot send keys and so on, okay? So I'll go ahead and save this and let's run it and let's see what happens, okay? So we run this and there you go. So Selenium was able to send this username to the username text box, okay? So go ahead and try this out, okay? And it should work, assuming you inspected everything correctly and you wrote your code just as is. Now, if this website got updated, just use the updated ID attribute value for ID, okay? In the next video, we'll talk about how to continue to inspect elements using other locators. Hello folks, let's proceed by inspecting elements using other locators. So in the previous video, we went ahead and inspected an element using ID. So let's go ahead and inspect the password text box now using name, okay? So let's go back to our code here and let's just kind of make a note here for ourselves. I forgot to add this comment in the last video. This is just for your reference. So I'll say locating using ID locator, okay, or method, because it is a method from the by class, right? So I'll go ahead and just close this and clear that line, and then go ahead and hit enter for a couple lines, and then I'll say locating, okay, locating using name locator or method, okay? So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to type in driver dot, again, find element. We're not at find elements yet, okay? We will get to that part later in the course, I promise you that. So find element, and then here I'll enter by dot, and I'll type in name. And actually, let's kind of step back a little bit. When I entered by and then hit dot, you can actually see all of the locators here, right, that we just discussed about: class name, ID, xpath, cssSelector, tagName, linkText, name, partialLinkText, and so forth. So I'm going to go ahead and play around with name, okay? And then here the string argument is going to be the attribute value of the name attribute. So let's go back to the website here and let's inspect this password text box. So again, let's click on this button here, and then let's go ahead and click on this text box, and then we have this information here. So first of all, let's see if it even has a name attribute. If it doesn't, we can't use it, but I do see it here, right? Name, and the attribute value is password. So I'll go ahead and just copy this password here, go back to VS Code, and I'll go ahead and paste it here. Let me go ahead and close this statement with the semicolon as well, okay? And I'm going to store it in a web element as I did up here. So I'll say web element, and let's call this password text box, and just initialize it with this statement here. Now, I do want to say that if you are experiencing some errors, sometimes most students make mistakes because they're rushing and they're typing too fast. So just go ahead and pause this video, right? Look at my code again, look at yours, compare it, slow down a bit, and you'll be able to resolve most issues just by doing that, okay? But if you're experiencing other issues, please reach out to us and we will help you out. Okay, now that I've gone ahead and located this element, so what do we want to do? We want to send text to this element. So I'll say password text box dot send keys. Okay, and we want to enter the argument of characters that we want to send to this text box. So the password is actually going to be 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, just like this. And actually, when you enter a password on this site, you actually won't be able to see the password. It's going to be all it's going to be hidden, like you just saw right now. Okay, so I'll go back here, and that's what we're expecting to do. So we located the password text box using the name locator. Okay, and let's go ahead and run it. Let's see what happens. So I'm going to go ahead and run this program. Okay, there you go. Browser opens, maximize. The username was sent to the username text box, and then the password was sent to the password text box. Okay, so this is locating an element using name. Okay, let's proceed with inspecting elements using class name. So this one is quite interesting. After doing some research, I'll basically explain to you what research I made. But guys, if you performed other research, leave a comment below. I like to learn from you guys as well. So I like to hear your thoughts as well. Okay, so let's go ahead to our VS Code. Let's create another couple lines here. And let's say locating using class name locator or method. Okay, so now let's go back and let's locate the password text box again, but this time using class name. So I'm gonna go ahead and just comment line 24 and 25 because I want to locate it again, but differently. Okay, so I've already located the password text box using name, but now I want to use class name. Okay, so let's do driver, okay, dot find element by dot class name. Okay, and this class name method expects a string argument. I'm going to go ahead and close this with a semicolon here. Okay, now which string argument though? That's the interesting part, because looking at the developer tools or the HTML information of web elements, there's actually no attribute called class name. Okay, we actually have to use the name of the class attribute. Okay, and I'm going to really enjoy showing you this example because we'll also learn something interesting about using class. Okay, so just make a note of this. When you are using class name, right, you have to use the attribute value of class attribute right here, and this is the attribute of the class attribute. Okay, this is the attribute value of the class attribute. So I'm gonna go ahead and copy this, right? But the interesting thing here is if you see this, there's actually a space here. Okay, let's see if this works. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to VS Code, and actually let's store this in a web element, but first I'm going to paste the attribute value here, and I'm going to paste this, I'm going to store this in a web element, call it, I'll call it the same thing, password text box, just like this. Okay, and yep, we're good there. Okay, so I'll come here and I'll do password text box dot send keys, and I'll go ahead and enter the password 1 2 3 4 5 6. So from the looks of it here, I am expecting Selenium to locate this password text box using class name. Okay, and I want Selenium to send 1 2 3 4 5 6 to that password text box. I'm gonna go ahead and format my code just to kind of organize it a bit. I'll do that doing Control-Shift-F or Command-Shift-F. This will work if you have the Eclipse key map extension installed. Okay, so there it is. I formatted this code. Now I'm gonna go ahead and run this program. Let's see what happens. Okay, so Chrome browser instantiates. Okay, the username gets sent, and then the password doesn't get sent. Okay, so it didn't work. So let me go back here and exit this out. And if we look at the debug console, okay, we see a stack trace message. Okay, so it says right here, exception in thread main, in the main method. Okay, we're getting an exception called invalid selector exception. And the message here says compound class not permitted. Okay, so here, when we were locating this element here, this class name, a compound class means that the attribute value of the class attribute has a space. Okay, and Selenium won't be able to work with that. Okay, so if you have a class right here, for example, the class attribute right here, if you look at the DOM right here, right away you should know that you won't be able to use class name. You can use it differently. I'll show you how when we start writing xpaths, but when you see this, this is a compound class and you won't be able to locate this element using this space here. Now if it didn't have a space, you would be able to use it just fine without any issues. Okay, but for the most part, these Selenium exceptions, okay, like for example the invalid selector exception, Selenium does a pretty good job at telling you what went wrong with your code, and it even tells you where in your class that failure, that exception, where that exception was thrown, okay, or where that failure happened, which is right here. Okay, so in the following videos, when we cover how to write xpaths, we're going to come and revisit this example to show you how we can actually use class and the attribute value of class with an xpath, and it would work. Okay, so I'll see you guys in the next video. Inspecting an element using tag name. Okay, so do you remember when we started talking about the HTML information of an element, and we mentioned that the first keyword after the anchor tag is the tag name to the element? So that would be the tag name. Okay, so let's go back to our VS Code, and you know what, let's go ahead and comment lines 28 and 29 out, because they're not going to they're going to make our test fail right now. Okay, our script fail, and it won't work. We already discussed why. Compound class names cannot be used with the class name locator. Okay, but we will cover that when we start talking about xpaths and css selectors and so on. So let's go ahead and actually come back to our script here, ladies and gents. Let's go ahead and uncomment this. Okay, so that we can enter text. Actually, no, let's go ahead and comment this out. We want to send, I would like to send a text to the password text box again, but using tag name. Okay, so let's do driver dot find, let's do find element by dot tag name like this. Okay, and I'll go ahead and close the statement here. Okay, so the tag name of this password text box, okay, is input. Now here's the thing though, right? If we pay very close attention to this, this element here has the tag name input, but if you look up here, when we inspected the username text box, it also has the tag name input as well. And you know what, there could be another input somewhere else in the DOM, right? One way to know that is, let me kind of scroll this up. You can click anywhere in the DOM and do Control F or Command F if you have Mac. Okay, and you see this little search bar down the bottom will open up. Not sure if you guys can see it. Let me perhaps minimize this browser here. Okay, and there it is right here. Let me go ahead and minimize it right here. Okay, so this would come up once you do Control F or Command F, and I'm just going to type in input. Okay, NPUIT. Okay, and it looks like there are 4 elements on this page that contain the word input. This right here, when I hover over it, this is the tag name, okay, of some element. And when I hover over this information here, it doesn't highlight the username or the password text box. So it's locating something else. Okay, now what's going to happen is this. Okay, let's specify the tag name input here. Let me store this in a web element, and actually, just because we want to do this quickly, I would like to show you as well. We've been doing this in the last videos, but you can actually continue on from the statement after this. So I'll delete the semicolon. So I'll say by tag name input, and then I'll do dot send keys, and the text we would like to send is 1 2 3 4 5 6. Now this is assuming that Selenium would enter 1 2 3 4 5 6 in the password text box, but let's see what happens. Okay, let's run this program. So I'm going to run this program here. So Selenium opens the browser, maximizes, it sends the username to the username text box, and then it stopped there. Okay, so let's close this browser and let's see what the debug console says. Okay, so I'm reading this stack trace message here, and it says right here, we have an exception called element not interactable exception. The element is not interactable. We can't send keys to the element that we located. Well, that makes sense because, first of all, right here, this tag name, the tag name of this element is input. But you notice it's not highlighting the username or password text box, and those are the only text boxes on this page. So, few things to note here. Selenium will always locate the first element with this information and try to interact with it. Okay, you notice that if we scroll down, okay, the information that we want is actually down here, but Selenium found this one first. Okay, Java runs from top to bottom, but Selenium also runs from left to right as well, or top to bottom. Okay, so this is the first element that Selenium found, and Selenium tried to send text to this element here, but you notice nothing is being highlighted. Either the username or password text boxes are not being highlighted. Okay, so that's why Selenium cannot send keys to those text boxes. Okay, and it's trying to send keys to an element that is not a text box, therefore the element is not interactable. Okay, so here we finally encountered a challenge, like we did in the previous video, where we can't use tag name for situations like these. I will show you later how to use tag name, especially when we're verifying links on a web page and so forth. Okay, those tag name locators will become very useful to us later on in the video. Okay, so just to recap real quick, you can't always use tag name, and the program here that we ran, the exception that we encountered, was clear evidence that the first element Selenium finds with that information that we provided to that locator, Selenium will interact with that first element first. Okay, because Selenium will scan the page from top to bottom, and that's how it works. And again, we have right here one of 4 elements that have the input tag name. So Selenium cannot just send text to all of these text boxes at once unless we wrote some program to do so. Okay, so again, here is another challenge with tag name. So far in this video, we've encountered 2 challenges. One with a compound class name, and now with tag name as well. Okay, I'd like to stop here and make a note that if you are enjoying this content, guys, please give us a shout out, like and subscribe to our channel. We have a lot of content for you guys that's going to be released. Okay, so just keep watching these videos. We have great interview questions for you with answers at the end of this video as well. We are here for your support as well. Check out our courses at Chroma Tech Academy. We have a lot more very good courses that would get you into the IT field as a test automation engineer, or as a software tester, or QA analyst, or business analyst, even Scrum Master as well. Okay, so check out our videos, and thanks for the support. Inspecting elements using linkText and partialLinkText. Okay, so let's go back to VS Code, and we do kind of have a big mess here of all these commented out lines and so forth. In the previous video, we located an element using tagName, which didn't work out, but let's go ahead and make a note here just for your reference here. Let's say locating using tagName. We're going to say locator / method. Okay, and I'm gonna go ahead and comment it out because it's not going to work anyway. These are just for your notes here, and I'm gonna go ahead and so here we are sending the username to the username text box, and I'm going to uncomment this out again so that we can send the password to the password text box. I'm gonna go ahead and format this code, Control-Shift-F or Command-Shift-F, and I'm gonna go ahead and run this just to make sure it works. So I should see a Chrome open. We should see the username and the password there. Perfect. Okay, so it's working. All right, so now when should we use these two locators, linkText and partialLinkText? Okay, so let's work with linkText first. But one thing you should know right off the bat is that these locators only work with links. Okay, and we need to specify the text of the link. So what is a link in a web page? Okay, so actually let's go back to the application here where we had the developer tools open, and let's go and play around with the sign in button. Okay, let's go and interact with the sign in button. Okay, so or actually let's do the forgot password. So a link on a web page, right, is anything that starts with anchor tag A. So in most cases you would know what a link is, but if you don't know what it is, you can just inspect. For example, this forgot password could be a link, and it is. It starts with anchor tag A. Okay, so every single link on a web page starts with tag name A. Okay, now you'll know that this says right here forgot password, but if you look at the information here, there's something that's called href. Okay, this is a hyperlink, by the way, and this is the URL that we would get prompted to if we clicked on this link here. Okay, we don't see, for example, here it looks like we're going to the forgot password page here, but here we don't see that. We don't see https://chroma.mexel.it and so forth. Instead, we just see a text here. Okay, and this is the text of the link. Okay, so let's go ahead and try to interact with this. If we click on it, we get prompted to this page that's called forgot password. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and go back, and let's go ahead and click on this. Okay, so we're going to mess around with the we're going to go ahead and interact with the forgot password. With the sign in button though, we cannot inspect this using partialLinkText or linkText because it is not a link. It doesn't start with tag name A. Okay, so these locators, linkText and partialLinkText, will only work with links. All right, so let's go back to VS Code, and let me just create two lines here, and let's go ahead and do driver. Okay, driver dot find element by dot linkText. Okay, and here as a string argument, we need to specify the text of the link. Okay, but here's the thing: the difference between partialLinkText and linkText is that with linkText we need to use the full text of the link. It can't be the partial text of the link. Okay, so let's go back, and the text of the link is forgot password, but you notice that if I inspect this element again, it has forgot password with the question mark. Okay, and if I open this HTML information of this web element with tag name A, if I expand it, you'll see the text of the link. Okay, you'll actually see that it says forgot password with a question mark. So we actually need to enter that. Let's see if it works. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and just go back to VS Code, and here I'll enter forgot password with the question mark, and we need to spell it the exact same way. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to the web page. Okay, capitalize F, capitalize P, question mark. Let's see here, we are good to go. Okay, and you know what, we can just continue with this statement. We'll say .click. Okay, so there's a method called .click, and this is how we click on web elements. Very simple, very easy. Okay, so I'm expecting Selenium to open the browser, enter username, password, and then click on forgot password, the forgot password link. Okay, let's see if it works. So I'm going to go ahead and run this. The browser opens, navigates, and it did. So it clicked on the forgot password link. Okay, now we said that with linkText, you need to use the entire text of the link, the full text of the link. Let's see what happens if I deleted the question mark and let's say the D. Okay, so at this point, this is the partial text of the link. Let's see if the partial text of the link works with linkText. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and run this. The browser opens, navigates to the website, enters username and password, and you see it stops right there. It didn't work. Okay, it didn't work. And if we come back to VS Code, the debug console up here tells us no such element exception. Okay, no such element, unable to locate element using linkText, forgot password was not found. It does not exist. This is evidence that we can't use the partial text of the link with the linkText locator. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and add the in the question mark back. Let's add a comment up here and say locating. Okay, locating using linkText locator. You can also say slash method, okay, because it is a method of, it's a static method that's declared in the by class. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and comment this out because now I'm going to show you how to work with partial linkText. Okay, so I'm just going to create two lines here. I'm going to say driver dot find element by dot partial linkText. Okay, open and closing parentheses, and I'm going to close this statement here. Okay, so now this is the partial linkText locator. The way we can use this is we can actually specify just the partial text of the link here. Okay, so the link was forgot password, right? I'm going to go ahead and copy this with the question mark. Okay, and actually at the end I forgot, let's delete the semicolon. Let's click on it. So I'll do .click. Okay, just like this. So here let's see if this works. I'm entering the entire text of the link. Let's see if it works. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and save it. I'm going to run it, and I'm expecting the forgot password link to be clicked on, and it did work. Okay, Selenium clicked on the forgot password link. So this is evidence that we can enter the entire text of the link and use it with partial linkText, and it would work. Let's go ahead and delete the question mark and a D and maybe the R. Okay, so now this is the partial text of that link. Okay, but we're using partial linkText now. So I'm going to go ahead and save my changes and run it, and let's see if it works. Okay, so Selenium opens and it did work. Okay, Selenium clicked on the forgot password link using the partial linkText locator, and we only entered the partial text of the link. Okay, so this right here works. So we're going to say locating using partial linkText. Okay, partial linkText locator or method. Okay, and again, these are all static methods that belong to the by class. Okay, and the by class comes from the Selenium library. All right, so anyway, so this is the difference between linkText and partial linkText. It's a very easy way to interact with links on a web page. Okay, in the next videos we'll cover cssSelector and xpaths. Inspecting elements using cssSelector. Okay, so cssSelector and xpaths are actually very different. We have a lot of flexibility with them, and we have to actually write them a little bit differently. Okay, they're a little bit more complicated than the other locators. Okay, but we use them the most because a lot of elements on modern applications today are actually very tricky to locate, and we're able to locate them either by using cssSelectors or xpaths. But let's talk about cssSelectors. There are many ways you can actually write a CSS selector. If you go on Google and you look up how to write a CSS selector, to locate elements, you will see a lot of options, okay? A lot of different ways. But two common ways here is by using the hash sign and then the attribute value of ID. So let's go ahead and try this one out first to see how it works. Okay, so let's go back to VS Code. In the previous video, we wrote some code to click on that forgot password link. I'm gonna go ahead and comment this out. Okay, and we were at some point sending the username and then sending the password to the password text box. I'm gonna go ahead and comment this again with the password text box, or sending the password to the password text box, and I want to send the password but using a CSS selector this time. Okay, so I'll do driver dot find element by dot CSS selector, and then here let's try method number 1, which is the hash sign. Okay, so let's go ahead and enter the hash sign here, and then the attribute value of the ID attribute. Okay, so let's go to our web page here. Okay, so let's inspect the password text box. Okay, and let's look for the attribute value of ID attribute, which is form password. Okay, let's go ahead and copy this. Okay, let's go back to VS Code, and I'm going to go ahead and paste this here, and then afterwards I'll do dot send keys, and then I'll go ahead and enter 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, just like this. All right, so here I'm expecting Selenium to send password 1 2 3 4 5 6 by using a CSS selector, and this is one way we wrote it. So let's go ahead and run this program and let's see what happens. Okay, so Chrome browser instantiates, the username gets sent, and you saw that the password gets sent. So this is method 1 of writing a CSS selector and using it to locate an element. Okay, so that's method number 1. Let's go ahead and write this down. So locating using CSS selector. Okay, like this. I'm gonna say locator method. You know what? I'm just gonna write here hash, and I'm gonna say attribute value of ID. Okay, these notes are just here for your reference. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and comment this out because I'm going to try method number 2. Okay, and I actually want to revisit the concept of the compound class name, where we couldn't use it because Selenium does not interact with compound class names for the class name attribute. Okay, so now if we go back to our Sublime text here, this is method number 2. Okay, so open bracket attribute, and then the assignment operator, or the equal sign in this case, and then single quotes, but also double quotes would also work as well. I'll explain why you should avoid this. Okay, but this would also work. So I'm going to replace this with single quotes. And then here we need to insert the attribute value of whatever attribute we're locating here. Okay, so let's try to use that class and that compound class name. Okay, so let's go back to VS Code, and now let's do driver dot find element by dot CSS selector. Okay, and then here I'm going to go ahead and write just that. Okay, so you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go ahead and copy this. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and paste this here, just like this. The attribute name that we want to use is going to be class. Okay, so that's going to be class, and I'm going to go ahead and type in class like this, and the attribute value. So I'm going to go back to our page, and I'm going to copy this right here. Okay, this is the attribute value to the class attribute. Okay, before it wouldn't work using class name, but let's see if this works. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and paste this here, and then we want to dot send keys, and we want to send 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and write this out. Go ahead and write this code out. The statement is a little long, which is why I like storing these elements in a web element type. Okay, but this, again, we're just practicing now. Okay, so this is one whole statement here. I'm going to go ahead and run it. What I'm expecting Selenium to do is to send this password to the password text box using this CSS selector that's using the class attribute and the compound class name. Okay, so let's go ahead and run it and let's see what happens. So I'm going to go ahead and run it, Chrome browser opens, username and password. There you go. It worked. So this is evidence that we can use a compound class name, but only with cssSelector and also an XPath, but we'll get there. Okay. So these are the two most common ways to locate using cssSelector. Okay. Now you can write, again, you can write a cssSelector in many different ways. You can go ahead and Google and do more research, but I would say just pick like 1 or 2 ways and just memorize them by heart. Okay. Now let's come back here and let's write some notes down here. Okay. So I'll say locating using cssSelector. Okay. I'm gonna say locator method, and I'm just going to write this syntax here just for your notes here, and I'm going to paste it here. Now I actually want to show you something now, and I may as well just show you now. I'm going to talk about this again when we talk about XPaths, but remember when I mentioned that double quotes would work as well. Okay, so if we do this, let me go ahead and actually let me go ahead and change the single quotes here to double quotes. Okay, so you see here we have a single quote here, and then we have a single quote right here as well. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and replace this with a double quotes, and then this with the double quotes as well. Okay, so you see this issue we have here. It's not working. So with VS Code, it wouldn't work. Okay, now let me go back and actually copy this and paste it inside the string. Let's see what happens. Okay, and actually let me just change these single quotes to double quotes right here, double quotations, and I'm going to copy this and paste it here. Let's see what happens when I paste this inside a string. Okay, so I paste it and it doesn't work. Okay, now if you're using IntelliJ or Eclipse, it may work. It would, but you'll see that Eclipse or IntelliJ will try to use some control characters to break the string, because in Java you cannot paste a string inside a string. Okay, so it's best practice when you're writing a cssSelector or even an XPath to just store your attribute values, okay, in single quotes like this, because this is already a string right here. Okay, so anyway, that's just a fun fact there for using cssSelector. Anyway, go ahead and write this code out. In the next video, we'll talk about XPaths. Inspecting elements using XPath. Okay, so first of all, using XPath is actually one of the most common ways to locate elements with Selenium Test Automation for many reasons. We will get to know a lot of these reasons later on throughout the course, because we're going to be using it a lot and in very unique situations as well. Okay, but really there are 2 types of XPath. Okay, the first one is called a full XPath, also known as an absolute XPath. This XPath starts from the starting node of the actual DOM, and it starts with a single /. Okay, so let's go back to the web page here and let's inspect the password text box right here. Okay, so if you inspect this element or any element, you can just right click and go to copy and copy the full XPath. Okay, let's see what Chrome gave us. Let's go back to our notes here and let's paste it just right here for our notes. Okay, so you see that Chrome gave us this really long XPath here, and yes, it starts with a single / right here. Okay, and it kind of looks pretty interesting and weird, but to prove that this starts from the very parent and starting node of the DOM, you see how it starts with the HTML tag. Let's go back to the DOM and let's go all the way up, and you see that HTML is the starting node. This is the starting node of the entire DOM. Okay, and what's going on here, folks, we haven't really talked about this in detail. It's actually traversing through the entire DOM in order until it gets to that element, okay, the password text box. Okay, so for example, it's going to body, then it's going to div, and it's going step by step. Okay, so that is what an absolute XPath is, and it would work, but it's not good practice to write this type of XPath because there are a lot more efficient ways to write an XPath. But as usual, to prove it works, okay, let's go back to VS Code. And okay, so I'm going to comment this out from the previous video. Okay, poor password text box. We've just been messing around with it the whole time. Let's go ahead and enter 2 lines. I'll do driver.findElement by .xpath, and I'll paste this as a string argument. And you see it kind of looks really long and weird, and our statement is really long. So this definitely is not going to be best practice, but just for the sake of learning, pretend it is. Okay, so 1 2 3 4 5 6. So I want to send keys to this text box. Okay, and I'm expecting Selenium to locate the password text box with this absolute XPath and send this password to that text box. Okay, let's go ahead and save our changes and let's see what happens. Okay, so Chrome browser opens. Okay, and it did work. The password was sent. Okay, we were able to locate the element and it worked. But then again, it's not good practice to write such a long XPath when there are many other better ways to write them. So I'm going to go ahead and write a comment here. I'm going to say locating using full/absolute XPath. Okay, that's method number 1. And I'm going to go ahead and comment this out just because I would like to use a relative XPath for the password text box as well. I'm going to go ahead and enter 2 lines. Okay, so let's go back to our notes. The second way is called a relative XPath. Now, there are many ways to write a relative XPath. In this video, I'll show you 2 of the most common ways. Okay, but this XPath is very convenient. It can start from any node or tag name in the DOM. It doesn't need to start from the parent node. And this XPath actually starts with 2 /. Now, to write them, I gave you 2 syntaxes you can follow here, like 2 formulas pretty much. This is one common way. 2 /, tag name, then the open bracket @ and then attribute equals, and then in single quotes, the attribute value of the attribute that you want to use, and then closing bracket here. Okay, so let's go back to the page here, to the website. Let's inspect the password text box again. I'm going to right click on the HTML information of the password text box. I'm going to go to copy, and I'm going to copy the XPath now, not the full XPath, but the XPath. So once I click on this, let's see what Chrome gives us. I'm going to go ahead and paste it right here. Okay, so we get this XPath here, and it looks very similar to this right here, right? Except there's only one difference, and I'll talk about it in just a bit. So yes, it did start with 2 /, but it doesn't give us a tag name. Then it opens with an open square bracket. That's true. We have the @array. We have the @array here, and it looks like it's using the ID attribute. And this right here is the attribute value of the ID attribute. So this would work. Again, if you're going to do this, just make sure to replace these double quotes with single quotes. Now, the way I copy the XPath, even though it seemed convenient, you don't want to do that because most of the time Chrome can give us unreliable XPaths. Okay, but don't worry. I'll show you how to write some very good XPaths in the following videos. Okay, now, here, this asterisk here, what is this? This is not a tag name. This right here is basically telling Selenium to locate this XPath, okay? But it will scan the entire DOM and go to any parent node. As long as it finds this attribute with this attribute value, then it would work. The reason you don't want to use these asterisks with your XPaths is because there is a chance that there is another element in that page that may have the same ID and the same attribute value. So you kind of want to narrow this down a bit and replace the asterisk with the actual tag name. Okay, so let's go ahead and write our own XPath just to kind of also prove here that we can use XPaths for compound class names. Okay, so the tag name is input. So let's go back here and write this XPath. Let's do 2 / input open closing bracket @array attribute. Okay, like this equals, and then single quotes, and actually the attribute was class. Okay, so let me go ahead and replace this with class, and I'm going to go back to VS Code, to the page, and copy this compound class name. and then come back here and paste it right here. So this is the XPath we wrote following this formula here, this syntax. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this. Okay, and now I'm going to go to VS Code. So I'm going to say driver.findElement by .xpath, and as a string argument, I'm going to pass this XPath here, and I want to send keys, and I want to send 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Now, I'm expecting Selenium to locate the password text box using this relative XPath we just wrote, and we want to send the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 password. Let's see how this works. Okay, so I'm going to run this. Chrome browser opens, username and password text box gets sent, and it worked. Okay, so that's really good. Let me go ahead and just add a comment here. So I'm going to say locating using relative, okay, relative XPath. Okay, now there is another popular XPath that a lot of folks write, and even I use in real-time projects. It's the contains text XPath. This is a wonderful XPath to use because once you memorize this, it's really easy to write, but you can only locate an element based off of the text of the element, and a lot of elements may not have text. Okay, so for example, I'm going to use this for the sign in button. You realize that the sign in button has the text sign in, so I'm just going to go ahead and use this syntax. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and create some lines here, but let's go back and let me inspect this sign in button. Okay, and the tag name is button now. Okay, so let's go back here and do 2 / button, open closing bracket, and then I'll say contains, open closing parentheses, and inside I'll write text, and then open closing parentheses, then comma, and then single quotations. Okay, now double quotations would work, but again, you don't want to do that because then Eclipse or IntelliJ will try to break that string with control characters, and it just looks a little weird. Okay, so let's go ahead and enter the text, and we need to enter the text the exact same way that we see it in the element here. Okay, so it's capitalized S and then capitalized I, everything else is lowercase. Okay, so I'm going to type in sign in, okay, like this. So let me go ahead and copy this. Okay, and let's go back to the website here, and to confirm that it works, right here, if you don't have this search bar open down here, again, you can just do Control F or Command F if you have Mac, and we'll open this search bar here. We can just go ahead and paste that, and if you see 1 of 1, that means we have identified, we have properly located this element here, so that is good. Okay, now to prove that the text has to be spelled the exact same way, let's say that I was just a little bit lazy and wrote this XPath with a lowercase s. You see, it says 0 out of 0, and it doesn't work, and it won't work. So it needs to be spelled the exact same way. Okay, so let's go back to VS Code, and let's click on this element using this contains text XPath. Okay, so I'm going to say driver.findElement by .xpath, and I'm going to go ahead and paste this XPath here. And what do we want to do? We want to just click on it. There's a method in Selenium called .click, which is what you use to click on elements like buttons or radio buttons and checkboxes. We will discover that later. Okay, we'll talk about that in the next videos. So I'm expecting Selenium to locate the sign in button using this contains text XPath and then click on it. So let's go ahead and run it. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, so the browser opens and it successfully logged in. Okay, so we went ahead and used these XPaths, okay, the absolute XPath and the relative XPath. I'm going to go ahead and say locating using relative contains text XPath. Okay, and it worked successfully, right? So there's one more thing about these XPaths. To work with radio buttons and checkboxes, sometimes we may have to add an index or specify an index with the XPath. That's going to be a more advanced level of writing XPaths, but don't worry, we got your back, we got you covered. In the videos where we will go over XPaths or checkboxes, we will introduce that, okay? So keep watching this course and you will keep improving for sure. Okay, now to finalize all of this locator discussion, inspecting elements is a crucial aspect of test automation. While you may have options to inspect an element, there are recommended approaches to inspect elements which help maintain clean code. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed this video. Go ahead and write all this code out that we wrote together for the sake of your practice, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Hello folks, welcome back. So in the previous video, we learned how to inspect elements using the XPath locator. Now, we didn't really talk about complex or complicated XPaths just yet. We will, so just be patient, and we'll cover all of that throughout the course once we start automating robust test cases or more complicated test cases, okay? But there is still some part left about XPath and how to write dynamic XPaths and so forth, and then I'll also show you some tricks so that you can inspect your elements much quicker throughout the course. However, before proceeding, I figured that there probably are some topics we can talk about right now to cover along the way before we get there, so you can have some idea, okay, on some of these methods or functions that we can perform with Selenium. I would like to present now the getTitle and getCurrentUrl methods. Okay, so both getTitle and getCurrentUrl methods return a string. You can use these methods to verify the title and or URL of the page. Now, these methods actually don't perform the verification. Okay, they only return a string, but we can return the string and then we can verify it or perform what's called an assertion. We'll talk about that later using a different library, for example, like testng. So it's actually recommended to perform a verification point, also known as an assertion, using a library such as testng, which has classes and methods available to perform assertions. Now, we're going to be working with testng later on in the course, mainly to perform assertions. So watch those videos. They're really good. I'll show you how to verify different or assert different parts of your UI in different ways, and we'll talk about exception handling and so forth, right? But right now, let's just talk about the basics about getTitle and getCurrentUrl. Okay, so I'm going to go to VS Code and I'm going to create a new class because this one got obviously a little too messy. So I'm going to just drag this over here. I'm going to right click on the automation folder or package. I'm going to create a new class. I'll create new file and I'll call this getTitle getCurrentUrl.java. Okay, and inside this class I'll create a main method, and I'm just going to go ahead and instantiate the Chrome driver, maximize the window, do all that stuff. Now you can go back to the previous class, copy and paste, but if you're just starting off, I highly recommend that you start just familiarizing yourself with Selenium and just writing everything out, okay, at least for now. So I'm going to say WebDriver driver equals new Chrome driver, okay, just like this. Now I don't have any errors because since I've already been working in VS Code, VS Code is automatically importing these classes or this interface for me. But if it's not, don't panic. For example, if I delete the imports on line 3 and 4, I'm going to have errors here like this. That just means I have to click on this, click on the bulb, and import WebDriver from the Selenium library. And also with Chrome driver, click on the bulb and import Chrome driver from the Selenium library, and then everything is roses. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and just maximize the window. So I'll say driver.manage.window.maximize. I do remember also deleting cookies as well. We talked about that. We said driver.manage.delete all cookies. And then finally we can do driver.get. We actually stored the URL though in a string like this. So I'm just going to declare a string, and I'm going to go ahead and get the value here, which you guys should have. Now, you see this URL is a bit different. So the actual URL that we want to use is I'm gonna go ahead and sign out. You guys could use this one right here. Make sure it says login. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and copy this, or you can just copy the one from the previous class. It's right here, right? We already had it here. Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and just paste this here, and then I'll do driver.get and just parameterize this reference variable URL here. And just to make sure everything's working as expected, I'm going to save all my changes. Again, Control S or Command S if you're using Mac, or File, Save All. And I'm going to go ahead and run this program. Let's see if everything is working. Okay. So I'm expecting the browser to maximize and get to this page, and that's it. We're good. So it is working. So I'm going to go ahead and close this. Again, I'd like to repeat, later on in the course, I'm going to show you how to properly close a browser. It's a very easy topic, by the way. You probably already figured it out. However, I do have some examples that will show you the differences between driver.close and driver.quit. Okay, but that would be in the next few videos. So I'm going to go ahead and close this. Now, if you have a Mac, down in your docking area, your dock, you may have some extra Chrome icons opening. That would actually eat up your RAM. So make sure you force quit all of those Chrome browsers, at least for now, okay, until we learn how to properly close a browser. Okay, so this is working as expected. Okay, so once we're here, right, once we navigate to this website here, let's get the title of the page. So here's a question for you folks. I'm gonna go ahead and log in. You should have the login credentials, by the way. Still, you can still use the general @teacher right here. You can use the general @teacher.com, and the password is 123456. Okay, if you watch a previous video, I'm sure you were able to log in. Okay, now what is the title of the page, right? So what is it? Is it this text right here? Is it this? Is it somewhere up here? The title of the page is actually the name or the text that you see on the tab of the actual window, okay, of the actual tab. This right here is the title of the page. So in your projects, you may have to verify that the title of the page has a certain text, and we can use Selenium to help us verify that. Okay, now we won't perform the verification just yet in this video. We'll do it later when we start working with assertions, right? But let's get the text of this page here, of this the title of this page. Okay, so in order to do that, there's a method called driver.getTitle. Okay, just like this, and you don't have to do anything, but I want to show you something interesting. Okay, if we hover over this method, the return type is a string. Okay, this means that this method has a return type other than void. Now I'm going to throw some comments out there, and again, this is if you already understand some of your Java. In Java, every time you create a method, you need to specify a return type. If you don't want to specify a return type, then you need to specify the void keyword. Okay, those are just the rules, okay, of creating methods in Java, unless you're creating a constructor, which is a special type of method, okay, that does not require a return type because our constructor returns nothing, right? But again, if what I'm saying right now is gibberish, don't worry about it, okay? The point that I'm going to make here, though, is very simple. Right here, I wrote getTitle, and I'm expecting to get the text of the title. I'm trying to get the title of the page in the form of a string. So you would think that just by writing this command, we would see the text. Let's go ahead and run this program. Let's see what happens. So again, Chrome maximizes, navigates to the website, and it stops there. Okay, let me go ahead and close this. We actually, in the debug console, don't really see anything, right? So how do we have to use this? How do we have to use this method so we can see the title of the page? Well, because it returns a string, we actually have to print it out, and it returns a string. You can do this two ways, by the way, right? So I can do sysout like this. We can copy this statement here, just like this, okay, and paste it here. Okay, that's one way. Let me go ahead and delete this on line 19. Okay, let me go ahead and format this code, Control-Shift-F, right? So now I'm going to print out the title of that page. It returns as a string. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and run this program again, and let's see what we get. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and run this. Chrome browser maximizes. We get to the page. Now let's see if the title is in the console. Okay, and it's right here, right? Login Chroma Tech Academy. Okay, that's the actual title of the page. Let's see if that's true. Let me go ahead and sign out. And it is. It says login, right? Chroma Tech Academy. And the exact same way, login Chroma Tech Academy right here. Login space Chroma Tech Academy. So we were able to print the title of the page. Okay, and again, you can use this method. Now I'm printing this statement out like this. This wouldn't really be good practice. Instead, you would do something like this. So you would say driver.get title. Because this returns a string, right? You can store it in a string. So I can say string. We can say actual title. I'm going to say actual title. We're going to initialize it with this value, and then you can just print, you can just call the reference variable of this string, right? So you'll say actual title just like this, and bam, just like this. And it does the same thing. Okay, it just looks a bit cleaner. So you may want to get in the habit of writing code like this, because later on when we start automating more robust scripts, then you'll see why writing clean code is good practice. Okay, so if you run it, again, we'll see the same thing, just like this. We see the title, perfect, done. Okay, and if you want to see it more visible, or if you want to visibly see it better in the debug console, go ahead and concatenate this with some other text. Okay, and capitalize it. For example, like title of page is space, and just go ahead and hit go ahead and concatenate this just like this, right? Title, I'm concatenating this text, right? So I'm getting this string with the space here, using the plus operator, right? The additive operator to concatenate this string value here. And if you go ahead and run it, you should still see the same thing, but you'll be able to visibly see the title of the page in the console much better. Okay, so that's up to you. It's optional. You don't have to do that. Okay, so this actually gives us the title of the page. Okay, remember that the title of the page is the name that you see here up top. Okay, the actual name on the tab. This is the title of the page here. Okay, so let's talk about getCurrentUrl. Okay, so getCurrentUrl is the same thing. So we can do driver.getCurrentUrl just like this. And if we hover over this method, it returns a string. So if we want to see it, we actually need to print it out. So I'm going to go ahead and store this in a string. I'll call it, I'm going to say actual URL, just like this. And I'm going to go ahead and print this out just like this. Okay. And I formatted my code, Control-Shift-Dev. Again, we want to visibly see this better in the console, so I'll say URL of login page is, and you're probably wondering, why do we have to do this? Well, you may have some requirements in your project where you have to verify that the URL from a certain page is displaying as expected. You will realize that every time you navigate through a website, the URL changes, and you want to make sure that the URL is the correct URL so that the user does not get directed somewhere else. Okay, so again, I'm just printing these values out. We're actually not verifying anything just yet. We will do that in the later videos. But right now I'm retrieving, well, we retrieve the title of the page, and right now I'm going to retrieve the URL from this page. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and run this. Okay, let browser open. Okay, everything is good. I'll go ahead and close this, and you can see this here, URL of login page is, and this is the URL. Okay, so this is how you would use getTitle or getCurrentUrl. You notice that with these methods though, we actually did not have to inspect any elements. Okay, because there can only be one title and there can only be one URL per page, right? So you don't really have to inspect or do anything crazy like that. We were able to retrieve it. I showed you how to print it, and that we do have to print it if we want to see it in the console. But again, as of right now, we haven't verified anything just yet, meaning we haven't performed any verification point. That will come in the later videos. Okay, so go ahead and write this code out, print out the title of the page, print out the URL of the page, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Hello folks, so in this video we're going to talk about the getText method. Okay, so the getText method in Selenium is used to retrieve the text content of an element on a web page. It is commonly used to extract the visible text from various HTML elements such as paragraphs, headings, span elements, etc. The getText method returns a string. Okay, now this is probably going to be one of your most commonly used methods. You may have to verify paragraphs or text or any sort of text on the web page. You may need to get the text of an element to do something. That will be for you to determine whenever you have to automate a test case where you will have to use this method. Now, this method here does not perform any verification. Okay, so in this video we're just going to see how we can get the text of elements. Later in the course I'll show you guys how to perform assertions. Okay, but I just wanted you to get an idea on how you can start interacting with elements. Okay, so I would like to get the text of this sign in button and this forgot password link. Okay, so I'm going to go back to VS Code. I'm going to go ahead and create a new Java class. We'll call it getText, getText.java. Okay, and I'll go ahead and create a main method. Okay, and we are good. Let me go back to the previous class. I'm actually going to copy the statements here up until driver.get. Okay, now feel free to write everything again from scratch. That's fine. It'll be good practice for you actually, but I'll just come here and I'll paste it. Keep in mind that if you have errors, that's because we may have to import those classes. Okay, so I'm going to click on WebDriver, import WebDriver from the Selenium library, and let me import this Chrome driver class from the Selenium library, and we are good. Okay, just to make sure everything works, I'm just gonna go ahead and run the program, and the browser opens. Good, we navigate to this website and we are good. I'm gonna go ahead and close this and we are good to go. Now I'd like to make a comment on this code that we are writing a lot. Don't worry, in the next videos I'll show you guys how to create common methods and the idea behind common methods so that we don't write redundant code. But right now we are just learning the basics. Okay, especially if you've never done this before. Be patient and we'll get there. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and close this getTitle getCurrentUrl class. I don't need it anymore. So here I'd like to get the text again of this sign in button and this link here. So to interact with an element with Selenium, one thing you have to remember is that we need to inspect this element. Okay, so we need to inspect this element and write a locator. In these videos we've been using xpath, so I'm going to go ahead and write an xpath. You can inspect this. Here's the thing, when we have elements here that have, for example, text, I like to use the contains text xpath, but again you can write this xpath in really any way you like. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and write this xpath. I'll say star open closing bracket, I'll say contains like this. Inside the parentheses I'll write text parentheses comma into single slashes. I actually wrote an extra comma here. Let me delete this and we are good to go here. Okay, so I'll just type in sign in like this, and this text works. I like to get rid of the asterisk whenever I can to uniquely identify a specific element. So I'll go ahead and replace this with the tag name, which is button here. You can leave the asterisk if you want. However, it's better practice to specify the tag name of that specific element so that Selenium does not select another element by mistake or maybe unintentionally, right? So I'll go ahead and replace this with button. Okay, and we are good. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this xpath. We'll come here and I'll just go ahead and do driver dot find element by dot xpath. I'll go ahead and paste this xpath here, and I'll store it in a web element because the find element method returns a web element. So I'll say web element, and I'll say sign in. I'll say sign in button text. Okay, and I'll initialize it with this entire statement here. Now we have an error here because we need to import web element from the Selenium library. So click on the bulb and import, and you should be good. Okay, so now I'll call the reference variable sign in button. Okay, sign in button text, and I'm going to use the getText method. Okay, so if you saw the previous video, we learned that for example, the getCurrentUrl or getTitle methods return a string. Okay, the getText method does as well. Okay, if you hover over it, you see that the return type is a string. So if you actually want to see it in the console, we have to print this statement. Okay, you can store it in a string, or you can just print out this entire statement. It's up to you. So I'll go ahead and just do things quickly here, just for the sake of this video. I'll copy this statement here, and I'll paste it right here. Okay, so then I can go ahead and get rid of this. We can concatenate this with some other text just to visibly see it better in the console. So I'll say something like text of sign in button is, okay, and I'll add the additive operator here, and let's go ahead and run this. Let's see what we get. Okay, so Chrome browser opens, we're here, and now I can go ahead and close this browser. Okay, so if you see in your debug console, if you wrote the exact same code, you should be seeing this text of sign in button is sign in. Okay, so that's cool. We've been able to get that text. Let's do the same thing with the forgot password link here. Okay, we can also probably use the same xpath. So I'll use the contains text xpath, except the tag name will change, because maybe you should start writing this down if you haven't already. Every link on a web page, and actually, you know what, we haven't talked about links, but just go ahead and write these notes down. Every link on a web page starts with tag name A, okay, or anchor tag A. Okay, and you'll see an attribute called href, which is a hyperlink, and the value of the hyperlink is the actual URL. So if you didn't know, and we'll talk about this later, hyperlinks are basically, they look like buttons that you can click on. Like for example, this one, it's not a button, but some text that you can click on. And when you click on it, it takes you to another page. Okay, and when I'm clicking on this forgot password link here, I'm actually clicking on this, but we don't see the URL here. We see forgot password. You can do that so that you can make your website look more user-friendly. Okay, so if you see here with this xpath, I'll replace the tag name with A instead of button, and then I will go ahead and write forgot password. Okay, let's see if instead of sign in, I'll go ahead and write forgot password, and you'll see we already see 1 of 1. I'm gonna go ahead and write out the whole text though, and we are good. So I'll go ahead and copy this xpath, go back to VS Code, and again I'll do driver dot find element by dot xpath, just like this, and I'll go ahead and close the statement. I'll store it in a web element. So I'll say web element, and let's call this forgot password link text. Okay, and now let's go ahead and print it as we did above. So I'll say sysout forgot password link text dot get text. Okay, whoops, didn't mean to do that. Let's do dot get text. And I'll go ahead and concatenate it with some text just to visibly see it better on the console. Again, you don't have to do this. I'm just doing this so we can visibly see it better. So I'll say text of forgot password link is, just like this. And let's go ahead and run this program. Let's see what we get. Okay, so Chrome browser opens, and I can go ahead and stop the test right now. Okay, now just a reminder, I'll show you guys how to properly close the browsers. That's coming up in the next videos, but I have some example there to show you what the difference between driver.close and driver.quit is. Okay, so just be patient, and for now we'll go ahead and close the browsers manually. Okay, so you see here, text of forgot password link is forgot password. Okay, so this is how you can get the text of elements. Remember that first you have to locate the element. Once you locate the element, you can do whatever you'd like to do with it. For example, here we are getting the text of those elements. Okay, in the later videos, I'll show you guys how to perform assertions, okay? So you can verify that the text displays as expected. In this video, we did not perform that. It's important to note that the getText method does not perform any verification as well, okay? So keep that in mind. So go ahead and write this code out, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Hello folks, making this quick checkpoint video after being about 25 videos in. If you've been watching all the videos, that's awesome. Keep up the good work. I hope that you are learning. I hope that you are making use of our content as well. Again, if you have any issues, please reach out to us. Either leave a comment or reach out to us via email at support@chromatechacademy.com. Okay, so if you haven't already, please watch the previous videos so that you can be caught up. We installed VS Code, we configured VS Code, and there may be some topics that you may want to review. If you are experienced, that's fine. You can just watch any part of this video or of this course, and I'm sure you'll find something useful. Okay, so previously, I was actually writing code in the videos as I was going along teaching the concepts, but moving forward, I will just share the program I'm writing and explain my code in detail. Okay, this will save you time moving forward with this course. It will also save me time so that I don't spend so much time writing code as we progress with the course. However, just because I'm sharing my program and not writing any code, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't write any code. If you really want to improve, you should write the exact same code that I'll be sharing, and that's how you will improve. Selenium is fairly easy if you understand your Java very well, but you'll only get really good at it if you are hands-on. Okay, you can't just watch the videos and try to understand the concepts. You'll actually feel much more confident if you are hands-on with everything we are writing. Okay, so if you are enjoying our content, guys, please support us by subscribing to our channel, following us on Instagram, or even becoming a student of Chroma Tech Academy. Guys, we have some great programs here, okay? One of them is the Software Test Automation course, or the STED course. Students that come out of these courses end up making an annual US salary of anywhere from $90,000 to $130,000 plus, okay, realistically. We have a lot of students that enter the IT field that have worked in previous industries with no IT experience. Some college dropouts, some people were doing something else. They wanted to change careers. Whatever the case may be, this course is for everyone if you want to get into IT. Our Software Test Automation Engineering course is fantastic. We cover so many other topics that really help you stand out in the market when it comes to applying to jobs and so forth. Okay, so check us out, give us a shout out, share our content. We greatly appreciate it, and I'll see you guys in the next videos. Hello folks, welcome back. In this video, I'm going to be discussing radio buttons. Okay, so radio buttons are fairly easy to handle with Selenium WebDriver. Now you may encounter a popular challenge where radio buttons share the same attributes and attribute values. One of the simplest ways to handle radio buttons is to inspect the radio button you want to interact with by index. Here's a sample XPath example. Now we haven't written any XPaths by index yet, but don't worry, at the end of this video you'll understand how to write one. Okay, and then we'll talk about a more complicated but efficient way to select a radio button you want to interact with. Okay, so first I'm going to go back to VS Code here. And as I mentioned in my previous videos, and I like to mention it again, I've decided not to write the code anymore along with the videos. Instead, I will have the programs already written out for you so that I can spend time actually explaining the code to you and save you a lot of time. Okay. So here I've created a class called radio buttons, and in this class I have a main method. Inside the main method on line 13, I am instantiating the Chrome driver class, but also making a WebDriver, making a reference to the WebDriver interface. This will again allow us to use Chrome browser. Then I'm maximizing the browser on line 14, and I'm also deleting cookies on line 15. We've already discussed this and used this in the previous videos. Okay, so if you haven't, if you don't understand what this means, I would suggest to go back and watch the previous videos. On line 17, I'm assigning this string URL to a string. I call the variable name URL, and then on line 18, we're doing driver.get. I'd like to mention that this URL is different than the page that we were actually working on. This is actually one of our practice pages, and I'll make the URL available to you in the bio below. But if you've been doing research, you'll know that there are a lot of practice Selenium sites on the internet. Okay, we have a few. This is one of them. Okay, and again, we'll provide the link to this page in the bio of this video. And we're going to use this for the next few videos just to concentrate and focus on some topics. Then we'll go back to the Chroma Tech school management system. Okay, so here we have on the left hand side, we have radio buttons here. Okay, and the thing with radio buttons, well, thing number one is with most applications, when you select a radio button, you can't really unselect it. The really only way to unselect the radio button is by refreshing the page. So I'll go ahead and refresh the page, and you'll see that the radio button has been unselected. Okay, because radio buttons were meant to just be selected, you know, for you to select just one value. Okay, very rarely are there sites where the website is developed to allow users to select more than one radio button. Instead, they will use checkboxes. Okay, with checkboxes, you can select more than one, and you can also unselect. Okay, so these checkbox, that's pretty much one of the differences between radio buttons and checkboxes. In the next video, we'll talk about checkboxes. Okay, but that's just one fact to know about radio buttons and checkboxes. Okay, also with modern applications, by clicking on the actual text of the radio button, you'll realize that the radio button will actually be selected. Okay, that's actually with a lot of modern applications, but the developer has to design the page to work that way. In this case, we don't have that functionality enabled so that we can interact directly with the radio button, again, just for practice. Later in our Chroma Tech school site, we'll be able to interact with radio buttons by clicking on the text. Okay. So let's go back to point number one here. Okay, you may encounter a popular challenge where radio buttons share the same attributes and attribute values. Okay, so going back to VS Code here, starting on line 20, I have the code here explaining and showing the example of how to handle radio buttons with unique attributes and attribute values. This is actually the easiest way because the attribute and attribute values are unique. And we'll talk about what unique means in this video as well. So if I come here, I'm going to inspect this page, and I'm going to inspect this one of these radio buttons here. Okay, so actually I'm going to minimize this. If you guys inspect the radio button text, or just over here like this, you'll see the three labels here. Each of them is for each radio button here. You'll see radio 1, radio 2, radio 3. Okay, this is the HTML information for these three radio buttons. So I'm going to go ahead and expand this label, okay, or all three labels, so I can show you what I mean about unique attributes and attribute values. You'll notice that the input tag name is child to label for all of these labels here, right? So we have input, input, input here. All right, so the first attribute I see here is value. Okay, radio 2 also has value, radio 3 also has value. So this attribute is not unique. However, the attribute value is, and that's what's important, for the attribute value to be unique and different. The attribute value here to the attribute value is radio 1. Here it's radio 2. Here is radio 3. So they're all different. And this is good because now I know that if I write an XPath using the value attribute and the attribute value, most likely it'll be unique. So I'm going to go ahead and write an XPath here. Okay, on the bottom here, let's do 2 forward slashes, and then the tag name is input. Okay, we'll do open closing square brackets at, and we want the value attribute like this, and then equals, and then in single quotations I'll enter radio 1, for example. Okay, so if I go ahead and click this up or down arrow, it takes me here. This is the XPath to this radio button. Very simple, not difficult at all. I just simply used the attribute and attribute value and it worked. And if I come up here and click up or down, it takes me to that radio button. You see that it's being highlighted here. Okay, and another way to indicate if this is a unique locator or XPath is if you see 1 of 1. Okay, so 1 of 1 means that this XPath is unique. If you saw anything, if you see anything other than 1 of 1, like 1 of 2 or 1 of 3 or 1 of something, then that means that that XPath is not unique. And if you want to interact with that element, then we need to write a more specific XPath. Okay, so I'm going to go here and change radio 1 to radio 2 just to show you that it does work for the second radio button. There it is. It's the radio 2 is the unique attribute value, okay, to value, and then we can do the same thing with radio 3 and done. Okay, so this is the actual XPath that I used in this program. So I'm going to go ahead and uncomment line 24. And what I'm doing here is I'm basically doing driver.findElement by XPath, and we're using that exact XPath we just talked about, radio 1, and then click on it. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and run this program and let's see what happens. Okay, all right, so we're having some sort of issue here. All right, folks, so what happened, the issue I had, it's very important that we recognize this. And again, if you don't have this issue, that's completely fine. So instead of re-recording, I decided to show you how to solve these type of issues. So if you notice, when I ran the program before, I was getting some stack trace message saying that the Chrome driver really wasn't working and so on. So what I did was I actually updated I updated Selenium, that we hit the Selenium version to the latest version of Selenium as of this moment of this video, which is 4.12.1. However, if you're watching this video at a later time, then definitely the version of Selenium the version would be higher than 4.12.1. Okay, so now after upgrading this version of Selenium, okay, I don't have that issue anymore. So I'll go back to just running this program. Okay, and again, if you don't have any issues, don't worry about it. So Chrome opens, and again, we're expecting the first radio button to get clicked, and that's what happens here. Okay, so if we go back to our code here, that's exactly what we are doing here. Very simple, very easy. Let's go ahead and uncomment these two here. Okay, so what we are expecting to happen here is for Selenium to click on all of these 3 radio buttons back to back. Okay, so it'll click on the first radio button, and then the second one, and then the third one here. Okay, so let's see if that happens, and it may go really fast. So just kind of quickly look at it, and you'll see them get clicked on right here, and it happens so fast. Okay, so Selenium was able to click on all 3 radio buttons using just a very simple XPath that we were able to write, because the attribute and the attribute value was unique, and that's always nice, right? It makes it very easy for us, and that's it. We're done. We're able to do what we want to do. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and comment out this code here. Okay, and let's move on to the second scenario. How do we handle radio buttons with non-unique attribute and attribute values? So let's go back here to the UI here. Okay, and if we look at the HTML information for these radio buttons, you'll realize that the only unique attribute value is for the attribute value. Okay, radio 1, radio 2, and radio 3. But if let's pretend that we don't have value, okay? Just for a moment, let's pretend that this attribute and attribute value did not exist, but we only have name, class, and type. And if we look at all of these, okay, let me go ahead and just delete this XPath here. If we look at all of these here, name, class, type, name, class, type, name, class, type, you realize that the attribute values are actually the same. They're not unique, right? So this radio button has an attribute called name and the attribute radio button, but so does radio button 2, and so does radio button 3, and the same thing with class, okay, and the same thing with type. So what do we do, right, in this situation? If we went ahead and wrote an XPath using this attribute and attribute value, so let's go ahead and actually do that. I'll say 2 / input, open, closing square brackets, and then let's choose to work with name for now, okay? So name, and then the attribute value is radio button like this, okay? So we wrote this XPath, okay, and it works, it's valid, but you see here it says 1 of 3. Okay, this means that this XPath is not unique, okay? And if we were to use this XPath, okay, since it's 1 of 3, and we wanted to click on, let's say, the third radio button, Selenium won't click on that one. Selenium will actually click on the first element with this, that it can locate using this XPath, okay? So this kind of makes everything more tricky for us because this is 1 of 3, it's not unique, but this is the common XPath to all of these radio buttons. However, what do we do if we want to click on the second radio button or the third radio button? Okay, if I was to use this in VS Code with my Selenium script, it's going to work, but Selenium is going to click on the first element that it finds with this XPath information, okay? So let's go back to VS Code and let's comment out the first line of code here, okay, where I'm doing driver.findElement by XPath, but here I'm using the index concept, okay? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to introduce the index concept, which is very easy. You basically just get this XPath and you wrap it around parentheses, okay? So I'm going to go to the beginning of this. I'm going to enter a open parentheses here, and then a closing parentheses here, and then we're going to use open and square brackets like this. And in between this open and square brackets, you're going to enter the index that you want to select, or you want to interact with. So if I want to click on the first radio button, I'll type in 1. Okay, now we were able to use an attribute and attribute value that are not unique, okay, and but we're able to specify by index which one we want to interact with. So now you see we have 1 of 1, okay, and it'll only click on the first one. If we want to select the second one, then we change this to 2, and you see it takes us to the second radio button, okay, and it's 1 of 1, just like this, okay. And then we can change this to 3 if we want to select on the third radio button, okay. And if you had more radio buttons, you would just change the index value, okay. This is actually a very popular interview question. Okay, they'll ask you, okay, so how do you locate a radio button or an element that has the same attribute or an attribute values? Well, you would write an XPath, but you can specify by index which value you want to select, okay? And they usually try to trick you with those questions, but that is the answer to that question. So very, very simple. Okay, again, just wrap the XPath with parentheses and then specify in between square brackets by index which values you want to select, okay? So here I'm writing this XPath here, I wrapped it around parentheses, but I'm specifying by index that I want to click on the first radio button. Okay, so let's see if this works. Okay, let me go ahead and run this program here. Okay, so Chrome opens and yep, the first radio button got selected. Okay, now we can uncomment both of these, or you can do one at a time, that's fine. And here we are expecting the same thing to happen as above here. Okay, so after clicking on the first one, then Selenium will click on the second one, then Selenium will click on the third one. But again, it'll happen really quick. Okay, so I'll go ahead and run this, and let's see. So it's going to click on them, and it did. It clicked on them pretty, it went really fast. Okay, but you were able to see that. Okay, now this is how you would interact with radio buttons that have the same, or that don't have unique attribute and attribute values. Okay, it's very simple. Okay, just with some practice, you'll start to understand how to write these XPaths. Again, just specify by index which value you want to click on, but get in the habit of writing these XPaths and wrapping them around parentheses, and that will help you out a lot. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and comment this out. Okay, and let's move on to the third scenario here. So actually, let's not focus too much on this in this video, but I'm going to start to explain to you some of this code here. Okay, we haven't talked about a method called find elements yet. We will in detail. We'll come back to this example once we've covered that. But really what we can do, and I'll explain this, we can basically use a common XPath, okay, and use the find elements method and store that in a list of web elements, and then using some loop, some enhanced loop, or for each loop or regular for loop, we can iterate through the elements and then click on the one that we want to click on by specifying some text. Okay, but don't worry about this. We'll definitely get to that part of the class. Let's, with a lot of cases, you'll be writing them like this anyway, either with scenario 1 or scenario 2. But of course, we will cover these other advanced concepts as time goes on with this course. Okay, once we understand the difference between find element and find elements. So go ahead and write out all this code. Okay, play with it. If you want, you can add a sleep after each radio button. So for example, after clicking each radio button, so for example, after this click, you can add a thread.sleep. Okay, add like maybe 2 seconds or 1 second so you can see the program slow down. If you're going to do this, just make sure to throw the exception, okay, right here. So throws interrupted exception, and then you can run this program, okay? But you don't have to do that, just for practice, okay? So go ahead and write out all this code, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Hello class, welcome back. Recording this video just to address an issue that I had in the previous video. I did get some questions as to how did I update Selenium to the latest version and so on. Okay, so we've already covered that in the beginning of the series, where we went to the Maven Central Repository and we went and got the version of Selenium from there. But I'm going to go ahead and show you again in this video. Now, the reason I wanted to record this video is to kind of show you how to debug some unexpected issues you guys could be experiencing with your projects. Okay, now we haven't really talked about exceptions yet, or at least Selenium exceptions. We haven't talked about them yet. We will later on throughout this series. Okay, but here's the thing. If you're writing your Selenium code, your Java Selenium code, and your code is compiling fine and your program was running, right, there were no issues, and all of a sudden you may experience some rare exceptions. If it's something incorrect with the locators that you wrote, you'll get like a no such element exception or some other element related exceptions. Okay, but here, when I tried to run this program, And by the way, this is happening to me again because I recorded those videos a while ago. Now I'm back recording, and I haven't really touched this project in a couple of weeks. So if I scroll down here, I'm reading the stack trace message and I'm getting a WebDriver exception. Okay, so now the code compiles fine. I didn't make any changes. Everything was working fine last time I ran this. So now the next thing we should do is update the version of Selenium to the latest version, whatever that version may be. Okay, there have been some bugs with some of the versions of Selenium that relate to Chrome driver or just a WebDriver issue in general. Okay, so if I go ahead and run this program right now, you'll see that I'm getting this stack trace message. Okay, some for example, no such driver exception and WebDriver exception. Okay, so if I go to the pom.xml, I was at 4.10.0. So to know what is the latest version of Selenium, always go to the Maven Central repository right here. You're just going to go ahead and type in Selenium Java. Okay, and make sure to click on the Selenium Java dependency right here. So we're going to go ahead and click on it, and you see that the latest version as of this moment right now is 4.15.0. Okay, now if you're watching this video at a later time, then chances are that this would change. You would have a much later version, so go ahead and use that. So I'm going to come here, I'm going to click on it, and I can either copy all of this, okay, or I can just copy the version number. So it's 14.15.0. It's really up to you. I can just come here and just change the version to 4.15.0. okay, and once I go ahead and save this, the project's going to build. I get a thumbs up down here on the bottom right, and now I'm going to go back to the class and I'm going to go ahead and run this program again, and hopefully it runs. So let's go ahead and run it, and you see, there it goes. So the browser opens and the code is doing what we are expecting it to do, and so on. Okay, so you may encounter some of these issues in your projects, right? So first of all, take a step back, read the stack trace message, see if there may have been something wrong with your locator, you wrote some incorrect code, see if your code is compiling. But if everything was working, then double check to see if it's an issue with the version of Selenium that you guys are using. Okay, I hope this video helps. I'll see you guys in the next video. Hey class, just making this quick video to remind you of how I'm going to proceed with the following videos. So first of all, thank you very much for watching this course. I hope that you're finding this content helpful. In order to save you a lot of time and spend more time talking about the concepts and save myself a lot of time as well, I'm actually just going to have the code ready, okay, and I'll explain the code to you. Now, that doesn't mean don't write any of this code. You definitely should be writing this code. Again, you'll only get familiar with Selenium if you are more hands-on with it. Okay, I guarantee you that you'll find out the issues here and there and what you have to do, and you'll just become more Selenium savvy. Okay, now I'll go ahead and explain a lot of the code here, but I wanted to record this video because as I'm doing that, I want to kind of make the point for you guys to make sure that you import the correct classes. Okay, so when I go ahead and just paste this code from the previous classes, you notice that I'm importing the Chrome driver from the Selenium library, WebDriver interface from the Selenium library as well, and so on, right? But here I was pasting this and I kind of ran into this issue here with the by class here. Okay, now it doesn't mean something is wrong. I mean, there is, but no need to panic. I just need to import, okay, the by class from the Selenium library. Okay, so once I go ahead and click on that, then that issue gets resolved. Okay, so the reason I'm showing you this is because you may encounter these issues with the next videos, okay, or with the videos in general, where you guys are trying to write the code out, but you are experiencing some issues because you're not importing the correct classes, okay, or you're not importing classes at all. So take your time, go slow, pay attention to your code, see if you need to import anything. You can always compare your code to my code. One thing that really helps out is looking at the import statements up here. That way you can actually see which classes or interfaces I actually imported from a specific library. Hello folks, in this video we are going to discuss checkboxes. Alright, so checkboxes are fairly easy to handle with Selenium WebDriver. Similar to radio buttons, you may encounter a popular challenge where checkboxes share the same attributes and attribute values. One of the simplest ways to handle checkboxes is to inspect the checkboxes by index. Okay, here's a sample xpath example, similar to radio buttons in the previous video, where we are writing an xpath and we're using the index concept to locate the checkbox we want to locate. Okay. Now, a more complicated but efficient way is to retrieve the checkboxes as a list of web elements and select the checkbox you want by text. Now, we haven't talked about that. We will discuss that when we discuss find elements, okay? But for now, let's go over to VS Code. So what I've done here is I've created a new class called checkboxes.java. I basically copied some of the code from the radio buttons class, by the way, from the previous video, and I pasted it here, okay? So same thing again, inside the main method, I'm making a reference to the WebDriver interface and the Chrome driver class. We are maximizing the Chrome browser, deleting all cookies. Here I have the URL we've been using. I stored it in a string, and I'm navigating to that website right here, okay, to this URL. Then here, I'm going to show you different examples where we are handling checkboxes with unique attribute and attribute values. Okay, so here I'm doing driver.findElement by xpath, and here's the xpath I use, by the way. Okay, now I'm using a unique xpath here, nothing complicated. I'm using the value attribute, which is option 1. So if I come back here to the website here, I went ahead and inspected this checkbox right here, and you see that I have the value option 1, which is unique. If you go ahead and expand the labels for the other checkboxes, by the way, so I'll go ahead and expand them like this, okay, you will see that the value attribute and the attribute values are actually unique. Okay, so it's a very simple XPath to write. So all I'm doing is I'm using this XPath, locating it, and clicking on it. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and run this program, and I'm expecting Selenium to just click on the first checkbox, and it did right there. Okay, now I'm going to stop here and remind you guys that we haven't talked about closing the browser just yet. I promise you it's a very easy concept, but we'll talk about it later because I'd like to show you an example between the difference between driver.close and driver.quit. Okay, now if you're using Windows, just simply exit the browser. If you're using Mac, close the browser, but then you have to go down to your dock and right click and force quit, okay? Because you'll probably see a lot of Chrome icons open up on the bottom, okay? So make sure to force quit those. If not, it's going to eat up a lot of your RAM memory, okay? So anyway, back to this program. So this did what we expected it to do, okay? And I'm gonna go ahead and uncomment these two other statements here, and these two other statements on line 22 and 23, click on the second radio button and then the third radio button as well. Okay, so if I run this program, I'm expecting Selenium to click on the first checkbox, then the second checkbox, then the third checkbox. Okay, so let's go see how that works. I'm gonna go ahead and run this program, and let's see, it may happen very fast. And it did. So it clicked all checkboxes, okay? And that's another difference between, I like to remind you about the difference between checkboxes and radio buttons. With checkboxes, at least with most websites, a user is able to select multiple checkboxes, okay? And we can also unselect, okay? That's the thing with checkboxes, they're convenient. With radio buttons though, once you select a radio button, you can't unselect it unless there's been a feature to unselect these radio buttons, okay? And in most websites, when there are radio buttons, you can really only select one unless the website has been designed otherwise, okay? Now, in order to reset this radio button being checked, you would just have to refresh the page and then everything is just fresh again. Okay, so that's just basically the difference between radio buttons and checkboxes. So let's come back here. So Selenium did what we expected it to do. Okay, let me go ahead and comment these out again. I'm going to highlight all of them, and I'm using Windows, so I'm going to do Control/. If you're using Mac, it's Command/, and that's how you can comment out multiple lines of code at once, just like this. Okay, now here I'm handling checkboxes with non-unique attribute and attribute values. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and uncomment line 30, line 31, and line 32. Okay, just like this. Now here I am presenting the example, in case there's a scenario where these checkboxes did not have any unique attribute and attribute values. So again, I'm using the index concept here, okay? And I use the name attribute and the checkbox value. If we come back here to the UI, we can look at the HTML information of these radio buttons. Assuming we didn't have ID or value or name, I just used type. You see the type is the same for all three checkboxes, okay? So again, I'm just using this concept. Again, we're specifying by index which one we want to click on. So if I run this program, again, I'm really expecting Selenium to just click on all three checkboxes, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead and, first of all, I'm gonna stop this execution. This may be happening to you right now because we're not officially closing the browser, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead and pause it. And I'm gonna go ahead and run the program again, and let's see what happens, okay? Okay, let's wait for it. Wait for it. Okay, seems like we have an issue here. We're getting a Selenium exception. And let's see what the issue is here. Okay, we're getting a no such element exception. It says unable to locate element with this xpath. So something is wrong with this xpath. Let's check it out. So we're using the input tag name, the name attribute, and the checkbox value. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, and that is true because actually the attribute name is type, and here I'm using name. So let me go ahead and replace this with type. Okay, all of them actually. Type just like this. I'm gonna go ahead and save it. And now we made this update. Let's see, the attribute value is checkbox. I'm just double checking everything. It is. And then we are also using the index concept here. The tag name is input. I'll go ahead and double check that as well. And it is input right here for all these checkboxes, okay? So I needed to make that modification. I'm gonna go ahead and save this and run this program. Let me stop this and run again. Okay, and let's see if these radio buttons get selected, and they do. Okay, so we haven't talked about exceptions yet, but I wanted to do that to show you what you should do if you get a no such element exception. Sometimes we need to go back and double check that the xpath we wrote is correct. Okay, and in that case, that's what we did here. So anyway, let's recap checkboxes here again. Okay, so checkboxes are fairly easy to handle with Selenium WebDriver. Similar to radio buttons, you may encounter a popular challenge where checkboxes share the same attributes and attribute values. Okay, one of the simplest ways to handle checkboxes is to inspect the checkbox by index. And here's the sample xpath example. As we already discussed, we did use the index concept to locate these checkboxes. Okay, now we did discuss that in the later videos. We're going to talk about find elements and so on. Okay, so this is actually a very popular interview question. I'd like to kind of just give you some hints. Again, at the end of the series, you'll find all the interview questions and answers that we have with real-time examples. But a lot of interviewers like to ask, like, hey, what would you do if you have several radio buttons or checkboxes on a web page, and I want to select one of them, but they all have the same attribute and attribute values? How would you select those, right? And then you need to mention the index concept, okay? The index xpath concept, and you should be good to go. Hello folks, welcome back. In this video, we are going to discuss dropdowns. Okay, so dropdowns, or dropdowns. Well, the thing is, after some research, it's actually dropdowns with the hyphen when you are referring to a UI component. However, you can also say dropdowns like this with the space, or dropdowns altogether. Really, my conclusion is whatever floats your boat, whatever makes you happy. Okay, so if a dropdown starts with the select tag name, then it is recommended to use the select class. There's a class in Selenium, okay, that's called select. Selenium select class allows for options to be selected in 3 different ways. Okay, first it's select by visible text, you have select by index, and then you have select by value. Okay, the thing is that in order for you to use these methods, you need to create an object of the select class. And this is how you would create an object of the select class right here. Okay, select, and then you can give the object reference variable name equals new select, and then you need to pass the locator here as an argument to this constructor of this select class. Okay, now you notice I said if a dropdown starts with select tag name. It's very popular to handle dropdowns that have select tag name, but there are different type of dropdowns, and we'll discuss this probably in this video or in the next couple of videos. Okay, so let's go on to VS Code here. Okay, so I created a new class called dropdowns.java. I do want to say that I'm actually using a Mac for some of these videos. In the previous videos, I was actually using a Windows computer, a Windows PC. Okay, VS Code in most cases will be the same. Nothing should change. Okay, but some of these videos you'll see them recorded on Windows, and some of them you'll see them recorded on Mac. Okay, in most cases, I will be working with the same project that we've been working on in the last videos. The only thing here is that I don't have the code of the class that we created that's called Checkboxes. Okay, but that's not an issue. I'll get it later. But as far as everything else goes, everything else is the same. So I created a class called dropdowns.java. Okay, and I created a main method. Inside the main method, we have code here that we've been using in the last few classes, where we're making a reference to the WebDriver interface and the Chrome driver class. We're maximizing the browser, deleting all cookies, and then here we're navigating to the website that we have been working on in the last couple of videos. Okay, so this code right here, you guys should already have. We've been using this code already. Okay, so one new thing that I'm doing here, okay, that we haven't done before is this. So you know how to inspect an element. So we're using driver.findElement, and I'm using an xpath. And the xpath that I located here is an xpath of this select dropdown on this site. Okay, let me go ahead and show you right here. Okay, I inspected this dropdown right here. Okay, so this is the xpath that I have right here. Okay, now I'm doing something new here though, that I haven't done in the previous videos. Okay, what I'm doing is I'm doing driver.findElement by xpath, but I'm assigning it to a type of web element. Okay, the reason for this is because instead of writing this whole statement or using it later wherever I need to, I just want to assign it to a simple variable like I have right here. Okay, so the thing here is, why am I assigning it to a web element? So if you are familiar with Java, you know that most methods have a return type. The method that I'm using to inspect this locator is called findElement. If I hover over findElement, you see that this method returns a type called web element. Okay, so I went ahead and stored this declared initialize dropdown, okay, with this statement, but of type web element. However, if you're doing this for the first time, you do have to import the web element interface from the Selenium library. Okay, so your code will probably look like this. I'm going to go ahead and delete this import statement, and then you'll see you have an error like this. Just click on web element, click on the bulb, and then import web element from the Selenium library. Okay, just like this. Okay, and then you should be good. Now, the next step, well, the first step when you're handling dropdowns to start with select tag name, and that is the case here with this dropdown. Okay, let's go ahead and inspect this element here. Okay, I'm inspecting the dropdown, and you see that it starts with select tag name. Okay, so whenever we have a dropdown that starts with select tag name, then it is recommended to use Selenium select class. You notice I'm saying recommended because there are actually other ways that you can interact with, that you can use to interact with this element, but those are tedious ways and really not worth your time. This is actually the simplest way to handle dropdowns that start with select tag name. Okay, so we have to instantiate the select class here, but as an argument to this constructor here, we need to pass the locator, which is this drop down here that holds all of this information here. Okay, this is the locator of that drop down. If you don't pass an argument, you're going to get an error like this. Okay, you actually need to pass that argument, which is the web element. Okay, so okay, let's start with the first option. So there are really three most popular ways to select options using select class. Okay, back to what we discussed in the slides. You can select an option by visible text. Okay, what does this mean? Let me go ahead and uncomment this right here. Okay, so I'm using the object reference variable of the select class that we created, and I'm using a method that comes from the select class that's called select by visible text. Okay, whenever you're using this method, you actually need to enter the exact text of the option that you want to select. Okay, so for example, here I want to select the option that says option 1. Okay, so in this dropdown, I have a value called option 1, and I want to select this option here. Okay, that's what I'm doing. Now I'm going to go ahead and run this test, and I'm expecting Selenium to select that option. So let's go ahead and run this test, and let's see what happens. Okay, the browser maximizes, and you see that it worked. Okay, option 1 was selected. All right, so the thing with this method is that whenever you're using it, you actually have to enter the exact text of that option. It needs to be spelled the exact same way. So for example, let's say I spelled this with a lowercase o, like this. Okay, this option actually does not exist because these values start with a uppercase O here. Okay, but let's go ahead and run it and see what happens, just to see. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and run this test, and then the browser maximizes, and nothing happened. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and close this browser. Okay, nothing was selected here. The execution is actually still running. Okay, once it stops, we'll see an exception in the console here. Let me go ahead and okay, there it is. Okay, so what did we get? We got a no such element exception, cannot locate option with text option 1 because it doesn't exist. Okay, so if you notice here, if you want to use this method, you need to enter the exact text of the option that you want to select, and it'll work. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and change this back to O, and we should be good. Okay, now let me go ahead and comment this out. Let me move over to the next option from the select class. Okay, and that is selecting by index. Okay, so similar to data structures, for example, in array, you know that in programming, the value at the first index starts at index 0. Okay, so if you wanted to select the first option, you would have to enter index 0. So here, what I want to do is I want to select the value at index 2. Okay, and the value at index 2 in this dropdown would be, this is the first one, second one, third one. Okay, so 0, 1, 2. So if I run this test, I want option 2, or I'm expecting option 2 to be selected. Now you see that we have an option here that says select. This actually is an option here of the dropdown. So technically here, while you may think we have 3 options, we actually have 4. The thing is that a user wouldn't really select as a first option. It's just kind of like a placeholder for the user to know that they can select a value from this dropdown. Okay, so if I come here, again, we're expecting the third value to be selected. This is 0, 1, 2. So we want option 2 to be selected, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead and run this test and let's see if this worked as expected. Okay, so the browser maximizes and there you go. Option 2 was selected and that's what we were expecting, okay? I do want to mention something. I'm using a Mac. In the previous videos, I was using Windows, so I would just exit the browser and I would have no issues. With Mac, it works a little bit different. When you actually click on the X button on top of a browser or a window, you're not really quitting the actual application. So if I show you my dock here on the bottom, you see that I actually have 3 instances of Chrome browser open. So if this is the case, okay, go ahead and close these, quit these browsers, else they will take up a lot of your RAM memory, okay, for Mac, okay? At least until now, I know that we discussed that we would review how to properly close a browser. It's very simple. I know you probably already looked into it, but I have a really good example to show you the difference between driver.close and driver.quit, okay? So just be patient, we're almost there. Okay, so the next option is to select an option or an option by value. Okay, so let me go ahead and uncomment this here. Okay, and by the way, I like to mention again that these methods, the select by value, select by index, select by visible text, they will all automatically come up when you use the object reference variable. For example, I'm typing here select, and when I enter dot, you'll see all of the methods that you can use from the select class, and we're going to discuss some of these as well in the later videos. Okay, so in this with this option here, I want to select an option by value. Okay, this one is pretty interesting because we're not selecting this value by text. We're also not using index. So what is the value? If I go over to, if I open the developer tools here, okay, and I inspect this dropdown, okay, when we inspect this dropdown, we see the HTML information of this dropdown here. The thing is that when we expand this select tag name here, we actually get to see the options that this dropdown has. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we already said that the first option is actually select, but we're not going to select it. So these other values here, you see the attribute value called value. When you want to select an option by value, you actually need to pass the attribute value of the value attribute. Okay, in most cases, in a select dropdown, okay, every single option will have a value attribute and an attribute value. Okay, so in this case, let's go ahead and let's see, what are we selecting? We are selecting option 3. Okay, so option 3, and you notice something, the value is spelled with the lowercase o. Okay, so that's not to confuse you here. The visible text is spelled with an uppercase o, but again, we're using the method that will select an option by the attribute value of the value attribute. Okay, so in this case here, when I run this, I'm expecting option 3 to be selected. So I'm gonna go ahead and run this test and let's see if it worked as expected. Okay, and there you go, it did. Okay, so let's go back to VS Code. Again, let me go ahead and quit this instance of Chrome right here for now. Okay, so we've already covered how to handle handle dropdowns that start with select tag name and interacting with those options here. Okay, so again, you have, let's recap everything we just discussed. Okay, so now dropdowns. Okay, if a dropdown starts with select tag name, then it is recommended to use the select class. Now I'm saying if here because not every dropdown will start with the select tag name. In the next video, we'll talk about what to do when the dropdown does not start with select tag name. Okay. However, in most cases, most dropdowns do start with select tag name. It all depends on how the UI has been developed that you're testing. Okay. When you are interacting with a dropdown that starts with select tag name, you really have you need to create an object of the select class, and don't forget to pass the locator as an argument to this constructor here. Okay, and you have three options to interact with those options, or three methods. Okay, one is select by visible text, where you need to pass the exact text of the option that you want to select. Option 2, or method 2, is selecting the option by index. Okay, this method here expects an integer as an argument. Okay, so either 0, 1, 2, 3, or so on. It depends how long the dropdown is. And then select by value as well, where you need to pass the attribute value of the value attribute of that value. Okay, now in most cases, you would just do select by visible text because it's the simplest one. Really, select by index is not so popular. It all depends. You can use it depending on the test case you need to automate. The select by value is actually used a lot when we are performing assertions or verifying that a certain value of a dropdown is displayed. And we'll go ahead and discuss this further once we start with assertions. Hello folks, welcome back. In this video, we're going to talk about additional methods that we can use with Selenium Select class. So in the previous video, we discussed how to select a value from a select dropdown using Selenium Select class. So if you remember, let's actually go back to the previous slide. We can select an option by visible text, we can select an option by index, or we can select an option by value, and we discussed how to do this in the previous video. Okay, but we can also deselect values from dropdowns. Now, how does this work, and with which type of dropdowns can we use this with? There is a type of dropdown that's called a multi-select dropdown. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and show you an example. So right here, I navigated to this source right here, which is a good source. I'll provide the URL, by the way, in the description below. This source here, mdbootstrap.com, has great information on different type of dropdowns and so on. Okay, this right here is what we call a multi-select dropdown. If we actually click on show code, we can actually see the HTML information of this dropdown here. Okay, and you notice that it uses select tag name. Okay, so because this dropdown has the select tag name, that means we can use Selenium Select class. Okay, so now you see it's a little bit different because it's not a dropdown. So how do multi-select dropdowns work? Well, the whole point of having a dropdown like this is so that users can select multiple options if they would like. The thing with this is, you see I have to click on different options if I wanted to, but how do I select more than one? That's the thing. The user needs to know how to use keyboard shortcuts or the keyboard in general. For example, if I hold down Control, the Control key, I can select multiple. Okay, if I want to, or I can select the options that I want. If I want to select them in bulk, okay, I'll hold down the Shift key. And then let's say I want to select up to option 4, but I want to select all of them at the same time. And what I'm doing right now is I'm holding down the Shift key on my keyboard. When I click on 4, you see all of them get selected. Okay, so I'll go ahead and explain this again. So basically, if you hold down the Control key, the Control key on the keyboard, you can select any option you want. Okay, it doesn't have to be in bulk. Okay, I can skip options and so on. So you see I have different options selected. But if I go ahead and let go of the Control key and just click on another option, all of the other values get deselected except the value that I just selected right now. Again, if you want to select multiple at once, okay, you would have to hold down the Shift key. For example, here I want to select values 1 through 4 all together. So I'm holding down the Shift key on my keyboard. If I click on 4, you see they all get selected. Okay. So again, this is to provide the user the opportunity to select different options from a dropdown. Okay. Not really the best user-friendly type of drop down to provide to users, because again, you cannot expect the user to know how to use all these keyboard shortcuts, right? So instead of a multi-select drop down, it's better to just provide checkboxes, right? Because you can allow a user, or a user can just select multiple options using checkboxes, and they don't have to hold down the control key or the shift key. All right, so let's see how this works, okay? So in VS Code, I created a class called Deselecting Values from Dropdowns, okay, .java. And inside the main method, I went ahead and copied this code from the previous class that we created. And the URL is different. I'm using the URL, the page that I just showed you right now, which is this. I'll go ahead and share that in the description below as well. Okay, so anyway, I am, first of all, assigning the web element, okay, to dropdown of type web element. By the way, I'd like to remind you that you need to import the classes and the WebDriver interface and web element interface again, okay? So don't forget that, else you will have errors all over your code. So here's my XPath, okay? Now you see I'm using the index XPath, okay, the relative index XPath. I want to interact with the multi-select dropdown at index 1. The reason for this is because if we go on the page, you'll see that there are so many dropdowns that we can interact with. Okay, for this video, we're only going to be interacting with the first one. Okay, so what I'm doing here, okay, I've already initialized dropdown with this web element here, and I have to instantiate the select class. So I have to create an object of select class, and remember that we have to pass the element within this constructor here, okay, the web element of the dropdown, so the locator, okay, of the select dropdown. Now what I'm doing here, I just want to show you something. The first thing that I'm going to do here is I'm going to select a value by visible text, okay? The value that I want to select is the value 3, okay? So, or option. Let me go ahead and actually change this to option, okay? So that we don't get confused with value, because there is a method called select by value, okay? So I want to select an option by visible text, which is 3. Let's see if we have that here, and we do. It's right here, okay? I want to show you what happens though. Let's go ahead and run this program. Okay, so the browser opens, maximizes, and you see that the option 3 was selected. But here's the thing, I only wanted to select option 3. The thing with multi-select dropdowns, with automation at least, or even when you're using it manually, the first option may be selected by default, for example, in this case right here. Okay, I don't want the option 1 to be selected. I only wanted to select option 3. So let me go ahead and close this browser, because we'll go ahead and open it again. So here I'm actually using another method. Let me go ahead and uncomment this. I'm actually using another method, again, back to the slides we just talked about, the deselect methods from select class. So just like we can select values by visible text, by value, or by index, we can also deselect by visible text, by index, and by value, okay? So for example, here, I am deselecting by visible text. I want to deselect the option 1. Now, I could have done this before selecting 3 or after, that's fine. But let's see how this works, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead and run this. The browser expands, maximizes. Okay, so you saw how it happened real quick. 3 was selected, and then the option 1 was deselected. So now I actually only have option 3 selected, and that's what I wanted. Okay, instead of specifically deselecting a value, let's go back to our slides here. Okay, what we can do is we can just deselect all options right in the beginning if we want. Okay, let's go ahead and try that out and see how that works. Okay, so let me go ahead and comment this out. So before selecting any option here, let me come right here before this code, and let's go ahead and write this code out together. Okay, so I'll do select dot deselect all like this, and all of the options will be deselected after this, or at least that's what we're expecting. Okay, let me go ahead and comment this out. Let me go ahead and write a commented line out here for you folks. Okay, we're going to say deselecting all options. Okay, and again, this is only with multi-select dropdowns that have the select tag name. Okay, in the next videos, we're going to discuss other dropdowns that don't start with select tag name, where we cannot use the select class. Okay, so here I'm deselecting all options, and then here I'm selecting by visible text. If you want, let's just go ahead and select other values. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and let's just go ahead and select other values here. Let's see, what other options can we select? Okay, let's see. Let's select 2 and 4. Okay, so let's select 2 and 4. So I want to select 2 and 4. So we're selecting values or options here by visible text. Okay, but before any of this, we are deselecting any selected options. Okay, so let's go ahead and run it and see how it works. Again, we want to make sure that option 1 is deselected, and there you go. So now you don't see the first option selected anymore. So this works exactly how we expected this to work. Okay, so again, these methods, the deselect methods, we can use with any multi-select dropdown that looks like this. Okay, but this dropdown needs to have or begin with the select tag name in the DOM. Okay, so the HTML information of this element needs to begin with select tag name. Only then we can use Selenium select class. Okay, all right, so go ahead and write this code out. Okay, make sure to write the xpath here correctly. Okay, don't just go and copy the xpath, because if you do, you're going to get a very long xpath, because there are a lot of select drop downs on this page. Okay, so I'll see you guys in the next video. Hello folks, welcome back. In this video, we are going to discuss additional methods you can use with Selenium's select class. Okay, now we've already discussed how to select values and how to deselect values and so on, but there are some other methods that you probably will use in your projects. For example, the get first selected option. Okay, we'll go ahead and talk about that. The is multiple method as well, and then the get options method. Okay, so first let's talk about the get first selected option. So this method, what it does is it retrieves the first selected option of a dropdown. Sometimes you may have to run a test case or execute a test case where you have to verify that a certain value is selected by default. Okay, and that's when you would use this method. Okay, now we are not going to do any assertions or verifications here in these videos yet. We're going to save that till later. We're going to come back and we're going to do verifications. Okay, so in this code here, what you'll see me do is I'm just going to print the text of that selected option. Now here's the thing though, if the dropdown has a few selected options by default already. When I say default, that means when you open the page, they were already selected. Well, this method will only return you the first selected option and not the other selected options. Okay, now again, this method is very useful only when you want to verify that a certain value was selected, but only one value. Okay, it will work very good, but it's not going to work if you have multiple selected options by default. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look and see how this works. So I went ahead and created a class here called additional select class methods. Okay, and inside the main method I copied the same code from the previous video, and we're using this URL here for this video. For now, we're navigating to this website. I am initializing dropdown, okay, with this web element here. As we discussed in the previous video, I'm creating an object of select class here and passing the web element here as an argument to this constructor, and then here I am retrieving the first selected option. Okay, so let me go ahead and take you back to this page that we're looking at. So this is the dropdown that I'm interacting with. It's a multi-select dropdown, as we discussed in the previous video. You see, by default, the first option 1 was already selected by default. Okay, so what I'm expecting this code to do is, what I'm doing is I'm using the get first selected option, and if I hover over it, okay, VS Code tells me that this returns a web element, and that's why I assigned it to a web element. So I gave it a reference variable here called first selected option. Okay, and what I'm doing in line 33 is I'm printing the text of that element, okay, using Selenium's getText method. Okay, so what we are expecting to see here is we're expecting to see Selenium print the text of this element here, whatever element this is. Okay, and this would be the first selected option. Okay, so let's see if this works the way we think it would work. Let's go ahead and run this program. The browser opens, maximizes, and let's go back and see what we see here. Yes, you can see in the debug console, okay, that 1 displays here. Okay, the option 1, this is the first selected option. Is that true? Yes, it is. Okay, this is the already first selected option. Now, again, this is good if you want to verify just one option, right? But not when you have other options selected, because there really is no way right now to verify that other options are selected in a multi-select dropdown using just one method. Okay, so that's when you would have to use this method. It's a very good method to use. Again, if you need to verify that only one option has been selected from a multi-select dropdown by default. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and close this browser. So that's what this method does. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and comment this out. Let's move on to the next method here. I'm gonna uncomment these 2 lines of code, 36 and 37. Okay, so there's a method called isMultiple. The method isMultiple also comes from the select class, and it returns a Boolean. Okay, so if this method, and here, you see the description, it returns whether this element, this select element supports selecting multiple options at the same time. So if the dropdown selects for multiple options to be selected at the same time, it will return true. If it doesn't support multiple options being selected at the same time, then it will return false. Okay. So in this case, we've already manually verified this, so we know that we can select multiple options. Okay, but let's see if this works as Selenium tells us it's going to work. So right here, 37, what am I printing? I'm not printing out any text. Okay, so this isMultiple method returns a Boolean. So I went ahead and assigned it to a Boolean, and I assigned it to this variable here, isMultiSelect. Okay, so when I run this, it's going to print out the result of this, which is going to be true or false. In Java, Boolean is a primitive data type, okay, and a Boolean will only give you true or false. The default value of a Boolean in Java is false until there is something to be true. Okay, so if this returns true, we will see true. If this dropdown does not support multiple selections, we will see false. Okay, let's go ahead and run this and see how this works. Okay, so the browser opens and we can go back to VS Code now, and we see true here. Okay, so that is the result of this code, true, meaning that this does support multiple selections. Now, when we write code like this, folks, we're actually not verifying anything yet. We're not writing any assertions. So you've probably heard me say this already in the beginning of class or of this course. An assertion is a verification point. Don't worry, we'll get there. But with our automation, we do need to write some code to verify that something displays as expected, or that we're getting a certain value as we are expecting. Right now, this is not doing anything. It's just printing out something, and printing out does absolutely nothing to the program, okay? But don't worry, we will work on assertions later on in the course. Point is, we got what we wanted to see, okay? Then let's talk about this code down here. Hey folks, just making this quick video here and throwing it in here because I forgot to mention something. If you figured it out, then again, you are nothing but amazing. Okay, but I wrote this code here, list of web elements and so on with this for each loop as you're watching in the video. If you're writing this code out, okay, list needs to be imported from the java.util package. Okay, so you can see my import up here on line 3. Okay, so let me go ahead and delete it just so you can see what else may come up. Okay, so if I click on list and I click on this bulb, right now I have only one option, and that's what we should see just for now. But if you start including other packages or other libraries in your framework, you could see other options with list. Okay, so make sure to import the list interface, okay, from the java.util package, and you should be good to go. Okay, so there is a method called getOptions, okay, and this getOption methods is to be used to get all the options in a dropdown. Okay, now here's the thing. This method getOptions returns a list of web elements. Okay, so now we're dealing with a data structure that is dynamic. If you're not familiar with the list interface in Java, well, list is part of the Java collection framework. And if you're not familiar with what the Java collection framework is, it's basically just a section of Java or part of Java or a framework of Java, as the word says, where that consists of several data structures, okay? Data structures that allow us to store data or dynamically handle data or different types of objects, okay? We'll talk about that later. But this is the return type, a list of web elements. So I was able to store it in a list of web elements like this. I gave this list the reference variable all options. Okay, and what I'm doing here, I'm using a for each loop. Okay, so if you don't know how a for each loop works, I'll remind you right now. So a for each loop, also known as an enhanced loop, okay, starts from the very beginning of the data structure and iterates or loops all the way until the end of the data structure. Unlike the other for loop, you actually need to declare a counter variable declaration, a Boolean expression, and then the increment or decrement statement, and then you can go ahead and do what you want to do. Well, with the for each loops or enhanced loops, you don't need to do that. They're actually very convenient. Again, it starts from the very beginning of the data structure and it loops all the way or iterates all the way until the end of the data structure. If this doesn't make so much sense right now, don't worry about this. Don't let this discourage you or anything. But point is this: I'm using a for loop to get the text of all of those options. Okay, so let's discuss what's going on right here in this block of code. So with the for each loop, the first keyword you want to write is the type. You want to specify the type that you want to loop through. Okay, and with this data structure here, or this list, we are declaring a list of web elements. So we want to loop through a list of web elements. So here, this is the type. We specified this type here. If this was like a list of strings, we would put string here, okay, and so on. And then here, you see how I'm calling it option? Well, I'm making it singular. This is just a reference variable. You can call this whatever you want, okay? I'm just calling it option, singular, okay, and I'll talk about why in just a moment. And then we need a colon right here. And then lastly, we need to call the variable, well, the data structure, okay? So that's what we're calling here, okay? The variable that holds the data structure here, okay? So the way this loop works is at the first loop, Java gets the data structure and it gets the first item, the first element of that data structure and assigns it to this right here. Then Java goes inside the block of code and does whatever we want it to do. So what are we doing? We are getting that option and we are getting the text of that element. Okay, so this is going to loop through the whole list of web elements and is going to print the text of those options one by one. Okay, let's go ahead and run this and see if this works. As expected, so the browser opens, maximizes, and I think we should be good. So let's go back to VS Code, and you see the console here. Okay, every single option printed out here. This is the text of every single option in this dropdown. Okay, so let's talk about when you would need to use this. Well, this is just a convenient way of retrieving the text of all options in a dropdown just using a for loop. There are different ways you can get this. You can just go in there, inspect each option individually, get the text, but you're going to be writing a lot of code, okay? And you don't want to do that. That's how you start to write code that's very inefficient. So you will have to do this when you have a test case where you need to verify that certain values are displayed in a dropdown. Okay, that's when you would have, that's when this would help you out. Okay, the get options method. Okay, so let's go back and let's discuss this again. So additional methods from select class that you could use. Well, there's the method called get first selected option. This method will return you the first selected option of a dropdown. Now, this would be convenient only if you want to verify that a dropdown only has one value selected and you want to make sure that that certain value is selected. It gets kind of tricky when you're trying to use this method and you have other values that are supposed to be selected by default and you need to verify those options, but this method won't really help you there. Okay, we will use this method later in the course when we actually start to automate some test cases. Okay, so don't worry, we will use these. Then there's the is multiple method. Okay, this is a method to check if the dropdown supports multiple selections. Okay, now if the dropdown is a multi-select dropdown, it should return true if the dropdown allows you to select multiple values. Okay, if it doesn't, it will return false. Again, this method returns a Boolean meaning true or false. Okay, then we have a method called get options. Okay, and this method is used to get all available options in a dropdown. Okay, now it depends what you want to do with this. In this code, I'm simply just printing out the text of each of those elements in the drop or options in the dropdown. Later on in the class, we'll write some code where we have to verify values in a dropdown, and we will do some assertion where we are verifying these values together. Okay, so these are just some additional methods with select class that you could use. All right, ladies and gentlemen, good people of the north, the south, the east, and the west. Okay, just making this quick checkpoint video here just to kind of give you a little gift or help you out. Okay, so you see all this code that I'm writing throughout all these videos. I'm actually saving this code and pushing it to a public GitHub repository, which is right here. Okay, I'll provide the link to the GitHub repo in the description below. Okay, so here's the thing. Come here, it's public. Okay, go ahead and create a GitHub account if you don't already have one. Look us up. Okay, it's Chroma Tech Academy. Go ahead and follow us. The repository is public for you. If you know how to use Git, go ahead and, or GitHub, go ahead and clone it if you want. That's fine. You don't need to. For those of you that don't know what GitHub is, basically for now, just in very simple terms, okay, it's just a website where I'm saving my work. Okay, we can save our development projects here and other type of projects and so on. Okay, but we'll talk about that later. We may cover Git and GitHub later on in this course. If not, I'll go ahead and create a whole other course teaching you Git and GitHub. Okay, again, from the very basics, so you can become a Git and GitHub guru or hero for sure. Okay, now we already have that class. It's just specifically made for our Chroma Tech Academy students right now, but when we go ahead and publish it, we'll go ahead and make an announcement, and hopefully you can sign up for that course as well. Okay, so pretty much if you navigate to GitHub, like for example, let me come back to VS Code here. You see this class called additional select class methods. It's actually in the automation folder, which is in the Chroma Tech folder, which is in the com folder, which is in the Java folder, which is in the test folder, and this test folder is inside the SRC folder. Let's see how that looks on GitHub, right? I want to I want to review or see this code, the code in this class right here. So let's go to GitHub. So again, let's go to src, okay? And the next folder was what? The main Java.com Chroma Tech Automation, right? It was the test. So let's go ahead and click on this, and then everything is here, okay? So you can go ahead and click on this first class right here, and here's my code. Okay, I just pushed it. So all that code that I'm writing here in the video, you can just come here, copy and paste. If you're going to do that, just be careful, right? If you're going to copy the entire class, be careful with copying and pasting. A lot of issues usually happen because either you're naming variable name something else and so on, right? So if you are going to copy this code, copy it responsibly and then paste it into your VS Code or IntelliJ or whatever you're using to compile this code, okay? So all of this will be accessible for you. Go ahead and follow us on GitHub as well. The repository is public, and I hope this helps you out. Hello folks, welcome back. In this video, we are going to discuss what Bootstrap dropdowns are. Okay, so a Bootstrap dropdown is a UI component provided by the Bootstrap framework, which is a popular front-end web development framework. For those developing a UI, it allows you to create a button or link that, when clicked or hovered over, displays a list of options or actions for the user to choose from, okay? Dropdowns are often used in navigation menus, forms, and various other parts of a web application or website to provide a compact and organized way to present a set of choices to users. We kind of already discussed that in the previous videos. But here's the thing, and remember this is a very important point here. In many cases, actually most cases, Bootstrap dropdown menus do not have the select tag name. So what does that mean? That means that if a drop-down menu does not have the select tag name, we cannot use Selenium select class. That means if we cannot use Selenium select class, that means we cannot use the select class methods. So how do we handle those dropdowns? And in this video, we are going to discuss this. Okay, so let's jump over to VS Code. All right, so I created a new class called Bootstrap dropdowns.java. Okay, and inside the main method, again, same code I just copied over. We're instantiating the WebDriver and Chrome driver class and so forth. And I'm navigating back to this practice site, our practice site that we were using throughout this course. Okay, and I'm just navigating to that site. So it is this site. Let me show you right here. Okay, so go ahead and write this code out. But here's the thing. Let's hop over to the practice page. Okay, I want to show you something. I went ahead and added this drop down, this Bootstrap drop down here. Okay, I'll go ahead and change the text of this later to help you out better. But this is also a multi-select drop down that does not begin or does not have the select tag name. Okay, it's a Bootstrap drop down. But here's the thing. Let's go ahead and inspect it. Okay, so when I inspect this dropdown, you see the HTML information of this element. The tag name is not select anymore. So back to what we mentioned in the slides, it'll either be a button in most cases or a link also as well. We also have other type of dropdowns here on this page actually. For example, this one right here, okay, this one right here, and this split drop up here. Okay, so there are different type of UI components that we can actually use. Okay, let me go ahead and refresh this here to kind of clear that out. Okay, there are different type of dropdowns that you could use in your UIs. Okay, it all depends on which one you want to implement, which one the client or you feel are most appropriate for your users. Okay, but here's the thing. Let's go ahead and inspect these as well. So we have this one. You notice it's a button. It does not begin with select tag. Let's come over here. This one's a link. We've already discussed this possibly, but we'll go over this again in the course. Every single link on a web page begins with the A tag name, okay? Every single link. So let's move over to this one. This one's a little bit different because this consists of two parts here. So basically, if you want this to work as a, as you would expect it to, you wouldn't click on this. You have to click on this to see the options. Okay, so that's very interesting with these drop downs. Okay, so which one would you use? Well, it depends. But here's the thing. Point is simple. If it does not have the select tag name, you cannot use select class. Okay, and to prove that to you, because guess what I did? I knew there was a chance, the smallest chance in the world, that you would not believe me. So guess what I did? Okay, I actually came to VS Code and I wrote code using select class to show you that it wouldn't work. So let me go ahead and uncomment this line of code here and these two lines of code. So here I'm using select class. I'm actually, and here's the thing, let me actually update this with the correct xpath here. Give me 1 second. Okay, hold on 1 second, folks. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm just gonna put this together for you right there. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and copy this xpath. This is the xpath for that drop down. I'm gonna paste it here. I'll return back and I'll explain why I'm using this xpath, okay, in just a bit. Okay, so we're here. And I'm using select class on line 28, and I'm selecting an option by visible text. I want to select on option 1. So if I come here and I click on this drop down, you see we also have different options to select from. So this is a multi-select drop down, okay, but I want to select option 1. Let's go ahead and run it and see what happens. Okay, so I'm gonna right click, run Java, browser maximizes, and Selenium gets stuck right here. If I close the browser, we encountered an exception here. Okay, element should have been select but was button. So Selenium's telling us like, hey, you can't use select class with this, okay, because this element begins with the button tag name. So this is evidence that this won't work, and the whole point of this is not to waste your time, but since you guys are learning and there's just so much to learn, right? If someone tells you that you can't do something or that something won't work, don't just, believe it and move on. Try it out. Try it out and see if it does work, okay? You will encounter this a lot. This is what I try to tell you in the beginning of this course. Be careful with the resources that you're trying to learn from, okay? Because in most cases, you'd be surprised. There's a lot of incorrect information out there. But again, you guys have your VS Code, your IntelliJ, your Eclipse, whatever you're using. So go ahead and try out and find these things out for yourself if you want to. Anyway, this wouldn't work, okay? So select class does not work. Let me go ahead and comment this out. And then here's the thing. So how do we handle these drop downs if we can't use select class? Well, if you're ever in a situation where you're wondering how to handle an element or locate an element on a page that seems kind of tricky, my advice is this: how would you manually use it? Okay, so what I need to do is, first, in order for me to see those options, I need to click on this button here so that I can see the options. So that tells me that I need to inspect this element, and when I do, I need to click on it. Okay, so that's what I've done right here. Let's move over to line 32 and 33 right here. Okay, let me go ahead and move this here. Okay, so what have I done here? I've basically located this drop down. Here's the xpath that I'm using. Okay, and I'm assigning it to Bootstrap dropdown of type web element. Okay, and on line 35, I'm actually doing the clicking. Okay, like this. So what I'm expecting when I run this program, what I'm expecting to happen is for Selenium to click on that dropdown, and I want to see the options display. Okay, so let's go ahead and run this, and let's see what happens. The browser opens, Selenium clicks on that button, and we see the options here. So this worked exactly as we wanted. Okay, so the next question is, how can we interact with one of these options here? Okay, well, it's very simple. All you have to do is just inspect the option you want to click on, and then just click on it. Okay, here you can inspect several of them at the same time. So I'm gonna go ahead and close this browser, and let's go to two methods here. Okay, I'm gonna show you how to interact or how to select these values in two ways. Okay, way number one is going to be the beginner way, and way number two is going to be the Chroma Tech way, the way for champions. Okay, but please start with the beginner way. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and uncomment all this code out here. Let me go ahead and organize it. When I formatted this, VS Code kind of threw everything apart. Okay, so I located here. What I'm doing is I want to select the first option. So you see I'm using an xpath, and I'm specifying by index 1 that I want to click on the first one. Okay, let me go ahead and copy this so I can show you what I mean. Let me go ahead and copy this xpath. Let me go here to the UI. Let me go ahead and here in the DevTools do Control F or Command F so I can see the search bar here. I'm going to paste this here. Okay, so you notice that when I paste this, it says 1 of 1. That's what I want. And I had to specify this by index, because if I don't, check this out. You see we have different options, and they all have the class attribute and the same attribute value. So if I actually removed the 1 from here, you see I get 1 of 4. And I don't want that. I want to be specific with the option that I want to select. Okay, so that's why I'm using an index xpath. So what I'm doing here again is I'm clicking on this Bootstrap dropdown first on the button, and then once we see the options display, I want Selenium to click on the first option. Okay, so I'm storing this web element into a variable called option1 of type web element, and on line 39 I'm just clicking on it. So let's see what happens. Let's go ahead and run this. Okay, the browser opens, maximizes, and there it goes. Okay, so Selenium clicked on the button first and then selected the option that we wanted. Okay, so go ahead and write this code out and see and change the index if you want to see if you can select other options as well. Okay, all right, so that was the beginner way. Let's move over to the Chroma Tech way. Okay, let me come here and uncomment this code here. Okay, and let me go ahead and just organize it a bit. Okay, so before you look at this code, don't panic. Okay, I promise that I'll explain everything to you here. Let me just go ahead and format this code real quick. Okay, by the way, to format your code, I'm using an Eclipse keyboard shortcut because of the extension that I installed here in the beginning of course. It's called Eclipse Key Map. I believe we installed it. If you didn't, go ahead and install it. But the keyboard shortcut to format your code is Control-Shift-F. If you're using Mac, it's Command-Shift-F. Okay, so keep that in mind. All right, so what am I doing here? And let's take a look at this code. First and foremost, I know we have not discussed the find elements method yet. We will soon, okay, in the coming videos. Don't worry. So I don't want you to get scared or get overwhelmed with this topic, but I'll just give you a brief overview. The find elements method is used to interact with elements of the same type that share the same locator. Okay, that's what we want. For example, in this drop down here, I have several options that I want to interact with, okay, of the same type. Okay, so this find elements method returns a list of web elements. That's why all this statement here, I'm assigning to drop down options of type list web element. Okay, that's why. And the XPath that I'm using here, okay, is an XPath, the common XPath to all of those options. Okay, and don't worry, I'll show you these tricks later in the videos when we discuss find elements. Okay, I promise you that. So let's come here and I want to show you how it looks. So when I paste this XPath, you see it gives me all of them here. Okay, but if you actually remember that XPath we used in the beginning, this one here, this one would actually also work when we remove the 1, right? So let's copy this. Okay, let's copy it, go back here, paste it. If I remove the 1 like this also gave us that XPath we wanted. So you could use this if you want. It's going to work. It's going to do the exact same thing. The point is, we've been able to locate multiple elements of the same type using an XPath, and sometimes we want to do that, for example, in this case. So what in the world is going on with this code here? Okay, I'm just going to leave this XPath here because it'll also work. But what I'm doing is I'm using a for each loop. Okay, and here's what's going on. Again, a for each loop starts from the beginning of a data structure, and it iterates or loops all the way until the end. Okay, so from beginning to end. So what's going to happen here is at the first iteration, okay, of this data structure here, this list, Java Selenium is going to get the first option and it's going to store it into this option here. Okay, and actually, let me go ahead and make this singular since we brought that up. Okay, let me go ahead and change this from options to option. Okay, it'll make sense later, of course. Okay, so what's happening is Selenium's getting, or Java's getting each value one by one, assigning it to option, and it's going in order, by the way, okay, from beginning to end. But here I wrote an if statement, okay, and what I'm doing is this. I'm getting that element, and I'm getting the text of that option or that element, so the first option. And what I'm doing here is I'm saying, get the text of that option, and if it equals whatever text I want to use, then go inside the block of code, okay, and do whatever is inside the block of code. So what are we doing? We're just doing option.click, and then I'm using the break keyword to just break and force stop the loop, okay? That's what I'm doing. Now here, what I'm doing is I'm just specifying the text of the option that I want Selenium to click on. So in this case, option 3, okay? So let's go ahead and run this and see how this works, okay? So again, this is a unique way. I know right now it seems complicated, but I'll show you how to, summarize this and make this easy later on. The question is this: why would I write it like this though? Right? Why not just inspect each option individually? Well, because we have several options, and if I'm going to inspect each element individually when I could have inspected just using one locator, I'm going to end up writing a lot of code, and then I won't really be efficient with code maintenance later on, okay, which we will discuss when we talk about framework design and so on. Okay, again, this is why I like to remind you folks that these Java basics, these Java fundamentals are very important. If you don't really understand them well, please go check out our Java videos. They will help you out a lot, okay? Because the better you understand Java, the easier Selenium will be for you, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead and run this. We are expecting Selenium to select or click on the option that says option 3, okay? So let's go ahead and run this. And let's see what happens. And there you go. Okay, it clicked on option 3. And now I can come back here and I can just change my option here. So I can let's click on option 2. And just like that, I've made it very let's say dynamic. Okay, so I can click on any option. I didn't have to go and inspect a new XPath or anything like that. I'm going to run the same program again, and instead of option 2, we're expecting Selenium to click on, or instead of option 3, we're expecting Selenium to click on option 2, and there you go, right? So I can again come back here and maybe just change this to option 1, right? Just a very simple change like this, okay? And I'm gonna go ahead and save my changes. I'm gonna run this program, and again, it'll just select the first option, okay? So don't worry, we will discuss find elements later on, and you guys will be very familiar with this as well, and we will revisit these concepts as well, okay? I guarantee you that. Okay, but let's discuss the point of this video. Let's come back here and recap what we just discussed. So a Bootstrap dropdown is a UI component provided by the Bootstrap framework, which is a popular front-end web development framework. For those developing a UI, it allows you to create a button or link that, when clicked or hovered over, displays a list of options or actions for the user to choose from. Now, dropdowns are often used in navigation menus, forms, and various other parts of a web application or website to provide a compact and organized way to represent a set of choices. And again, the most important thing here is this: in many cases, Bootstrap dropdown menus do not have the select tag name. If it doesn't have the select tag name, then you cannot use Selenium select class. And if you cannot use Selenium Selects class, you cannot use Selenium Select class methods that we discussed in the previous videos. Okay, so to kind of help you out here and help you understand this, whenever you're dealing with a Bootstrap dropdown, you always need to click on the button first or the link. And then after you do the clicking, then you can select the option that you want. And that's what we have here, right? In our code here, what are we doing? The first thing we're doing is we're clicking on that dropdown or that button. Then after, you can select the value that you want, okay? But first, it's the clicking here, okay? So go ahead and write this code out, guys, and I'll see you guys in the next video. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys are ready because we are about to go for some interesting ride with this topic, okay? So my advice is this. Please make sure to watch the videos, take a lot of notes down. I do recommend that you pause the video a few times, rewatch this video. We'll be going over some very important concepts that will help you out a lot, okay? This topic could be fairly big, so I may split this topic up in 2 to 4 videos. So let's continue. Handling windows. Handling windows with Selenium with Java involves interacting with multiple browser windows or tabs during automated web testing. To handle windows effectively, you can either use the getWindowHandle or getWindowHandles methods. Okay. Now to switch to a window, you'll have to use the driver.switchTo.window method and pass the handle as an argument. Okay, the handle is a string. We'll talk about this in just a moment. Now, before we start getting into all the code and all the drama show, let's just take some notes down here. Just understand that the getWindowHandle method returns a string, and the getWindowHandles method returns a set of strings. Okay, so now we're bringing in the set interface here, which is part of the Java collection framework. It is a data structure that basically does not allow or does not store duplicates. Okay, but we'll talk about that in just a moment. All right, so what is a window? Let's go back to the practice page here. Okay, so when you're talking to friends or colleagues and you're using like a website, you may not use the word window. Instead, you'll use the term tab. Okay, for example, like, hey, switch to this tab or go to this tab or so on. Now, you may use windows, that's fine. But for most users, at least for most of my conversations with colleagues, we always use the word tab. Okay, so here I have this button here that clicks that says open tab. You probably will encounter some scenarios with your testing where you click on a button and a new tab opens like this. Okay, you see that a new tab opened when I clicked on it. We're in the same browser session here. Okay, but this tab is actually considered a window. Okay, so that's something new. Okay, so if we automate a script that comes to this window or tab and clicks on, let's say, one of these options here, for example, the courses link, we actually have to tell Selenium to switch to this window or this tab. If not, it will still be on this tab here. Okay, so we need to implement that step. Okay, we actually have to help Selenium and tell Selenium exactly what we want it to do. Okay, so it's not like we can just come here with Selenium, click on a tab, and then that's it. We actually have to switch to the window. So let's go to VS Code and talk about how to do this. Okay, so I created a class called tabs.java. Okay, inside the main method, I have code here that we've been using the previous classes here. And I'll come back and discuss lines 25 and 26. So what I'm doing here, let me actually comment this out so we can go in order here. Okay, so what I'm doing here is on line 30 or 28 and 30, I'm basically assigning the web element or the locator to open tab button of type web element. I'm using ID, the ID locator. It's just very simple. There were no issues there. And all I'm doing here is I'm clicking on that open tab button. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and comment this out, and let's go ahead and run our program to make sure this works. Okay, so again, we're just expecting Selenium to click on open tab right there. Okay, so you saw that right now, and you saw that, or you see that we are in this tab or this window. Okay, but that does not mean that Selenium has control of this window or is on this window. We actually have to tell Selenium to switch to this window or this tab. So how do we do that? Now, there are different ways you can do this. Some very tricky, complicated ways. I'm going to show you the most effective way, at least in my opinion, to do this. Okay, and that's right here. Line 32, 33, 34, 35. Let me go ahead and uncomment this out. So on line 32, let me just briefly discuss what I'm doing here. Okay, I'm using the get window handles method. Okay, the get window handles method returns a set of strings, which is why I assigned this statement here to the variable all windows of a set of strings, because this method returns a set of strings. And here what I'm doing is I'm using a for each loop, okay, to switch to the next window. Okay, so what's going to happen is Selenium is going to grab the handle of a window, okay, and then once it gets a handle of all windows, again, this for each loop, if you remember, we talked about it a few times already. The for each loops start from the beginning of a data structure and go all the way to the end. Okay, so just remember that. In this case, I'm just opening one tab, and in most cases, that's what you would be doing with your testing. Now, could you be in the situation where you have to, for example, come back here, click on open tab, then go back to the main page, and then open a tab again, and then go back to the main page, open a tab again? Yes. But these applications or these type of scenarios are very rare. I'll show you how to do it anyway, but they're very rare because at this point, if you want the user to go back to the main page, open tab, go back to the main page, open tab again, then you're not really developing a user-friendly application. Okay, but I'll still show you and discuss how we can do this. Now let me close these tabs. Okay, so let's come back here. So basically, Selenium will get the handles of all windows that have been opened by Selenium. Okay, and then all we're doing is we want to switch to the next window. Okay, and first of all, let's actually stop right here and let's discuss what handles are. Okay, so let me go ahead and comment this out. Actually, let me go ahead and change the course of this video, and let me go back to lines 25 and 26. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and comment this out. All right, so what I'm doing here, okay, is I'm using the get window handle method without the s, which returns a string, which is why I assigned it to a variable called main window handle of type string. Okay, and all I'm doing is I'm printing out the window handle. Okay, I want to show you something interesting here. Yeah, let me go ahead and uncomment this out right here. We don't need this for now. We don't want to click on that button. All I'm doing here is once Selenium is navigating to this page, the browser opens, I want to get the handle of the main window. Okay, so of this window here, and the handle is the name of the window. Okay, so yes, the windows or tabs, they actually have names or handles. So let's go ahead and run this and see how this looks. Okay, so the browser opens and it's done. So I'm gonna go ahead and close this, and you see what we get here. We get this combination of some characters and numbers here. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and copy this, go back to Sublime here, and I'm gonna paste this right here. Okay, so this is pretty interesting. We haven't seen this before. This is the actual name or handle of this window. Okay, it's a combination of some random characters and letters, but I want to show you something interesting. I'm gonna come back here and I'm gonna run this again. Okay, same thing. So the question is the name or handle the same every time we open a new window? Yes or no? Let's find out. So I'm gonna go ahead and close this now, and now we have this combination of characters and numbers. Let me come here and paste it, and there is your answer. So you see that for both executions, we printed the name or the handle of these windows or of the main window, but in both occasions they were different. let's go ahead and run it again just to make sure that that we don't get the same combination. Okay, so that ran one time, and there it is. I can already see that it is completely different. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, every single time you open a window for the first time, okay, or a fresh window or fresh tab, that window or tab has a unique name, or also known as handle. Okay, this name or handle only changes when you open a fresh new window, okay, or a fresh new tab. Okay, so if you saw what we're doing with our Selenium test, every single time we're opening a new window all the time. So that's why we are getting different names or handles of these windows. So this is what handles are. These are the handles or names of windows. But here's the thing, right? Let me go ahead and comment this out since we discussed this briefly. Okay, let me come back here where we're clicking on. Let me uncomment this here, since we're going to click on that, and then we're back here, okay, on lines 32, 33, 34, 35. Okay, so get window handles. Why set of strings? So as we discussed, a set, okay, will not or does not store duplicates. So even though the name or handles are always going to be unique, designing this to return a set of strings enforces that idea, right? That rule that every single window has its own or a unique name, okay, or handle. Okay, so when Selenium retrieves all the handles of all windows opened by Selenium, we're assigning it to a set of strings. This will make sure that none of the windows are the same, because then in that case, we could be switching to the wrong window. Okay, so this is why get window handles returns a set of strings. But here what I'm doing on line 34 is I'm doing the driver.switch to window next window. Okay, so again, Selenium or Java will get the very first element of the data structure and assign it to this single type here, and that's what we're doing. We want to switch to that window. So to continue this, to show you how it works, let me go ahead and comment this out here. Okay, lines 38 and 39. So what I'm doing is actually, when we switch to the next window, when we go to the next tab right here, I want to click on this courses link here, okay, and then I want to see this page here. All right, so let me come back here, and that's what this code is doing. Okay, so let's look at it again. We're clicking on the open tab button. Okay, then we're switching to the next window, right? And then once we're in the next window, we're clicking on the courses link. Let's see if this works as we expect it to. Okay, so we're running the program, the browser opens, okay, a new tab opens, and you saw it clicked on the courses link really quick. Okay, so this worked as expected. To prove that we actually do need to switch to the next window, I'm going to comment this out, 32 to 35, okay? And again, we're clicking on open tab button. So the tab will open, and I'm not going to switch to the window, but I want to do something on the new tab or on the new window. Let's see if it works, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and run this. So the browser opens, the new tab opens, and we can go ahead and end the test here. And you see, we get an exception, okay? And we get a no such element exception, unable to locate element, and it just can't find it because it's not there. It doesn't exist because we didn't switch to the window. So this is evidence that if we want to interact with an element in a new tab or window, we have to switch to it first. Okay, so go ahead and write this code out, and in the next video we'll proceed talking about handling windows. All right, welcome back. Okay, so In the previous video, we discussed how to use get window handles, okay? And we talked about get window handle as well. We also had a conversation about how get window handles returns a set of strings, and we did talk briefly about what a set of strings is, okay? So we also discussed that if you want to interact with an element in a new tab or window, then we have to switch to that window first before interacting with that element. So that was covered in the previous video. But what if you had a test case, okay, where you had to go to a new tab, okay, do something in that tab. For example, what we did was we clicked on the courses link, and then once we're done, we had to switch back to the main window, okay? How do we switch back to the main window? What if we have a test case where we actually have to come back to the main window a few times and click on the tab again and always come back to the main window? How do we switch back to the main window? Okay, so if you remember here on line 25, let me go ahead and uncomment this. What I did here was I'm getting the handle of the main window using the get window handle method, okay? And because this returns a string, we assigned it to variable main window handle of type string, okay? Now here on the bottom here, we are going to switch to the main window using the main window handle. So in order to switch to the main window using the main window handle, we first must get the window handle of the main window, okay? So let me go ahead and uncomment line 42. Okay, and on line 42, what I'm doing is I'm using the switch to method. See, I'm doing driver.switch to window. Which window? We want to switch to the main window. Okay, and then here as an argument, you actually have to pass a string argument. Okay, this window method expects a string as an argument. As you can see here, it expects the name or the handle of that window of a window. But here I want to switch to the main window. Okay, so I'm using the main window handle. Now to see that it actually works as we think it's working, after switching to the main window handle, I am going to, I basically copied these two lines of code from our Bootstrap dropdown video or code, where I just want Selenium to click on the Bootstrap dropdown. Okay, so I want Selenium to just come here and just click on it. That's it. Just to see or to make sure, to confirm that Selenium did switch back to the main window and we could interact with an element from the main window. So let's go ahead and run this and see if it works as expected. Again, before we're running this, what we're expecting Selenium to do is to open the browser, navigate to the page, click on the open tab button, switch to the new tab, then do something on the new tab, for example, clicking on the courses link, and then switch back to the main window using the main window handle that we got earlier in the program here on line 25, and then interact with some element. In this case, we're just clicking on the Bootstrap drop-down menu on the main page. Okay, so let's go ahead and run this program, and let's see if everything is roses. So the browser opens, a new tab opens. Okay, so it happened so fast. So Selenium did go to the new tab, clicked on the courses link, and then it switched back to the main window. And you can see here, Selenium clicked on this drop down, this Bootstrap drop down. Okay, so this is how you would switch back to the main window. The thing is, in the beginning of your program, you actually have to get the handle of the main window. And we ran the program in the last video a few times to show that every single time a new window opens in a new browser, the handle or the name or handle of the window will always be different. It's not unique, but it is the same here because we're doing this in the same execution using the same browser session. Okay, so we retrieved the handle of the main window here on line 25, and then we switched back to it here on line 42. Okay, so this is how we would switch back to the main window or any window actually. Okay, if you wanted to switch to a new window, okay, or if you wanted to get the handle of new window, all you have to do is switch to that window and then get the handle of that window, and then later you can switch to it. So you see right here where we're switching to the next window or a window. If you want to switch to a new window and you want to get the handle of that window, then just do driver.getWindowHandle and store it in a new string argument and so forth, and you'll be good to go. Hello folks, welcome back. So in the previous video, we talked about how to handle windows or tabs, okay? I'm just recording this video to show you that basically windows that open like this, okay, in the same browser session also are the same as tabs, okay? Nothing changes. We still have to tell Selenium to switch to this window and so on. So I created a class here in VS Code called windows.java, and I pretty much just copied the exact same code. The only thing I changed was the locator here of the open window button. Instead of clicking on open tab button, I'm clicking on open window right here. Okay, and as you can see here, just to prove to you that everything works as expected, I'm using the same code after that. We're switching to the window. We can click on the courses link. Let me go ahead and uncomment this here. We can click on the courses link, and then let me go ahead and comment this out here as well. Or actually, you know what? Let's just run the whole test that we ran earlier. Let's see, earlier here, what I did was we got the main window handle right here on line 25, okay? And basically what this test case is going to do is going to do the same thing we did in the last video, okay? It's just clicking on a different button now, and the window is opening differently, not in a way like a tab, but just a separate window, but they are the same, okay? That's the whole point of this video. So again, we're going to run this test, okay? Selenium is going to switch to the new window, then click on the courses link in the new window, then we're going to switch back to the main window, okay? And then Selenium will do something once we're back to the main window, okay? So let's go ahead and run this and see how it works. All right, so the browser opens, okay? Selenium clicks on open window button, and then it switched back to the main window and it clicked on an element here, okay? So exactly, we didn't change anything. We just inspected this different button here, and that was it, okay? So the tab and windows here, the way they open separately or just in another way, for example, as a tab, they are the exact same thing, and they are handled in the same way as we have here, okay? So write this code out, okay? And I'll see you guys in the next video. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the time has come, the time you have been waiting for since the beginning of this course. Yes, that's right, closing windows. No more annoying browsers open and so many browsers open on your Macs or your Windows and so on. So we are finally here, okay? First of all, if you made it this far, if you made it to this point in this course, first of all, thank you. And secondly, you are amazing for pushing yourself to be great. Okay, so keep up the amazing work and power be to you, okay? So very simple, closing windows. There are two methods, the close method and the quit method, okay? The close method closes only the window Selenium is currently handling, and the quit method closes all windows open by Selenium. Let's go to the code that we had here, okay? And in VS Code, so what I did was I created a class called close and quit.java. But what I did here, I copied the handling windows code, okay? You can actually still see this being copied here. Let me change this to closing windows, okay? So all right, so closing windows. Okay, so in this code, if you remember, what Selenium was doing was navigating to the practice page, and then we were getting the handle of the main window, and then we're clicking on open window button, and then switching to that window, and then doing something in that window, and then switching back to the main window, and then doing something back on the main window page, okay? So let's incorporate the close method here somewhere, okay? So traditionally, what we do as with our automated tests is we quit the browser at the end. We quit the WebDriver execution at the end of the test case, okay? So at the very end, I'll show you what's going to happen, okay? So let's first use driver.quit, okay, like this. So we're gonna let this whole test case run, And at the end of line 47, the browser is going to quit for us, okay? So let's go ahead and run this. That's what we're expecting to happen. So the browser opens up, okay? It's going to run the whole test case, and there you go, bam. It happened so fast, okay? So if you saw that, 2 windows open, okay? And the quit method closed both windows, okay? So that's what the quit method does. The quit method closes all windows open by Selenium. Let's change this to driver.close and see what happens, okay? So right here, I'm using driver.close, okay? So if I go ahead and run this, let's see what happens, okay? Let's see what happens. So the browser opens up, there it is, bam. Okay, so you see that this window remains open, okay? Because in our code here somewhere, what we did was we switched back to the main window. And again, that's what the close method does. It closes the current window that's being handled by Selenium, okay? The window that is currently being handled by Selenium, that's the window that Selenium closes, okay? But you saw the other window remained open, okay? And here's another thing about the driver.close method. The driver.close method, you can actually use anywhere in your test case. If you have another window open, it would make sense, okay? And it doesn't end your execution, okay? So let me go ahead and delete this, and let's say that after switching to this window and clicking on the courses link, okay, I'm going to come right here and do driver.close, okay, driver.close, and then Selenium will still switch to the main window and then do something here on the main window, okay? But point is, that window that opens up, we want Selenium to close it, okay? So let's go ahead and run it, and let's see if this works as expected. There you go. The new window opens, and it did. So the window closed, and Selenium continued with the program, okay? So this is evidence that we can use the driver.close method anywhere in our program as long as we open a window. Okay, that would make sense. But what happens if we try to use driver.quit, okay, in our program here in the middle somewhere? Let's see what happens, okay? So let's go ahead and run this, okay? We just basically replace close with quit, and there it is. So the program ends at driver.quit. And that's something you always need to remember. You see, Selenium did not even continue executing the program. Well, it did try to, but it couldn't because the driver was closed. Okay, we quit the driver. Okay, so it's telling you right here, there's no such session, so we're getting a no such section exception. The session ID is null. Okay, you're calling the WebDriver after calling quit. Okay, you can't do that. So that's actually the biggest differences here between driver.close and driver.quit. Again, driver.close, okay, will close the current window that Selenium is handling, okay, and driver.quit closes all windows and actually ends your WebDriver execution. That's what it does. Another thing about driver.close is you can add it anywhere in your test case as long as you have other windows that you need to interact with, and the program can still continue to run. So the WebDriver is still active. Okay, it's not terminated. It doesn't terminate yet, but driver.quit does terminate the execution, okay? And this is a very important, very common interview question. What is the difference between driver.close and driver.quit? So again, the close method closes only the window Selenium is currently handling. The quit method closes all windows opened by Selenium and ends the WebDriver execution. All right, folks, creating this checkpoint here. Okay, so throughout these videos, I'm writing all this code, and I comment out the code, and I uncomment it, and so forth. And I do push code to GitHub frequently. The thing is that sometimes when I format the code, this is what happens. So you see on line 44, we have a statement that's pretty long, right? So if I format this code, look what happens here, Control-Shift-F, right? You see how VS Code breaks this statement into 2 lines, okay? It's still it still works. It's good. However, let me go ahead and undo this. When I comment these two lines out like this, okay, and I'm going to do Control-Shift-F, okay, look what VS Code does. Okay, it kind of just breaks this into 4 different commented lines out because VS Code thinks it's text. It doesn't recognize it as code. So if I come here and I uncomment all of this, all of these here, then I get errors like this. I kind of have to put it back together. Okay, so I would have to kind of, you know, backspace this a little bit and then add a space here and maybe just kind of reorganize it here, as you can see, and so on. Okay, so you may see code like that. I'll do my best to try to give you the properly formatted code so you won't have any issues, but that's just a tip that I realized here while I was recording these videos and formatting the code and pushing it to GitHub. Okay, lastly, one more thing, folks. If you are enjoying this content, give us a shout out, share our content, spread the love. I know you guys have some love to give us, okay? And reach out with any questions. If there are any topics that you like us to review or cover, anything, you're probably watching this. If you're already on a project and you need some assistance, reach out. We got your back. We weren't joking about that, okay? Check out our website as well at Chroma Tech Academy as well. We offer multiple amazing courses that are really designed to help folks get into the IT field, making great salaries anywhere from 90,000 USD to 130,000 USD. Okay, so we have a lot of good stuff going on here. Follow us on Instagram. Just give us a shout out, reach out to us, leave a comment, let us know if you're enjoying this content, and we'll see you guys in the next videos. Hello folks, welcome back. So as promised, here we are providing you with Selenium interview questions and answers, okay? Now we're providing here what we have seen are the most popular interview questions, at least in the US market today. Okay, so what you'll find here is a link to a Google Docs sheet, okay, which you can save. You won't have edit access to it, okay, except us, Chroma Tech Academy staff. Go ahead and bookmark this page, okay, this URL, because you never know, you may need it when you're preparing for interviews and so on. On our end, we will continue to update this IQ guide as needed, okay? If there are any questions you get asked that are not in here, and I'm sure there will be plenty, right? There are some that we don't have every single possible Selenium interview question here. There are so many. What we've done is we've gathered here the most popular interview questions in today's market, okay? And not only are we providing you answers here, but we will also provide videos, which you will find in this section as well, on how to answer these questions as well, okay? So keep in mind, it's not just about knowing the material, it's about how you answer as well. So throughout these videos, we're also going to discuss how to improve your soft skills, your communication skills, because those are very important skills. And then also I will show you how to control your interviews as well. Okay, so keep that in mind. Now, if you get asked any questions in interviews that you'd like us to cover, go ahead and leave us a comment. Reach out to us, you know, say, hey, can you go over this question, or what do you think of this question, and so on. Okay, and you know, we will try to respond to you and update this guide with those questions, okay? But here, again, you will find the link to this IQ guide. Go ahead, save it, review it, study it. Not only that, but we will also provide flashcards, Quizlet flashcards for you folks, okay? Some of our students have greatly benefited from studying using Quizlet flashcards, okay? If you don't know what they are, just view this information where we're providing this URL. Again, I like to mention Udemy doesn't allow us instructors to just paste the URLs in the descriptions of the videos. So I'm going to upload a Word document where you will find the link to this IQ guide and the information of the Quizlet flashcards. Okay, so just go ahead, follow the instructions there, and you'll see everything is pretty much self-explanatory. Okay, so I hope you guys enjoy this, and I'll see you guys in the next videos. Hello folks, welcome back. So first of all, if you're watching this video, it's because of one of two reasons. Okay, reason number one, you've actually watched all the videos already, okay, and have made it to this video. Or reason number two, you somehow skipped through to the end and you're watching this video here. Okay, we're adding this video as a placeholder to let you know that this is not the end of the course. We are working on additional content, and our team is doing the very best we can to upload this content as soon as possible. Okay, so we are going to continue to add more content. Okay, but first of all, if you made it to this video because you watched all of the previous videos, great job on making it this far in the course. Really, shout out to you, power to you. That means you are motivated, determined, you're eager to learn, and people like you are just amazing folks. Okay, so keep on being amazing. Also, remember to keep being hands-on. Okay, so Selenium, to become better with Selenium, you should be hands-on. Selenium is a practical skill. You know, if you put your hands on the keyboard and you're writing all the code we've been writing in the previous videos, you will improve with Selenium. You'll make mistakes, you'll be able to fix your mistakes, and by doing so, you will feel more confident. Okay, so can you get through this course without writing any code and just watching the videos? Possibly. Maybe you have some sort of superpower or some strength that'll help you. And if that's the case, that's good. Most of us are not like that. However, being practical and being hands-on is the best way to take this course. Okay. Now, let us know if there are any specific topics you would like us to cover as well. You're probably already in a project, okay, and you're probably watching our course, and you probably just enrolled into our course because you wanted to learn how to specifically do something, right? So if you don't find that in our course, reach out to us. Let us know. Pretty much anything. Say, hey, how do you do this? Or we're having this issue at work. Let us know, and we will record videos to help you resolve those issues. If we don't record videos, we'll connect with you. We can get on a Zoom call. We'll provide a consultant service to you at no cost, okay, as long as you share the love and spread the word, okay? Lastly, not lastly, I would like to say again, thank you for going through this journey with us. Okay, keep on being the amazing person that you are, going through this course, staying on top of the latest industry standards, and just really becoming a technical folk and making the most out of your IT career. Okay, and one more thing. Now I'll say, lastly, at Chroma Tech Academy, we offer several courses that will help you get into the IT field, making an annual average salary of $110K or more. Okay, so most of our students that finish our course end up getting a salary around this range, and it's just been nothing but an amazing run. We've actually found ways to master the market, and I'll talk about that in just a moment. Okay, but at Chroma Tech Academy, we do things a little bit differently. Okay, let me go ahead to our website here, which is chromatechacademy.net. You can learn more about what we have to offer. Okay, where our students or alumni are working. Okay, and the available courses that we have. You can see the entire curriculum as well. For example, one of our popular courses right now is the Software Test Automation course, the STED course. Okay, and we cover just pretty much so many topics here to help you become a full stack test automation engineer, or STED. Okay, the thing with Chroma Tech Academy is we focus on having smaller classes. Okay, so our classes, our class members, or the size of our classes typically range from 30 to 40 students. Okay, sometimes even less. And the reason for this is because this gives us the opportunity to focus on every student individually a lot. Okay, and that's the reason why we have a very high success rate. Right now, we have a success rate of 91%. So 91% of our students end up getting jobs. Now, I would be lying to you if I told you that all of our students get jobs. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Some students have some life changes, or something happens, medical issues, family issues. Sometimes they need to relocate to a different country, and they get distracted a bit. But so far, knock on wood, we haven't had a student that was dissatisfied with our content, or a student that has not that invested 100% of their efforts and did not get or did not end up getting a position in the end. Okay, so as long as you join our course and you do everything that we tell you to do and you follow everything, just follow our steps, you will be successful. Now, if you go to other schools, you will find that some schools may have a bigger reputation because they're very good with marketing, but sometimes they don't really disclose their entire success rate correctly. So these other schools will actually take in like 100, 200, 300 students per batch or per cohort, and it's very difficult to get the attention or assistance that you need when a class is that big. Of course, that's their business model. They make so much money recruiting so many students, but here at Chroma Tech Academy, we value quality over quantity so much. We are passionate with the work we do. I hope you can tell by just watching our videos and so on. Okay, so keep that in mind, okay, when you are searching for a bootcamp, if you want to do something like this. We also do have some intro sessions every now and then. Follow us on Instagram. We make announcements there, you know, in regards to intro sessions or the beginning of the next batch and so on. We cover so many topics in the course, from software testing fundamentals, manual testing projects, agile and SDLC fundamentals. Again, the course you're watching right now, the Selenium WebDriver Test Automation course, Java, you know, program some JavaScript, API testing using tools like Postman, you know, database testing using SQL, mobile testing as well, which is a very popular topic in our course, and then our extensive market and resume preparation. Okay, so that's really what makes a lot of our course. Okay, so look into our website, reach out to learn more. We will be more than happy to connect with you. One thing I would also like to say is that if you're wondering how much our course costs, you can come to the website and learn more about that as well. But here's the thing. Let's say you can't really pay so much right now. Well, Chroma Tech Academy has partnered up with the firm, and basically what you can do is you can finance the course in as low as $200 a month. So think about this. You want to pursue an opportunity to make a six-figure salary, and all you have to do is pay $200 a month. That is a steal. Guys, you can make $200 delivering food for Uber Eats on a Saturday in your city, right? So it all depends on how bad you want this. Okay, so keep that in mind. All right, but again, it's affordable. It's a chance you'll have to take. And let me tell you something, boot camps nowadays are the way to go, because universities have clearly failed a lot of people, and universities are very expensive. Okay, so keep that in mind. Anyway, folks, thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys in the next videos.